This starts, and it's really fascinating to go back. It starts in 1996 with Netanyahu, who wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism. And the thesis of the book is quite straightforward and very dangerous. He says, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, they oppose Israel. It's not good for us to fight them directly. That won't work. What we need to do is topple the governments that back them. So what we need is regime change throughout the Middle East. And he actually gave a long list of 7 countries that included Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. And systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now, going to war with every one of them except for the big one that Netanyahu so much longs for, which is the war directly between the United States and Iran.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Monday, January 13th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Now, I have a lot that I'm going to try to get to today, so I'm going to keep this very brief to start. I just want to, as I try to do in general, just give you kind of an outline overview of what we're going to talk about. Keep this as brief as possible. A quick point about censorship that I think you guys are going to find interesting. I want to focus a little bit on the January 6th conversation. And really, that's the beginning part of a segment around sort of at least what appears to be the evolving, how do you frame it? Trump's changing his stance. January 6th, Ukraine, Israel, and we don't know for sure until we get past January 20th. But the point being that ultimately, it's already evolved in a very dangerous way. And so now January 6th, the point is the pardoning of all January 6ers that were there. Whatever your opinion on it, the statement was made very clearly on day one, and a lot of conservatives are now pushing back on that. And I think it's important. Whatever you think about it, it's about holding. I want to highlight kind of the narrative of the title today, or the point of this being a long-term, globalism being the focus of the title, but a lot of different stuff going on around this. And it's all seemingly coming together, at least as I'm seeing this. We're going to talk about the partisan element of all of this with a couple of different other people also starting to show themselves, like we mentioned, Tulsi Gabbard and the FISA warrants. There's a lot of very unnerving things happening if there's, for honest people that are willing to hold feet to the fire, even of those they believe in. There's an interesting development, of course, around Andrew Tate and the UK government, which I really had to make sure I wasn't somehow missing, and this is a joke, it's April 2nd, like what the hell is going on? And as I was going to put in the title before I changed it just to make it the thing it is now, Andrew Tate pulls a Netanyahu, because I swear to God, that's exactly what he thinks he's doing. That he's going to, or taking a note from Trump or anybody else, or just about every politician in history. If you get in power and get enough powerful people behind you and then invested in your career, well, nothing else really matters after that. Like we've seen with a lot of these politicians who are using the powerful position like Netanyahu to avoid jail time. And as a very disgusting sex trafficking, we'll get into it. I think it's very clear that this person believes that he can get out of it by doing this. We're going to talk about a lot of that and how that evolves with the overlapping kind of partisan point, but dovetails with an interesting conversation around racism, I guess, and the Zionism overlap and how that's being stoked by this Zionism machine, and Elon playing seemingly an active part in all of that. And that's not to say there's not racism or these conversations are invalid, but are still being used in a very obvious way. And a lot of, I think, team sport politic Republicans are kind of losing themselves to it because I don't think they care about the truth, but conservatives at large, I think, do. We're going to talk about a little bit of the wildfire conversation. I think it's important, some of the developments therein. One of the main ones about BlackRock and the interesting evolution of the conversation, showing BlackRock's involvement and how that is an interesting timing for that, with BlackRock investing more in DARPA's XAI, Elon's XAI program, totally not the same program, trust them. And how that shows this weird kind of blind spot around what they don't want to see. Of course, the partisans, as usual, from either side, really is how this works. We're also going to talk about an interesting point around the fire location in lithium. But then we're going to get into a larger point in general, kind of around what I'm highlighting as all this comes together around the foreign policy element. And I did put off largely Gaza for the most part for the next show, but I want to talk about, there's points that clearly relate to that, but some Syria development, some other foreign policy development around Ukraine, around Syria, and some different points. But really the big picture again is the way I titled it today, as always. And that's why I started with that clip, actually, because I think it's really important to see that. So you guys have seen that clip many times. Well, really just the point of whether Sachs or anybody else telling you the truth about Netanyahu's involvement with U.S. foreign policy for decades and how U.S. has been fighting Israel's wars as far back as you want to look, for the most part, is, post its existence. And that's become really hard for average people to ignore. And anybody that even cares to look further into the truth has become, confronted full on with the reality that this is what we live in right now. And this is how our government is responding. And it is not about America first in most anything that they're doing. And we should sure as hell try to change that. But that's my point about the people trying to pretend they're changing that. And you can argue whether you think Trump knows or not. I think it's quite obvious, but I think it's interesting to see the circle around him. I mean, in a very, very flamboyant way, driving them towards all the things we thought we were just fighting, including the Zionism control. But interestingly, though, as all this comes together, showing how there's this massive kind of organized effort to hide what all that shows you, the foreign policy element, the overthrowing of countries, the Greenland annexation conversation, how this is really the North American Union. I mean, guys, things that are like major red flag elements of what some of these large Republican commentators have been pointing to their entire careers that are now weirdly, ominously, silence is deafening style, not pointing to it, or at least not calling it what it is, or constantly talking about globalism while ignoring one of the most central parts in all of that, which is the Israeli government. But we're going to talk about all of that today. So let's start with a point about censorship that I think is very interesting about Twitter. Now, this is just a quick little thing that Doom sent me, so can you show me this back and forth and the timing of it all? So quick story, long story short, basically this, and just so you know, in the chat so far, there's been one other person that's already said they're dealing with the same problem. And I've heard from other people that have had similar issues, Garland Nixon being one of them. Steve and I have talked about this. Now, the point is basically being told that you're not you anymore on Twitter. Now, even right now in the moment, as I say this out loud, I'm going, whoa, that's pretty weird to think about in the context of the digital twin. I mean, maybe experimental stuff. Like, what happens if we pretend to be Doom or pretend to be Garland for a year? Is anyone going to notice? This just randomly jumped in my head. Nonetheless, all the hypothetical aside, a lot of people are dealing with this. That basically Twitter going, you're not you anymore. Prove to us that you're you. And they go, like, example, Doom says, well, I don't have two-factor authentication. And they go, well, we're demanding you verify by two-factor authentication. Doom's like, well, I don't have that. I've never set that up. And so it goes back and forth over a minute, basically, to the point to where the login on his account comes from Texas all of a sudden. And so then he goes back to them and says, look, I'm not in Texas. This person just logged in. I'm not in control of my account. And they basically say, no, you're wrong. You are. Leave us alone. I mean, more to the story, but that was a quick truncation of it. But think about how frustrating that is. Or for someone like Garland Nixon, by the way, who has a very large following and is doing his shows, and all of a sudden they're like, guess what? You're not you anymore. I think that's wild. Now, I guess at square one, you can just say that's really stupid for a business to conduct themselves this way. And, maybe mistakes can happen, right? Now, if you don't know, and we haven't heard us talk about it, Garland Nixon, I think, going on a year, has not access to his Twitter account. That's crazy. And he has tried. Apparently, he's going into some kind of legal action around it. I just don't know how you could pretend that that's anything other than a choice. It's just crazy. And then especially since we keep seeing more of these on top of the embarrassingly obvious censorship that just happened. So there's no denying that censorship is clearly happening. There never really was, but there was the H1 overlap. There was such a clear example of it that even people trying to pretend it didn't happen, we're forced to call it out. So I just want to point this out that I think it's really interesting. Here is the, basically he followed up in the comments right before we went live saying no more Twitter for him. They emailed him saying that he does have control over his account, even though he sent them the email showing that somebody logged in from Texas. I just think this is really incredible that we're at a point now where, they're literally trying to argue that the importance of what they're doing is to make sure they know you're you, right? And then you got people that are literally going through the process to go whether it started because of their mistake or their deliberate action or not, going like, okay, fine, you forced me. Here's me. I'm me. Here's my whatever you're asking for. And they go, never, you're not you. That has to show you that they are failing at their authentication, or they're trying to tweak something, or that it is really some deliberate action to box out Doom or to kick out Garland Nixon, or because some Israeli bot decided to go after them, because clearly Twitter is not just okay with that. They're bolstering the CHEQ Israeli bot dynamic that Censored Man and plenty of others called out. Very interesting. Now, there's another point I want to show just get in general to show you the account. So this is the account we're talking about. So as of right now, and speaking of that, I'm going to unfollow him for the time being. That's his account. He's no longer in control of it. He's a central part of our audience in the show. He's always in the show. He's always helping with research. He's always back around everything. He's one of the people that is part of this kind of TLAV family we have. So if you're watching this account and you start to see some strange things happen, just take note and wonder why that might be happening, and then keep an eye on whether there's an agenda around it. And I think they'll start to develop about whether this is some anomalous random thing or if it's a deliberate action. So anyway, I'm going to keep it there. Censorship is everywhere, and we'll get to that more as we go through today in general. But on that point about censorship, Elon Musk wants you to know who the bad guys are. Autism Capital, who seems to be one of the most pandering Elon pandering type accounts out there right now. Elon Musk, it says, it's very easy to tell, they're quoting Elon, who the bad guys are. Who wants to stop freedom of speech? Those are the bad guys. Well, you know what, Elon? I happen to agree. And then Alice speaks up and says, the first thing Adolf Hitler did was cut off free speech. The first thing he did when he got power is cut off the media. And he had not done it. Elon comes in and says he was just trying to shut down any pro-Semitic media. He didn't want any defense. I just can't even stomach the way that they frame these things. They wanted the defense of the Jewish people. Those who want censorship have to be very careful for what they wish for when they start censoring. One day censorship will turn on you. It's like, I just can't even read it out. It's not honest. He does not believe any of that because he's censoring people. And it almost makes it hard to stomach because you know that. Even the people fanboying for him know that. And yet he can stand there and go, we're the good guys because we don't do the thing that you all know we're doing and you secretly cheer when I do it. Yay! That's so infuriatingly, it's kind of gross, really. When you get into this stuff, the partisan elements of the stuff, it really does turn my stomach. It's the kind of gross nature of human nature that we're being bombarded with, but it's not the majority, in my opinion. But nonetheless, the point is, the bad guys did it. Hitler, free speech, censorship. We're the good guys. Just the buzzword kind of stuff. Well, Elon says exactly, or his bot did anyway. Got it 29 million views, of course, because that means we're the good guys. Or it doesn't, though, because you're doing that. Easy point, but it's so infuriating, the fake reality that people are living in right now, whether it's Musk or Biden or Trump or anybody. We live in a world right now where it's like the children in the room are being allowed to run, however you want to frame it, like the people that are the least informed, the least aware. And I don't think because they want to be, I don't think they care, are the ones being leaned into. Just like even one of the Weinstein said before the election, basically pointing to the fact that both sides were actively fanning their most radical elements and both pretending like they weren't there. Now, I'm no fan of the Weinsteins, quite frankly, but overall, he's right. And you can absolutely see them both doing that. And my point, as usual, when you stand back even further, you recognize it's just your government fanning the crazies. It's not ones you love to cut it down the middle and pretend like it's just the government fanning the wild ones out there and pretending they're out there because it works for them. And that's what's happening here, is they just continue to pretend. Well, I mean, that's the first part. And then him standing on top of it all and acting like we're the ones saving everybody. And it's not just Elon is the point. But of course, as you well know, whether it's the Groypers or whatever else. Now, there's arguments to be made about whether they violated terms of service, but the reality, the absurd reality of all this, because the game they're playing now is they violated some kind of interestingly enough, overlaps with the person dynamic, whether maybe they're not real people or they're in a network or whatever. But you know who else was? And it was outright shown online when this was happening. The Loomers and the DC Dranos and the Cat Turds. Yeah, they're all in their own exact same version of this on the conservative side. Or I guess technically this is the wrong example. This is the conservative side too. But what was the other one? Anyway, there was an example of a left-leaning one they were all calling out. My point is that you can argue this, but then it's being selectively applied, if that's what you think. And on top of that, they're conservatives anyway, and many of them were supporting what they thought Elon was doing before he shifted tone. Nonetheless, that's all the narrative around it. These people were censored anyway. And most of them were not doing something you could argue even came close to violating terms of service. They maybe just said things that were gross or racist or whatever. And I'm just speaking generally, or rather what people are saying about it even. Because you know my opinion. I'll say things are gross if I think they're gross or racist, but I'll say you have a right to do those things or say those things because that's free speech. To be clear, do those things, meaning say them out loud. It's all I meant. The bottom line is that is what free speech actually looks like. Now, let's not forget, on Twitter, as APEC Tracker showed a while ago, TLAV had over 60 restriction censorship tags on its account, which they no longer show you. The same thing happened with Grok recently, where they started to show you what his negativity thing would look like until they kind of pulled back the reins on that. Like it's like this ebb and flow of using this thing between us, and they're learning every time we do this. Nonetheless, it still gives us insight. Now, lastly, for this open part, I just wanted to highlight a good note that, well, at least it appears to be, and as usual, I'm very, very jaded and pessimistic when it comes to what governments are doing, and I rarely ever think it's because they're just going, I see the right thing. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I'd like to believe there are good people in positions, but point one out to me, and we can go forward. But nonetheless, the point is the EU scientific advisors call for a moratorium on solar geoengineering. So it's a good thing regardless. The fact that they're being forced to say it out loud or that they want to do this is good. My point is even opportunism, like I say in Israel, it still forces change if we can just be cautious about leaning in or ever believing in or trusting a politician. But it's such an important thing to hear. And if you read it, they're basically saying, guys, this is crazy, which is exactly what I have been saying forever, what Derek has been saying twice as long. This is bad. What you're doing is hurting things. And we all know that in a general sense, but when you dive into it, to the actual stratospheric aerosol injection, which is one main aspect of solar geoengineering, which is not the exact same as geoengineering. That's the broader umbrella. The point is that you get into it, and I've talked about this. Their own studies show that it's most likely that you're going to get into this practice, and it will become an issue where if you stop, the problem you thought would be there would become back 10 times worse, or whatever the number was. It would be worse if you stopped. And they basically go, well, we're all going to die in 5 years anyway, so we might. That's not true, though. You see, and if they believe that, then they're even more stupid than you think. I think they're more nefarious than anything, and they know that's not true. Nonetheless, the point is they're trapping you in some kind of like a mRNA vaccine cycle for a human, like for the world. Like you have to keep taking this injection. It's actually even called an injection. Coincidentally, I'm just kind of making an interesting overlapping joke, but the point is the same. You get stuck on this, and the world demands that you have to keep doing this. Otherwise, the problem gets worse, if the problem was even there without it in the first place. I don't believe that. I know we're hurting this planet, but I don't believe what they're putting forward. Nonetheless, the point is they're going, we need to pause all of this because of the same reason. The EU scientists are saying, look, we don't know what we're doing here. This is going to cause a huge problem. It may have benefits, but we don't know. Thank God, at least somebody has the courage to say that out loud. It's like talking about 5G and going, look, they've never studied this, and we all know that, and yet it all rolled out anyway. Wow. I just don't know how people can still be in, or I'm barely even starting the show, and I'm already frustrated with us. People cannot see how obvious it is. The government is constantly lying to you and constantly doing things for their interest at your expense, all of it. This is just one positive direction. Now, my point is, it may just be trying to release some steam, hoping that you stop paying attention, maybe because we're all calling it out, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a positive step and that we need to use that. It's a stepping stone. Even with them giving something just to get us to stop pushing back, the point is don't stop pushing back. Don't let that be the release valve that goes, okay, good, we're done. No, we're never done. Stand up and push harder. Now we need more. Now we need to stop doing this, and now we need more of it, because they're not going to stop. And in the United States, it's only going harder, guys. This is, yes, 2023, but understand that even in Tennessee, where we have our Stop Spraying Our Skies bill, I see more geoengineering in the skies than I ever did before. Now, maybe that's because the law itself, which, I mean, I'd like to believe there's some people in Tennessee that are better than other places, but I'm just as skeptical. And maybe it's just because all they did was simply cement in the law a way to do it elsewhere. This is how this always goes. You know, if you read the bill, it's basically about a specific type of geoengineering. And so if all they do is spray above a certain level, then it doesn't count for the bill. That's literally how this works. And they all know this. Nonetheless, the bill was still a good step. That's my point. That wasn't the end of it. That didn't just stop geoengineering, clearly. My point, though, in general, is in the United States, it's only going to get worse because they're not even slowing down. At least some places in the world are at least starting to call it out. You know, sort of like with the puberty blockers and whatever else. They're like, oh my God, we're killing everybody over here. And the U.S. is still like, pushing it on Fox News, right? We're like way behind. And I don't think it's because they're unaware. It's just because they don't care about you. Now, a note on censorship to start as well, which I should have done this before the geoengineering part. Ray from BitChute, the CEO of BitChute, tweets this out, basically saying, excited about our new chat bombs on BitChute. So if you're right now tuned in on BitChute, check it out. It's a, you know, like a, what do they call it now? Super chat on YouTube. Basically you can just give us a donation in the chat, give us a comment. I'm not necessarily paying attention to any of the video Rumble or BitChute or anything else. I'm typically looking at my StreamYard in bed. Nonetheless, though, if I do glance at it, I'll reference some of the comments that you have there. But anything you do to support this platform will continue to grow this platform and write more content and do investigations. So thank you all for your support. And thank you, BitChute, to continue supporting TLAV. Now, starting with January 6th, we're still in the kind of the partisan element of all this. I think this is really important because there's been a lot of shifts. And just like I was saying in the first place, we don't know until we actually get there. But nonetheless, it is still reportable. And this is kind of a funny dynamic you're going to see the whole time, where when this first started, what do we get? Trump's going to end the war in Israel. It's going to end the war in Ukraine. Day one, pardon all the January 6ers. Okay, certainly possible, right? People like myself came out and were like, well, I don't think so. It doesn't seem that way. Look at what he said about this elsewhere. And they go, no, he said it. Trump's going to do it because that's Trump. A lot of them. Plenty of objective people, too, in the conservative field were like, well, let's wait and see. But you guys know just as well as I, a lot of people were shouting you down because, see, he said this or he said that about Ukraine. And we all saw it. We talked about it. Now it comes around where suddenly he shifts his opinion. And he starts going, well, no, we are going to keep funding the Ukraine war. Well, we are going to cut off aid to Israel. Well, obviously, we can see how that's going to go. Or January 6th, we start to see the tapering down of that. I'll show you the evolution of it. Here's the funny part. Now we go, okay, well, now he said this to the people that were telling us before. He said that. And they go, well, you're jumping the gun. It's not even January 20th yet. We don't even know yet. It's like, hold on a minute. You just told me. It's this funny evolution of the way that the partisan mind works. I'm always been on the same point. We don't know until we get past January 20th. But based on their logic, the first point was he said this and we know. And so now he says something different. And so I go back to them and say, well, here, he said this now. And they act like you're the one jumping the gun. Some of them don't even know they're doing it, but I argue most people that are doing that they know somewhere in their mind they're being dishonest about it. They just don't want to admit these people aren't what they want them to be. And I totally get that. Just don't lie to yourselves about it. We've all been through this, guys, and we all fall back into it. It's just human nature. Just try to be honest with yourself about what you're dealing with. It's not your fault that these people tried to trick you into believing they were who you wanted them to be by playing that out. Now, Matt Orfalea put this out, and he always does a great job kind of clipping out these things and, kind of calling these politicians out, and usually on both sides. Now, this is important because this is at Politics and Prose in the bookstore, and he's sitting there talking about January 6th. This guy wrote a book about this. And Matt was there. He asked a question. But in general, I'll just play this one clip for you. But he has a whole thread about the conversation. He calls him out at the end again to get him on record saying the opposite of what we know is true. It's really good. So first, listen to the clip. Now, this is not about Trump and not about the walking back of the thing yet. That's the next part. This is just to show you that they're still pushing the BS around this. And the idea that, one of it is that arguing people died, even though we know, even that's been walked back, that it was natural cause, had nothing to do with that other than, he was there and stressed out. And you can argue, even the autopsy went on to say that wasn't the case. But on top of that, the idea that he blindly takes at face value Washington Post. And he even says it. I can't even believe it. He says it at face value. He says it's explicitly. I do not question Washington Post. Think about that. His point is we are supposed to question the ones that I'm told are not real sources, the independents, right? But Washington Post, his job is to believe them at face value. That's what honest, the adults in the room do. There's a lot of people that actually believe this. And you want the truth? Those people are the most lost in the room. They're the ones that believe they're in the know above it. They have this superior mindset because they think the real smart people listen to the Washington Post and read the CDC. But they're more lost than anybody because I think a lot of us are beginning to understand. What's funny, though, is there's people on the extreme side of that, on the opposite side, who are just as lost, who disregard everything the CDC says, who disregard everything the Washington Post says without even checking. That's just as lost, by the way. Nonetheless, though, to this side of it, here's what he had to say.
We think we have time for one more question. Coming in from the back.
How you doing? So I just want to follow up on something you said earlier. You said there's no equivalence between the BLM protests and the January 6th riots. So my question is, how can you say, aside from all the property damage and the burned homes, how can you say the violence was worse at the Capitol compared to BLM protests when many people were killed in the BLM/Antifa protests, but the protesters didn't kill anybody on January 6th? And just one short follow-up question, if I may. You mentioned in the book that the issue with misinformation on social media, which everyone would agree is an issue. Are you concerned about misinformation from, sources like the local paper of note, the Washington Post, which did give everyone the false impression that the protesters had killed somebody on January 6th. He died the following day of natural causes. The Post did make that correction many months later, but most people didn't get that update. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you for the question.
I'm not concerned about misinformation from the Washington Post. I generally trust the Washington Post and other credible sources of information.
I mean, just think about saying that out loud today. I don't know whether you're a writer. I don't care whether I guess technically you could try to make an argument for somebody who only sees themselves as, say, like a writer. But nonetheless, if you're a nonfiction writer, then you should care about facts and that way, and trusting at face value. I guess I'm the only thing I'm trying to say is that somebody who sees themselves as a writer might think their job is to not do the research, but rather just report what the people who they think are the researchers say. But that's still a lazy way out of it. You're still, basically outsourcing the research to them. And I'm only saying that to be objective. I still think arguably any even a fiction writer, like you still have to care about facts. Either way, the point is he's simply telling you that, and I should add one more thing. This is not some book about, geography or history. This is a book about a very serious false flag event, which let's call it what it is. A very serious event that was a massive propaganda event. So he's writing about that. You can't act like it's not your job to check the facts. And if you trust the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, knowing that they've been rampantly showing fake information and been caught for it, whether just Israel or plenty of other examples or January 6th, which he makes a point about, then you're part of the machine. And that's the point, I think, right? I don't think either this person decided to do this book and kind of didn't care. Like he's a mainstream one, just went along with the mainstream narrative and didn't care to buck anything. That's not a real journalist or a real writer, in my opinion. Or he got tapped to do it. In any case, that's an important thing to say. And that's not new, mind you. Ask Allison Morrow. If you're in that field, the mainstream side of it, you're told, who you're supposed to listen to and who you're supposed to ignore. Ask Tucker Carlson. He did it well.
There were people who died as a direct result of their involvement in protecting the Capitol. So that's not misinformation. And I don't mean to suggest on the BLM protests in the summer of 2020 that they weren't serious, that they weren't worthy of a strong response, that people shouldn't have been held accountable. They absolutely were. My point is that they were just sort of fundamentally different than an attack on the seat of government. They were just a fundamentally different dynamic.
I'm curious, how do you think that one is worse, violence related to. And I am curious, you say you trust everything in the Washington Post, and then you also say Officer Sicknick was killed associated to something that happened during the riot, but the Post itself followed up much later and said he died of natural causes.
No, Brian, the medical examiner found that Officer Sicknick died as a result of exposure to the chemical agents and the stress of defending the Capitol, exacerbating a pre-existing condition. That's a legal conclusion that I trust, that the Washington Post didn't make up.
No, I'm saying the Washington Post.
So just so it's clear, the reason it's low, they took the mic away from him at a bookstore. People are such cowards, and he's not even being contentious. He's asking a very good question because, as you can see on the screen, and I'll show in the next tweet, this is from the Washington Post. It says, in an interview with the Washington Post, Francisco Diaz, the medical examiner, said the autopsy found, quote, no evidence the 42-year-old officer suffered an allergic reaction to chemical irritants, no evidence of internal or external injuries. The guy just had a stroke well after the event. They're just straight up lying to this very day. How do you not see that? Now, on top of that, if you're a conservative, the whole point was to make you guys out to be domestic terrorists, racist, Nazi anti-Semites. You're literally doing that right now to another group. You are literally scapegoating another group in the same way, and it's already turning back against you in part of your group. Just anybody honest in this group has to start calling this stuff out. And I know most of you are. I guess sadly, I feel like I'm aiming it at the team sport Republicans that don't seem to ever care about the truth. But hey, maybe they want to. Maybe they'll see it. The point is that you guys know what's going on here. And it's starting to burn down around everybody. I'm seeing conservatives left and right call this stuff out. Wild to me. Now, this is Matt continuing on, just simply saying I took the microphone away, but he pushed the issue. And if you want the actual link and the image, it's all included here in the thread. But then he goes up to him afterward. person to person, like meant to sign the book, asked him again and explicitly asked him about what he was referring to. And he cited the autopsy of the Examiner from the Washington Post article. So that means he either knows he's lying or he never even read the article. Pretty wild. But that's the world we live in, guys. And I mean, the guy, he comes across as doesn't seem contentious, doesn't seem angry. He has a good presence for trying to relay the fake narratives, right? But that's what they do today. Now, on the point of January 6th, let's kind of go through quickly three videos that show you the evolution of these claims. Now, as I said jokingly before, no one here is taking at face value the statements. He could mean them. He could be lying. He could be trying to troll somebody. He could be doing it to get a better reaction of another deal, or he could just change his mind, or somebody could change his mind for him after because of another data point. Nonetheless, the point is that he says one thing and now he's saying another. That has to matter, guys. To anybody honest about this, it has to matter. And as always, the point for anybody who's trying to really cut through the BS to somebody who might be open to the reality, damn well if this was a Democrat who did this, they would be ripping them apart. And I tried to find a meme today that I lost. It's an old meme, but they repackaged it, but it just shows the hard to swallow pill bottle. And then beneath it just says, Donald Trump is a deep state puppet rolling out the NWO agenda that you wouldn't accept if it was Democrat. It's like, that's so perfect. It's exactly what we're all trying to say. That if this was Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, you guys would be pulling your hair out. And rightly so. Because it's not just bad because they're the one doing it. I mean, that's a crazy way to look at it. It's the same agenda. So here's what he said on, and this is at least posted on the September 7th of last year. Declares that he will pardon all of them.
The moment we win, we will rapidly review the cases of every political prisoner unjustly victimized by the Harris regime, and I will sign their pardons on day one. I will sign it on day one.
All right. Well, in fairness, he does say he will rapidly review, but he does say on day one, we will sign them. And doesn't seem to parse out, violent versus not, and it's a rally, whatever. I'm not trying to go out. Like I said, it's just, these are floated terms. I guess the point we should always make that I'm always aware of, that I'm trying to highlight why some people in the partisan field want to ignore or don't care about it when it's their side, is that this is what all politicians do. They stand there and they're bombastic and they go, we're going to change the world and we're going to give you all free money. And we're going to, it's like, whatever. It's getting you all charged up. And sometimes it kind of happens. Mostly we know it's more just, but we all actually know that, except when we don't want to see it in our chosen ideologue or the people that still do that. So here is the next one. Now it's a thread, but this one is a little bit later. He's posted on December 18th, and it's with a Meet the Press interview, and it's a little bit different. You'll see the difference.
It's illegal for them to delete.
Let me ask you about January 6th in a different capacity, okay? I think you're going to want to answer this question. You promised to pardon those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Are you still vowing to follow through with that promise?
We're looking at it right now, most likely, yeah.
Well,
those people have suffered long and hard, and there may be some exceptions to it. I have to look, but
already right there, which I would argue makes sense, right? I mean, trust me, and I'll bring them up at the end. I totally agree. It's not up to debate. It's objectively clear that this was something that was being an operation. I don't even know. There's few events in history that have this many obvious standouts. But the point is that there's still people that technically broke the law. There's still people there that he might argue would make. I mean, I don't know whether you agree with it or not. Objectively, you can argue that not just blanket. That would be politically dangerous for him probably because people would use it to go after him. Whether you agree with it or not, I'm not even saying I agree with that. I'm just saying logically that wouldn't be something people would go that crazy about. But that's what you're seeing because of obvious reasons. Because already you have conservatives going, that's not what you promised. You just said you advance day one, no matter what. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe some other, that's a deviation, whether logical or not.
If somebody was radical, crazy, that might be.
With that promise.
We're looking at it right now, most likely, yeah.
Well,
those people have suffered long and hard, and there may be some exceptions to it. I have to look. But, if somebody was radical, crazy, there might be some people from Antifa there. I don't know.
What a well-played moment at the end there. Okay, so the point is radical crazy. Now, if he hadn't have included the Antifa part, ooh, that would be pretty dangerous, right? Because what are you suggesting? That there's radical, crazy elements in our movement, Trump? Which some of them, yes, there are on both sides. But the point is that that would suggest that he's giving an opening to boxing out some of the more extreme elements in there, which is exactly what the media is trying to highlight, which would seem, at least I'm trying to frame what they're seeing, I'm seeing online, which is that that's kind of a betrayal. That's how they would see it, whatever you think about it. But then, of course, he goes, but, like Antifa, and they go, oh, okay, he only meant them. That's the only one he meant. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that. You can always give a pass if you want to. I have somebody close to me that used to always go, well, he must have something that makes that make sense. Oh, you always have that answer, even though there's nothing there. Well, he must have something. Well, he must, I don't know why you must think that, but in any case, it goes on from there. And this is the most recent one. Let's get to more attention today. This posted on January 7th. He goes, there you have it. Trump said he will pardon January 6 defendants that did nothing but sit in jail now while the people that did terrible things are free. Now, this is where was this again? I'm sure, I think I remember where I'm playing it, but this is the most recent.
First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6 defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Now, just for answers, again, you're not going to get an answer. I think the reason I read what he said, it's hilarious to me. Because he really didn't say this at all. This is the most non-answer I've seen from him in a long time. But people just get what they want from it. Despite him already muddying the waters, and it's already been sort of changed. I mean, it's already been openly discussed with Vance and everybody else. But this is the one we already played, where it's basically, well, people were there and stuff, and then that's supposed to be the answer.
Day of office with violent offenses.
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people.
I'm not joking. That's the answer. He goes off on the fact that there were FBI. Of course there were. We've been saying that since the first week of this, in fact, because don't forget, as Jimmy's called out as well, there are people in Congress that made this clear right in the beginning. It got kind of recycled as some new bombshell because that's how this partisan controlled media works today. But it was very clear. The point is that that's the answer. Well, we have people in there. I mean, watch.
The time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted. And people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now.
Yeah, we all know this. So the point is, you've already heard him walk back the violent part in the other one.
Right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons, yes.
Okay, so he didn't address the question. You see my point? So he'll be making pardons. So that, and all I'm trying to highlight for those that are new to this is what conservatives have been calling out. I'm watching this online. And I'm going to show you one right now. Very unhappy about this. And again, whether or not you think he should do blanket pardons, that's what was promised. And so now you're getting people that are coming out going, well, that's not what they said, and getting almost attacked by team sport politics Republicans going, well, you don't expect him to just pardon everybody. Well, that is what he said, though. So shouldn't we all be on the same page? I just find it very telling to see how this is evolving. And my larger point, as always, is the Democrats, Republican guys, these are all just terms. Your government is using you against yourselves. They are literally playing you against yourselves because this is exactly what we've been seeing. The globalist, the Zionist, the technocrat agenda that we're watching roll out in front of us merge together. And all the people that used to pretend to be fighting it well before it was even possible, it seems, in the context of what we're seeing today, are suddenly blank, are suddenly lost in this Elon Musk ecosphere. I wonder why. At least some people have the courage to call it out.
Trump and Vance coming into office, right? They ran on this platform that they were day one, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna pardon all J6ers. Now, JD Vance is on, and Trump has said it too, is on the news saying, oh, we're gonna go through it case by case because we can't release the violent ones, right?
And he did, I didn't grab it just because it was basically exactly that. Vance just saying case by case is what he said, I think on, what was it, MSNBC?
But they want you to unequivocally support Israel no matter how many women they kill, no matter how many children they kill,
right,
no matter how many fucking hospitals, schools, refugee camps they fucking just blow to shit.
Now, notice an obvious thread here, guys. It clearly seems to me I would call it the honest side of this conversation, but let's just remove that part for different opinions. It obviously seems to be a thread between the conservatives that are capable, willing to call out what we're seeing here, who also, I mean, the alignment seems to be they're also the ones that are capable of seeing Israel's genocide. I don't think that's an accident. I think it's quite obvious that what we're seeing right there, what that highlights for you, is the Zionists in this conversation are dishonest. And they've overtaken a lot of the Republican side of this, as well as the Democrat side. How about just your government, guys? And so the problem is you get a lot of these leader elements in the rulership that convince other people in the movements to follow their lead. But people like this aren't buying it. because he's not stupid. Now, I'm not very familiar with his work, but all I'm showing you is that he's able to go, yes, there's an effing genocide that we all see, and they're trying to tell you it's all good. Don't worry about that. But over here, we can't pardon violent January 6ers that barely, I mean, think about the violence they're talking about at that event. And then think about the violence we're talking about in Israel, Palestine. You can't miss his point. What I'm highlighting is that clearly the ones that are capable of seeing Israel for what they are honest or capable of seeing through the side over here. That, to me, that's the majority right there. That's the average people. That's the real base of all sides. And then what we're battling against is this kind of controlled mainstream alternative media, partisan kind of club, big club, and you ain't in it for real, that everyone seems to be highlighting right now.
But they want you to unequivocally support Israel no matter how many women they kill, no matter how many children they kill, no matter how many fucking hospitals, schools, refugee camps they fucking just blow to shit, no matter how many fucking prisoners they butt rape. Americans are supposed to support that kind of fucking violence unequivocally, but they don't want to fucking pardon J6ers who push some fucking cops around. Tell me how that one fucking works.
Sorry, guys. I completely just dropped the ball right there on the cussing. I completely forgot. I'm sorry about that. Genuinely, for those that watch the show on the regular, for maybe new as well, a lot of people watch this. I try to make this family friendly. I never cuss unless it's an accident, and that was just my mistake. So I apologize for that. I just wasn't thinking about it. But usually we try to at least warn you ahead of time when there's going to be a clip like that. But, you know, there is cussing in the world, so I apologize if your children accidentally heard that. But the important point here, clearly he's upset about this, and he has every right to be. Because I'm willing to bet you, if I'm reading it correctly, is he's feeling slightly betrayed by people he thought he was in line with, right? Because he clearly has morals enough to see a genocide when it's happening. And so people in that same group are acting like it's not only not okay, that it's not only not wrong, it's okay, it's good, it's the right thing, it's what God wants. Yeah, and that is, talk about a line too far. Come on. I mean, it's crazy. Now, I'm looking back. I think I remember, its name's Ian Smith. I remember him more from, I think it was more during the COVID-19 timeframe, but it's medical cannabis and so on. I got to check back and remember why I followed him in the first place. But I mean, clearly, see, I just saw this in passing and I'm like, yeah, this guy gets it. And he says, riddle me this, JD Vance. And then Steven Steele says, chill, bro. They haven't even taken office yet. Let's see what happens. And that's the joke I was making before. How much you want to bet if you check out Steele's account? He said he's going to pardon them all. And oh my God, they're going to. I mean, I'm not even assuming. I'm just trying to make a joke about it. I'm willing to bet you that there's a lot of people out there who are right now saying that. Hold on, let's wait and see. Now that they get the thing they don't like, we're the ones pushing that you should believe him when he said the one they wanted. Typical partisanship. But good on Ian for calling this out. Here's some other responses. Born Crazy says, so we can pardon a convicted Israeli spy who U.S. secrets to the Soviets, but cannot pardon a bunch of guys who rioted. And that's honestly not even really what happened when you understand the way this went down. But at Israel's request, Trump pardons Israeli handler of spy Jonathan Pollard. Yep. Or how about plenty of other war criminals or people that do not deserve to be pardoned? But we have to mince words about the people on January 6th that were literally taken advantage of. It is pretty wild. I got to admit. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Now, Nick Fuentes chimed in. His little group is the one that got censored, the Groypers or whatever. That's one of those major groupings that got just completely kicked off this platform. He says, Trump's team says no blanket pardon for January 6 protesters. If true, this would be the first and possibly most evil betrayal of the second Trump presidency. Well, hardly the first. I mean, if we're going to talk about betrayals that haven't yet come to pass, it's not January 20th. This is the third, I would argue. But either way, it says a spokesman says case by case basis. Again, back to the origin point. You may think that's how this should go. Logically, that might even be the smartest way to do it. If you're not trying to lean into one side or the other, maybe, like as he said, there's Antifa people there, right? You can't just blanket. Well, they were there too. Don't you want the Democrats to be held accountable? You see a point? You can clearly see how there's a logical point to be made about why that's the way it should go. But all I'm trying to point out is they said day one and that all would be pardoned because they knew that would get you emotionally riled up and arguably was aiming at the lowest common denominator. Because I wouldn't believe that. You could go, probably not. He said it, so it's nice, but I don't think that's going to happen. And here we are. This is what people who are involved in politics, everybody knows that's how they play this game, but a lot of people fell for it because a lot of newer people have been, like I wrote an article, let's see. Here, let me grab the January 6 articles and I'll see if I can grab this one. I wrote an article a while ago about this, right when Trump got elected, in fact. Now this, here, let me do these first. I always grab these two because it's kind of the evolution of my coverage on January 6th. And I'll do this real quick while we're searching for that. And it was, so this is the first one. January 6th, the false flag meant to blame Russia and you using the CIA-grown Azov battalion. Quickly, if you don't remember, the Azov movement that is running Ukraine is, excuse me, the Rise Above movement that marched through Charlottesville, that's the U.S. arm of the Azov movement that's funded by Israel and the United States through the CIA and through Mossad. It's an open secret. It's very easy to prove. I've done this so many times. This is the article. This is the show covering the CIA documents that prove they were funding the fascist elements in Ukraine since at least 1948 and Israel as well. But the point is that they were trying to use this to blame the conservative movement in this country and tie it back to Russia. I'm pretty sure that blew up in their face. So they shifted into using them, acting like they weren't Nazis all of a sudden. But the point is that got very clearly shown at the actual capital point as this developed further, that you have Sergei Beninin from the Ukraine, the Azov movement, who was there with Jake Chansley, right? Who was on video screaming, let's go in Russian, go into the capital, even though he's Ukrainian. Yeah, there's an overlap, but the point was you can clearly see this was a setup. And this guy from Antifa or whatever the group was, on video saying, we tricked them, we got them to go in, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you could argue these are different moving parts. Overall, though, guys, it's undeniably, it's so clear. With Ray Epps, with the many FBI agents, with the psychological operations officer that was there, and so many points that aren't even being brought up in conservative circles. We covered them live on the show. Very important to see that. Let's see. Here we go. This one, I wrote this a long time ago, back when I was writing more articles before I did the show. And this is called The Divide of the Uninformed and the Manipulation of a Nation. Now, my thought on this when I wrote this was sort of the idea that Donald Trump was being tapped to play this, like remember when he came out, it was all about, and the Fed, 9/11, JFK. He was tapping into that conspiracy base that largely was very dismissive of politics, rightly so, because we were like we are right now again. There was a moment where they were like, this is all BS, like, at least that big untapped market. And he leaned into it. And people were like, he's different. He's the one. He got the libertarians. He got, not all, but a lot of that movement fell into it. And I'm not saying libertarian uninformed. I'm saying the people that were not normally ever voting. Somebody that rarely ever even turned on politics on the TV suddenly started caring because of Trump. And these people then went on acting like their political world began in 2016 without even barely understanding history around our country, let alone foreign policy. And that's not unique to location or color or anything like that. The point is, it was the manipulation of this country using this, tapping into the 45% of people that never vote. Suddenly, you see a change. Now, I'm not, again, saying I think the voting even translates. I'm saying it's about a mob that you can use. And I think that's what this was about. I just remember this picture too, they're fighting at the rallies, it got really interesting. I'll include this for you. Now, remember, I wrote this a long time ago. So, oh, shoot. Hold on a second. I just realized I forgot to save my tabs. I'm so glad I saw that. How many did I close so far? Sorry about this, guys. Give me 1 second. Shoot. Let me just reopen these tabs real quick, and I'm going to save them all. Brief live moment here. Hold on. I guess we're always live, right? Let's see. I think that's good enough. That was the, here, I'll keep going. I don't want to miss it. Oh, there we go. That's right. That's right. The geoengineering. Sorry about this, guys. It's important to me, as you guys will know. It's very important to me that you always get all the tabs, all the links. Because, I don't think anybody, does anybody else do that other than Corbett and some of the other independent media in likely the circles that we run in? It's sourcing your material. It's very few, right? I guess what I should just do is have a big table with a bunch of papers that show tweets and act like that's all the source material. That'll get you. That's a smart way to do it. Here, let me get the saved bookmarks here. I'm sure you all know what I was referencing right there. Okay. So this is what I do every time. I've got so many tabs. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but I've got so many things saved. So many things. All right. 1, 13, 25. All right. Let's get back to the show. Very important to me that we do that. So back to the point, January 6th. Divide of the uninformed. I think it's very clear that whether it's the larger picture or all, it's about trying to tap into that and keep us at each other's throats so that we don't all, and I say this every time, so we do not end up recognizing what's actually happening. Now, talking about this in the internal element of the current administration about to take power, there's a lot of examples that right now stand out. And again, this is not an all-encompassing coverage, right? This is evolving. We've been doing this every show since the moment since post the election, right? In the beginning, it was pretty wild. One after another, it was like this Zionist, that Zionist, and they're all still there. Hegseth and his lawyer we'll talk about, and the overlap with Andrew Tate. It gets cartoonishly stupid at this point. And I just don't know how anybody's taking this seriously anymore. The point is that there are so many examples that this is anything but America first. At the very least, that they're not following through with their promises. Just wait till we get more into foreign policy. But so Angela McArty says, please be patient with Tulsi Gabbard, like she's some kind of kindergartner, and other Liberty allies as the Senate twists the knife into their sides over the confirmation hearings. Okay. Okay, we all see how these go. We understand they're asking, usually the partisan side, they're trying to ask questions that make them look bad so they get somebody they want. But the worst they can do is lob incendiary questions at you. So what do you be patient with them in what regard? When they say things that we don't like to hear? That's the only way that makes sense to me. So why would that make sense? So the idea being that you're insinuating she's going to say things to get them off her back that may not be true in the long run? Guys, this is so crazy. And that's how I'm reading it. But trust me, this sentiment is all over the place. That right now, don't like we just said, well, no, we don't know until it comes to pass. He may just be saying that to get a better deal. Oh, so you're okay with him lying as long as he gets what he wants out of it? Really great way to start this presidency, right? And this is how it goes. You gave him the benefit of the doubt. That's not how this should work. So here's what Whitney said about it. How about instead of putting all our hope in people and hoping they return to prior pro-freedom stances, if they ever actually held them, I would add, they have recently abandoned out of political inconvenience, people focus on building resilient local communities that are more likely to withstand as much of the incoming effery as possible because the government isn't coming to save you. Can't believe I'm tweeting this at the head of the Libertarian Party. It's unbelievable. I don't even understand this. I don't know why people are completely disillusioned about a lot of these things today. It is comic right now. Basically, we're not just a point where it's like, well, here's my logic and why I disagree. It's just like, you might as well come out and be like, here's why I argue the Great Reset should be our future. Hashtag Elon Musk free speech or whatever. Oh, yeah. It's like, how is it any different? Maybe we're seeing that. Maybe most people are seeing this. And just like with COVID-19, they're bolstering this false image of the majority that only represents 1% of the population. Wouldn't surprise me right now. Now, here is Mark Zuckerberg meeting with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, which is exactly what, we already talked about this. People that are supposed to be, people that the core Republican side of this were saying should be in prison are now lining up with Trump, and it's all good because now our team's stronger. Oh, so you don't have any integrity is what you're saying? That so by that logic, anybody that was once the worst villain, as long as they want to team up with you, then it's all good, right? Because now we are more powerful. What that shows you is the people that are cheering this are not worried about the problems they present as long as those problems they can use. So we can aim that at the Democrats. So we're good. These are not honest people, guys. They don't have integrity or principles. It's about power. And the problem is it's everywhere right now. And David Icke says, weren't they going to arrest this guy like they were Hillary Clinton? You really have to laugh. It's a big club, and that MAGAs believe only involves Democrats when the big club also involves those they worship. Wake up, for goodness sake. Your fake alternative media is playing you on behalf of their masters, Trump and Musk. Right, Alex? Now, here is Trump's lawyer, or the main head counselor, whatever official position is. My opinion around Andrew Tate. I don't even know how you could argue it's an opinion. Guys, you can listen to him say it himself. And I'm glad to see this start to boil up to the surface. I actually think that's why he's running for UK Prime Minister, which I honestly think is really embarrassing. And I swear, I'm going to tell you right now, if he somehow manages to get in that position, that will change my entire worldview. Not because I think at the end of the day that this is something that I believe the vote translates. Even in the UK, I would really need more to be able to ever think that again. Not that it shouldn't be or it's not possible, but just where we are in the world. But how they would think that the people would be okay with that. And if they are okay with that, even worse, that I'm definitely don't understand the people of the world. We'll see, because this is wild to me. Andrew Tate is objectively one of the worst people on the internet, openly bragging about some of the worst actions against women, sexual trafficking, sexual abuse. Now, I'll play a couple of these things, but Shannon Joy, for example, just had Milk Bar TV on to talk about this. He's been breaking this down very well, documenting this. I think Murder by Crayons, I think, is one of the groups as well. And I'll show you some of these. I'm not going to go through the videos and waste my time on it, guys. It is, if you can't do your due diligence enough to see him saying, laughing about, and then showing the documents on the screen of what he claims are never happened, or the fact that he's pretending the case was dismissed, even though you could prove that it was not, and it is still active. You don't care. I'm not going to waste the time to try to jam in your face something that people don't want to see. This is obvious. Now, the story is not the disgusting Andrew Tate. The story is how Trump's chief counsel is going, I'm a big fan of this guy, as he then runs for UK prime minister, and Elon and Trump both lean into him. That's terrifying to me because of how horrifying this person is. Now, that doesn't mean that they align with everything he thinks and does, but it means they don't care whether people are bad, which, by the way, that shouldn't be a secret. When they work with ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Israel and Saudi Arabia, it's pretty clear that they don't really care about what you do when you're not benefiting them. Trump counselor Alina Habba is big fan of Andrew Tate, believes Tate and Trump are fighting the same battle. Well, that's horrifying. Now, one of the things you're going to see is that a lot of conservatives are like, what the F are you doing? Like, again, the people that are not dumb, not blind, have integrity, that just actually believe that's their own issue, that what Trump and the rest of them tell them they're going to do. Maybe I'm wrong, right? But this happens and they go, are you kidding me? Like, the story I'm seeing go around is there's an article that showed the MAGA has a Tate problem. Like, I'm glad they have the courage to call it out. Here's the actual one of the quick clips here. Oh, first, actually, just in case you forgot, because we did this on the last shows, we were talking about the administration, the TAPs for the inauguration, the people for his administration. Here is his lawyer saying atrocity propaganda for Israel, like everybody else in his circle. And this is some of the most obviously fake information.
So let me tell you what I know of President Trump, because I think it's important. He is being fought hard by the deep state. They are coming at him in a way I have never seen. And meanwhile, we have real problems with children's heads getting cut off in Israel. But our country is not far from that. And if we don't start fighting that deep state and the corruption that I've seen, we are in trouble.
I mean, I'm just embarrassed for her. How much you want to bet? I bet you my life if you went to her right now and said, explain what the deep state is for me, she'd probably struggle to tell you what it was. Doesn't matter, though. It's an abstract idea. We just want you to, it's like fighting a war on terror for the way they're using it. The reality is the people that she's working for are the deep state, the globalist entities that are literally rolling out the globalist plan under a guise of fighting the globalist plan. Netanyahu and the rest of the people. I believe Trump and Elon are absolutely part of that, but I will always leave the caveat because I can't prove that I know they know they're doing it. So maybe he's being tricked. But how do we ignore stuff like that? My point is, I think most conservatives in this movement are very aware that that's a bull BS story. And yet here she is saying it. And they all keep repeating this stuff. That's a provably false story, according to literally everybody other than those still lying about it. That is not a hyperbolic statement. Israeli media, everybody. Even Biden walked it back. I mean, my God, this is crazy. And so they're telling you that he's fighting the deep state. Like, we have this problem over here. But if you said, what is it? You know, the honest answer would be the unelected power structure. But they don't want to say that out loud because guess what? That's pretty much everybody right now being tapped by Donald Trump. The unelected bureaucrats like Elon Musk himself, like Vivek, like Thiel. But here, to make this even worse, is what she said in the Benny Johnson show. And this is after, and we'll show you right here. This is Andrew Tate, literally with his own weird little kind of fake background for the UK thing. I mean, straight up embarrassing himself, if you want my honest opinion. And we'll get into him embarrassing himself afterward in another clip. But here is what Benny Johnson had to say with him and bringing on the lawyer, and where she just simply says, I'm a big fan of this sexual predator.
Andrew, we have a special guest that is joining us right now, somebody who noticed that you would be on our show
again, now before you even get into it, guys, are you really of the mind that Benny Johnson can't look for himself? Or does he just not care? That every single thing Andrew says is a lie, he's on video saying he's done, or that he has videotapes of doing, or that he has affidavit, the girls themselves that he claims are lying. Everything you think is not is the opposite. And again, literally, I have the evidence I've gone through extensively on this show. Here's Nathan Livingstone. Milk Bar TV is the name of his account. He has gone through this and as well as Murder by Crayons. And guys, look at their accounts, and I'll include some of them for you. Down here, I think I got some of the clips, or actually, maybe I didn't bring it. Let me grab one real quick. All you got to do is really go to their accounts. They've been, and again, this is not like some, they wrote this out on their blog. This is videotape, documented evidence of exactly what they've been doing. Like here, you go through this. Here he is telling you, I'll do 2 to 3 versions a year. That's his brother speaking on the record with old interviews. They are so full of hubris that they think they can just state these things. Then Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Benny Johnson will roll out the red carpet and they'll come out and say, they're misrepresenting my words and they're calling me, they're lying to you. And they either know that or are proven to you that they should not even, that they're pretending to be a journalist. Says, meet Vivian, Andrew Tate. I don't want to waste time on all this. Again, the point is, it is shockingly obvious. And my point on top of that is we've gone through this, probably like a 40-minute time last time with Milk Bar TV's evidence and others proving this. And realize the courts that are charging them it's all in the affidavits. And you can prove this based on what they have presented, but you can pull up the link for yourself and read. My point is how you think Benny Johnson, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, and the rest, do you think they're not doing that? Do you think they don't care? Do you think they've seen it and it doesn't bother them? I don't know which one of those makes you feel worse, but you can decide for yourself. Oh, well, by the way, you didn't see that. What I did is I was opening up his account here. Anyway, I'll come back to it. I'll grab him while it's playing and I'll show you.
And wanted to say hello. This is the attorney for President Trump, somebody who has been a fighter for the America First Party. Her name is Alina Habba, and she joins us live right now.
Hi.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice
Big
to meet
fan.
you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America.
God, I swear, he just looks like a child. I mean, just the way he presents himself. It's so he to me, it's such a classic point as usual. The person who has to constantly tell you he's tough is usually the weakest person in the room. Now, I don't mean necessarily strong, that he doesn't work out. I mean that he's weak, that he's so insecure. That's the way he's acting right there. It's like a child. I mean, it's my personal opinion. You can decide for yourself. But everything about this person is so strange to me. How in the world anybody with integrity, anybody with discernment is ever going to be able to, how do you not see right through this person?
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said. And I think that your anger is the same that President Trump has for our country. And the time is now for us to stop being wimps. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. And I also have to say that I sympathize with you because I think you go through a lot of the same, show me the person, I'll find the crime that President Trump has gone through. And it's ironic that Benny has you on today because, as you know, President Trump just got sentenced in what literally will be one of the most tragic stories in American history and democracy and the justice system that I used to be proud of being a part of. But I agree with everything you say. And I have your back out here in the States. And when I saw that you were going to be on, I said to Benny, I have to meet Andrew Tate.
I agree with everything you say. I mean, this is a lawyer. Like, okay, we are either in a world right now where these people are the children in the room who have been given too much power, titles and whatever else, but literally are just actually not smart enough to be able to see what we're talking about, or they're all lying to you. I mean, I'm sure there's another possibility, but how you explain to me that these million-follower, wealthy, influential journalists are incapable of recognizing what this person is and seeing the evidence that is literally everywhere if you just look for it? I'll show you next. Or this lawyer is unable of recognizing how bad that would be. I mean, it's perplexing.
There is literally only one person with the same amount of anger and fire, and that's probably me and President Trump. But it's because you love what's right. And you're being under
Wow.
siege, and I see it, and just keep fighting. I mean, I'm here for it. You know, there is no time anymore for weakness. We are being destroyed, and we need strong, powerful voices like yours. And yeah, I got your back over here.
Well, I tell you, if I ever get stateside, and I think I will sooner or later, if I ever need a lawyer, I'll be calling your phone. But you know, it's very important. It's very important. And this is something we need to understand, because when you're animated or when you're angry, people call you hateful. And that's one of the semantic tricks I was discussing earlier that the left love to use. You're not hateful if you love something. They'll call you hateful of whatever. They'll call you.
See, the only thing he has is to use you, to tap into your partisan talking points, to get you worked up. And it's lazy, clumsy, transparent. But my point is, the Johnsons of the world rise him up, and too many people that believe in Benny fall for it, or Candace, or Tucker, or whoever else. And I'm not saying they know, maybe they don't know, but it's kind of hard to think how it's there. It's even possible that they would not be able to see through this provable liar. Now, if you care about the real picture of this person, or the facts around the story, or the fact that he's literally running to be prime minister of the UK, or that Trump's chief counsel is endorsing him, or saying we agree with everything you have to say, and you want to prove it to yourself, then look. You will not be, I mean, this is just one of them. You look down his account, but I'll include this as well. Nathan shows a video here saying the video clearly proving Andrew Tate is guilty of human trafficking. And I'm not saying take that at face value. Look at it. This video we played for you on the show before. I'm not going to waste more time on Andrew Tate today. Here's a longer video. The point is, it's undeniable. He's literally stating this, like his brother was saying before. I want to take 2-3 virgins a day. We do the best thing to do with it isn't. It's gross. I hate even saying these things out loud. It's everywhere you look. Where was it? This person simply says, Tate simps like Benny Johnson will still excuse this. They will say, we just disagree. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's everything about the idea of being the masculine, you know, dominant, like, you know, anyway, it's not even worth wasting the time on it. But the sad reality is that too many people fall for this. And I'm not saying, like, my point is, there are people that lean into this guy because they like that. My point, though, is there's far more people who fall for the fake Andrew Tate that gets presented through the corporate mainstream alternative media, that claims he's not that person, that he's an honest guy trying to help young men. He's not. He literally just shouted somebody down for saying, we don't want Greenland. We want to focus on America. And he goes, you're not selfish enough. You don't want more. Take my, you know, whatever he said. Really teaching young men how to be more selfish and take what they want and hurt women. Hooray. Nathan says, Andrew Tate. Oh, well, this was the he's quoting. I was going to just play the video, make sure it's not just all one quote. Yeah, he says, Tate was interviewed after the assassination attempt on Trump last year and said, I spoke with Barron after this incident. We look forward to being with Donald Trump in person. And he goes, the seeming alliance between Andrew Tate and the MAGA movement has sparked controversy. Since senior Trump advisor, his Alina, oh, yes, so is it chief counsel? I thought she was still, anyway, senior Trump advisor, as Nathan is saying anyway, fawned over Tate, saying he's a big fan. Backlash in the MAGA movement has begun, with many being outspoken in their opposition to Tate. Those charges include rape, human trafficking, trafficking of a minor, and continuous sex with a minor, for which Tate is currently under house arrest for. One MAGA account, Misfit Patriot, made a viral video with the title, MAGA has an Andrew Tate problem, and it's a big effing problem, saying Andrew Tate is the biggest effing mistake we can make. Now realize this is the same guy, I think, who was very stupidly trying to shout down what Ian Carroll was saying, which is shocking, the most obvious thing you could prove in the conversation today. That's not to say that he wasn't doing it for some surreptitious reason. Nonetheless, that topic is important to highlight that what he said was true. So it's still worthy of pointing to, but also be skeptical about why it might be happening. Or like with USS Liberty and Candace Owens, why suddenly him pointing at something that other, even larger accounts have done entire things around and yet got no attention for. That doesn't mean it's fake or false or psyop. And it could. Ask those questions. Still acknowledge that the information was correct. I think David Icke made a point about how Cynthia McKinney has been breaking this information down for decades and on very major platforms, but it just doesn't get attention. You know, that stuff is not by accident. Something allowed that to happen, in my opinion. But he came out and was like, fake news, and it was just really stupid. But the point is that he goes, Tate on the record admitting to being with a 15-year-old when he was in his mid-20s. Videos have been circulated of Tate slapping her and beating her with a belt. And I've seen this, all very easy to find. Milk Bar TV has broken this down. His entire account is riddled with this information. And videos have been circulating of her beating, slapping her with a belt on her underwear. These have been verified to have been filmed in 2012 with a woman that was 15. And again, there's videos where he's saying this and citing this information where you can, in the dates there, you can prove that she was underage. And this is what's being used in court right now. Tate has been charged in Romania with trafficking as a minor. The point there is, remember, there was an issue where they had some kind of an, what's the word for it? There was a mistake made in the filing. So they had to pull it back. Now, I've looked for myself. It's still, they're just correcting it and it's going to be refiled. He used that to pretend like the case was dismissed. That's how desperate he must be. Now, look, if he ends up getting completely dismissed from the case, that still wouldn't surprise me, because this guy is right now, as we'll go into next, clearly tapping into some of those powerful people in the world, which is pretty terrifying, because he's an objectively disgusting person, which, by the way, is the circle that's what the rest of that circle seems to be. He goes, Tate is facing 3 criminal trials for human trafficking, rape, 2 in Romania, 1 with an additional civil trial in the UK for rape, all separate cases and victims, which is likely to go to trial this year. And here's a video that we were talking about earlier. There's one down there. Here's another one down here. Says Andrew Tate is alleged to have rented an apartment for the 15-year-old girl. I mean, guys, it's just so much information. These are all affidavits. He sources everything he's talking about. Now, here is the point about Elon Musk. And he says, Tate owned, little tattoo on his side he's making fun of. He goes, remember in 2023, when Elon Musk handpicked Andrew Tate to be one of a handful of influencers to receive ad revenue a month after he was charged with sex trafficking and rape. How much you want to bet? You know, if Laura Loomer is getting 200,000 followers, which is at least $200,000 a month, that's $1, unless you can do 50 cents. I'm not sure. Think of how much money he's pulling in. I'm willing to bet you that through Twitter, they're basically funneling the revenue they're using. I mean, who knows? But it says Musk should be applauded for highlighting the UK grooming gangs. However, his support of Tate, which again, it's not a false story. Now, I'll make a point about it in a second, though. In no way do I think he's pointing at that because he thinks he's trying to solve that problem. He's trying to deviate attention in ways that he knows it won't be solved, because he's basically doing what I, again, call the Alex Jones effect. The way he's doing it is meant to make it not get solved, but cause a lot of attention around the story, but then bolster that story with fake BS. That's how they do this today. And then it looks like they're causing a lot of attention, but what they're doing is causing a lot more people to ignore it entirely. That's how it works. And that's still their fault for ignoring it, but they know how this works. He says his support of Tate now faces 3 criminal charges is troubling. The hypocrisy is clear. And this is all we talked about at the time, including Andrew Tate. So all the way back then, you can see Elon bolstering this person. You cannot ignore how these things are all interconnected. And right now, Elon Musk is absolutely leaning into Andrew Tate. So is Donald Trump. So is his lawyer. Oh, and then I'll include this video. Oh, let me make sure I got that one too. So this is the one we just mentioned. And here's the one about, it's a 6-minute video you can watch for yourself, where it's, in his opinion, one of the best examples of evidence that he's a human trafficker. All this is being used. Now, here, I probably won't play all of it, is Andrew Tate pretending to run for UK Prime Minister. It feels, I don't know, like we're watching a skit or something. Oh, wait, actually, here's the clip for Donald Trump first, and we'll come back to that.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well, and I spoke to Barron after the incident, and I look forward to, once I am free, being with Donald Trump in person and reminding him that he's a bulletproof badass.
This is the attorney for President Trump, somebody.
And that was it. Yeah. Human trafficking. That's the part you already saw from the other one. Just want to play that. So he's basically saying he's, again, maybe that's not true. He's known to say a lot of false things, but he's claiming he's super close to Trump, which doesn't seem to be far off. So here is this video with him running for prime minister.
Ladies and gentlemen of the United Kingdom, my name is Andrew Tate. I'm the leader of the Bruv Party.
No joke. Actually called the Bruv Party. I mean, guys, the equivalent in the United States would be the Bro Party. It's just the stupidest thing I've heard in my life.
Britain restoring underlying values. And I'm here to introduce myself to you as the only hope and chance for the once great Britain to repair itself from the eternal decline we are unfortunately being subjected to.
Now realize the reason I think he's doing this is because he recognized an opening. Elon Musk is screaming about we need to change governance in the UK, right? So he goes, well, there's an opportunity. I can play their game too. I can get more political power. I can get the actual rulers of the world to want me in power, and then no one can touch me. Look at Netanyahu, right? This is how this works. He's not stupid in that regard. He sees an opportunity to avoid going to prison for sex trafficking. You know, weirdly enough, what we can see connected to a lot of elitists and a lot of government circles. He's right at place. The bottom line, though, is that this is being done because there's an opening, in my opinion. So maybe they can actually move this into something actually. This is like, I would argue that it's possible. Like, this would terrify me if this actually came to pass, and it really would change my opinion of a lot. But I see it as possible right now because of how much we see the momentum around this country, even in the UK, overlapping with all of this. And the argument being like, this may be the Trump moment for the UK, where they put, I mean, Boris was kind of the same thing, but the bottom line being somebody that seems like the change. It's not really, that is actually an objectively bad direction, but they fall for the narrative. The Bruv Party. It's just so dumb.
I'm extremely rich and very successful. And although this is not...
Again, I'm strong and I'm powerful and I'm rich and usually is a huge sign of weakness. You don't need to say those things. Weak men.
For the once Great Britain to repair itself from the eternal decline we are unfortunately being subjected to. I'm extremely rich and very successful. And although this has not brought me much happiness or any new friends, it has certainly increased the variety and capability of my enemies. They have locked me in Romania.
He's terrible at reading, apparently, and also just stumbling. I mean, you could see he's stumbling. And the next one, we're going to show you the same thing.
For over 3 years, the UK Foreign Office instructed the Romanians to do exactly this on false charges. Charges that even Romanian courts now are admitting were completely fabricated.
That's false. 100% false. Easy to prove. And we've already done it, in fact. It's spectacular how this keeps happening. But it's no different than the rest of them. He knows, he sees what they're doing. He's trying to act above his station, clearly, but he thinks I'm gonna be a prime minister. And then it won't matter. They all lie too. Nobody cares. Maybe I can do the same thing. It's a good shot.
Because they fear my influence. And they fear my influence because the United Kingdom has been hijacked by Satanists who have absolutely no concern for the people they are supposed to work for.
You see, my point is like, look, you want to get into the reality of the overlap of the occultist circles in our governments and whether it's Satanism, Luciferianism, like the reality of that conversation. But it's just so clumsy how he taps into what the lowest common denominator responds to. You know, the pedophile Satanist kind of argument. It's a broad, it's not the full picture, and it's lazy to present it that way. But there's elements of truth to everything the manipulators use today.
They work for big banking interests, and they ignore their constituents absolutely. There is currently nobody within the political class which will do the things which are necessary to repair our once great country. There is no reason.
Well, are we hearing an Make UK Great Again coming on? Maybe that's in the works there.
For a city with a legacy like London to be running with blood and for drugs to constantly be found on our streets. There is
like literally everywhere in the world, right? Blood running in the streets. You know, you get it.
No reason for a country like Great Britain that once had the most formidable navy on the planet to be endlessly invaded, incapable of defending its own borders.
Oh, so we're talking about the illegal immigration conversation now? We're talking about, like, I mean, you know what? I don't almost even want to waste more time on it. It's so, I mean, you tell me what you think. Doesn't this come across as like I'm embarrassed for this guy? That he thinks that he's actually this influential? I mean, I know there are people that love this guy and lean into him. Maybe I just have a higher opinion of the average intelligence of the world. And it's not even about being super, I mean, guys, this is low. This is like, this is the kind of person that, at least where I grew up, you made fun of. The weak, tough guy who thinks he's bigger than everybody, but secretly we all know he's actually pretty stupid or actually does, it's insecurity just overflowing, despite him being rich and being a kickboxer. I mean, he has every reason not to be, but you tell me I'm wrong. You can sense it in everything he does. And that's my opinion. But either way, ultimately it comes down to the fact that people are choosing to use this person despite having, I get the sense maybe it's meant to blow up at some point, but you guys can decide for yourselves. The thing is, he's running for prime minister, and I do think that's pretty terrifying. So here, when he clearly got a lot of pushback from people, it's kind of a running joke, depending on where you look on Twitter right now. And this person's saying he can barely read, which I've seen many of these, by the way, in similar ways. But he goes, during a stream after he announced that he was running for prime minister, Andrew pretended he was shooting from the hip with his speech. However, it was clear he was reading and he's struggling, and his brother had to help him a couple times.
For everybody who is mocking this attempt for me to become the prime minister, please understand, I'm a wealthy person with 50 years of life left. The chance of me being prime minister, considering I was the most Googled man alive, sometime before I die, is actually very high. And I will leave a legacy of flawless
governance.
Flawless governance. Beautiful. I will leave a legacy of flawless governance.
I can't even say
the crime has gotten worse. The NHS has gotten worse. The economy has gotten worse. There's nothing you can name. Public image has gotten worse. The military's gotten worse.
Now, here's a quick side note, by the way, and this is the way of politics today, almost by design. Drive us into such chaos that your answer is not solutions. It's just, that's bad, and that's bad, and that's bad. That's a very Trump thing to do. He's almost like he's like a cartoon version, or like a knockoff version of a Trump, right? That's what he's pretending to be. He's like a very poorly made version of Trump doll in China. You know, the bottom line is that he is clearly trying to present this as, I know what I'm talking about. How much you want to bet if you actually ask him, okay, what's your solution for the economy? Go. I mean, I almost really want to see that happen, because it'll be really enjoyable to watch him completely reveal himself to be as stupid as he is, that he does not know what he's talking about when it comes to any of the things he's professing to know how to solve. And it's the same thing with a lot of these politicians.
Education. The education system's gotten worse. The military's gotten worse.
Education.
The education system's gotten worse. The judiciary's gotten worse.
God.
There's not a single institution inside of the UK that is not worse than it was 10 years ago. Donald Trump is the man for the United States. He's the only man who publicly took endless heat, lawfare, and assassination attempts as America goes through a political resurgence, as they go through a brand new version of government led by competent nationalists.
God. I mean, not only can he not read his own writing, or maybe somebody wrote it for him, he can't even read the words. But let's let him be a president. Might be at this point. I'm just gonna make a joke, but it's not even worth making that joke right now. It's too real. You know, this is not something that should be dismissed. And I hate the fact that we have to say that. Now, Murder by Crayons in a Spaces, basically Tate was on there, came in and presented the way he sees the evidence. Now you can watch it for yourself. It's about 4 minutes long. But what's humorous about it, as he comes in, and immediately once he comes in, Andrew goes, "Oh, the pedo." Because that's how easy it is. Oh, you're a pedophile. So everybody disregard what he says about me, because that's what was about to happen. He knows that. And so Murder by Crayons basically laughs it off and goes, well, you did this and you did that. And that's what this affidavit show. That's what the court filing show. And Andrew just goes, ha, ha, ha. Whoa, you're so stupid. That's what he does. It's really embarrassing. And then basically leaves right as the guy's like, okay, fine. Well, let's go back and forth. Andrew, present your evidence. Oh, you're gone. Okay, sorry. Right. So all he does is act like it's so dumb. How he's laughing about how he would even get what you can easily prove this stuff. The desperation is wild. I know. And I think here's more evidence that here's proving he's lying about not being charged. Now, this is a thread that you can look through with the affidavit information. Now, most of this is not new information. They're just reposting this based on these conversations. It has been documented over and over and over. Here is Milk Bar TV making a point. We're going to segue into the next discussion here, where he goes, Andrew Tate used the same methods as the UK grooming gangs to groom teenage girls. Uh-oh, that's an uncomfortable overlap, isn't it? So suddenly we have obvious examples where we have people trying to distract you over somewhere else, which I argue don't really care about what they're trying to show you, but only selectively pointed out, right? We don't care about the culture of gang rape going on in the Israeli prisons and the Israeli IDF that they openly support, or the fact that somebody you are currently supporting is doing the same thing. That seems like a pretty disgusting contradiction, right? What we continue to have is the expanding, so this conversation is important and that we've talked about for a very long time. It's not just the United States, which does seem to be one of the most prevalent problems, the locations rather, but the idea of like human trafficking, sex trafficking, child trafficking. These are not things to be dismissed, but it's such an uncomfortable conversation for most people because it feels like, I think it's been tainted with that's conspiracy theory for a lot of normal people, despite how many examples like Epstein right? Or trafficking rings being knocked down. I mean, it's objectively a real thing. And in fact, the largest network seems to run through the United States, which should not be hard for you to wrap your mind around that the government's involved with that. But the bigger point, though, is that do they really want to solve these things? Elon Musk pointing over to the UK, many of the people here are going, why aren't you pointing at what's going on here? As we were being told, how are you looking at Israel when this is happening? Well, right when that happens, you don't see them going, why are you talking about the UK? Because you're just following, daddy's lead, right? That's how it works when the team sport side. But what's interesting, though, as we keep saying, is it's not a false story. And I hope you've heard me say that every single time. The reality is that we've already talked about this conversation a long time ago. But I want to bring it back to this point, one, to show you how they don't seem to call it out in earnest, neither in the UK or anywhere else for that matter, as they're working with people that do the same thing. But here's an example of the overlap. Low Key highlights this, a person named Ivor Kaplan, the former chair of the Israeli lobby for the, what's the JLM was the, let me look it up real quick. Where is it? Thinking that's, I'm going to get the right, Jewish labor movement. So he's Israel lobby group, the chair of the Jewish lobby labor movement, which is closely linked to the Israeli embassy. And he has been caught by pedophile hunters attempting to meet a child. And to the point to where he literally gets arrested, right? So this is not some dismissible story. So this guy literally shows up secretly thinking he's going to meet a young child and gets caught by these guys. So right there, I hope this trickles out to these people so they are so terrified that they hide in the shadows for the rest of their life, if not go to prison. The idea being that they just don't ever hurt children again is the point, because this is becoming more prevalent. I love it. I love the fact that that has to weigh on their minds, these absolute disgusting human beings out there, which let's not forget how prevalent this isn't allowed to be in Israel. And that's not some knock against Jewish people. That's a knock against the society that's been allowed to cultivate in Israel because of Zionism. But realize that it overlaps in a lot of horrifying places in the world, and realize that that is something that is not identified, or discussed rather. It's wild how prevalent it is. Nonetheless, the point is this person gets caught. Here he is on corporate media talking about support for their government. Now, the point that relates to the UK discussion is this is a guy from the United Kingdom in one of these very points from the Labour Party. And so as he's highlighting all of this, there's an obvious point showing you there's a clear problem. But if you're only going to highlight this insofar that you distract us from what's going on here and don't actually see anything happen or actually present any evidence, right? You see, what they're highlighting is the stories, which are important. Look at this guy who got arrested for this and got this much time, and look at this guy who raped this girl and got way more or way less time. That's a fair point to make. Okay, so what's the proof that they did this in a coordinated effort to make, the government did this for some X, Y, and Z agenda? It's the same point I'm making with the fires and everything else. Of course, we should never dismiss that, and I'll be the first to report it when we can prove it. And even report, as we usually do, the evidence that suggests that that still might be the case, but we should stop when we come to the point where we can't prove it. That's where the mainstream alternative media lurches in and goes, great reset, we can bro, whatever they want to say. Usually based on things I think are somewhat true, but not that we can prove it. In this case, when he keeps hyping about all the Labour Party members and, weirdly certain sides of the government, even though we can prove it's pretty much the UK government. Ask people in the UK that have been covering this their entire lives. Again, he highlights one part. It's a team sport politics thing. The point, though, is that when you're just pointing at the outcomes and then going, these are the guys that allowed that, well, they're not going to get arrested for that. If we want this to change, then we should maybe actually prove that someone's doing something and follow through with it. You get what I'm saying? And the problem is even just highlighting that, which should be an objective fact, gets people framing it as I'm dismissing what he's saying. It's lazy partisan garbage. And here, again, is one of the very people actually getting caught by somebody doing actual work to get these people arrested. Now, as far as I could tell, I'm not seeing this get framed really. I'm surprised. I bet you would. This works for the narrative. But interesting enough, though, this is a real story and highlights somebody connected to Israel, which is part of the story that you're not going to get. Selectively boxing this stuff out. But here is saying, now we know why Labor voted against an inquiry. They are guilty. You see, making it about one side of the party or of the government. That's just so shockingly disingenuous. You ask anybody who's been following this, it is not unique to one side or the other unless you're a partisan manipulator. And this person says, so former senior Labor MP is caught grooming kids. That's the one we're talking about. The same week they voted against an inquiry. Now, that's not obviously that's a fair point to make. Did he do that in order to avoid that? That's a very possible thing, which seems likely. But the point, he goes, now we know why. Do you, though? I know it's a small jump, but realize they keep jumping over things that we can prove, making bombastic statements that then get the whole thing dismissed by people who might actually want to do something about it. And yes, maybe they're mainstream. Maybe they dismiss things when they shouldn't, but maybe if they actually got presented a real story that they wouldn't dismiss it. This guy's living out the Alex Jones effect on overdrive. It's infuriating. I straight up think he's doing this in order to not have things happen. Bottom line, though, David Icke says, why don't you stop using rape victims and child abuse and the rape victims and the child abused for your own political agenda? And in doing so, obscure the true scale of the pedophile and satanic networks that cross all parties into Hollywood, Silicon Valley, Israel, and the corporate world. Isn't P. Diddy a Twitter shareholder? Funny how the conservatives never point that out, guys. He goes on to say, isn't the mass murder of tens of thousands of children in Gaza by your mate Netanyahu an abuse of children in extremes? You are a self-obsessed fraud doing your master's work. Anyone falling for it deserves you. Now, leaving out the last sentence, how do you not see those things? The idea, as David Icke being one of them, has been calling this out in this country, just whether or not you agree with this full picture. The idea that this is a not one-sided story, it neither is in this country. People like Dennis Hassert and plenty of other examples at the highest levels of power have been caught for these things. The overlap of Epstein is not partisan, but yet they are really trying to shove this in, and it's working for some people. That's the point. P. Diddy or these other overlapping points, why isn't that the huge story as he's shoving you over to look somewhere else, but in a way that will guarantee that it doesn't actually solve the problem? Because this is a larger agenda. Now, coming back to the bigger point about globalism and all of this, right? The point in what we're highlighting there is that they're trying to distract you as they roll that machine out. And to some degree, it's working, but I think a lot of conservatives are starting to push back. But when you see this from the bigger foreign policy picture and the idea of how obviously you can see Zionists, like, Zionist Mossad agents like Gad Said or Saad, however you say his last name, constantly stoking this fire while ignoring all the facts around Israel, it's very clear what's happening. And this is what people like Elon Musk are falling for, or either, however you want to read it, are taking cues from. Now, first of all, G-A-D, however you say his name, shares a screenshot that clearly you could have typed that on your computer because that makes sense today. This is Twitter files for you today. And all it says is the 2024 numbers are in. Blacks killed 458 whites. Whites killed 84 blacks. The United States is 13.7% black and 58.4% white. Blacks are 23 times more likely to kill a white person than whites are to kill a black person. That's what he wrote. Now, maybe that's true. Okay. My point is not even whether we should look it up and find out. We should if you want to go further on the point, but I guarantee you this is a political manipulation. You know how many ways you could break this down? How many ways the categories about who is black and who is white, or who shot what and what the context was, or whether it was a police officer who was white and a black, or a black police officer and a white guy. I mean, guys, it's meant to be racially manipulative. And this is what Zionism is. This is what they're doing. They're trying to stoke this racial divide for the larger agenda. And the point is that for all we know, this is not even true. I mean, it's just this lazy effort to point this out. But let's just take it at face value and pretend that it is true. So you're arguing that blacks killed whites more than whites killed blacks. Yet there is more white people than there is blacks. What's your argument? That black people are trying to hunt down white people, right? Is that what you're really trying to argue? Now think about how crazy that is with the conversation we're having today. Despite how the evidence you could actually look up is quite different. But the point being that what he's trying to do is make it out to be the others, the people that are a little darker skinned are always coming for you. How else do you take this? And Patrick Henningsen says, you're a professional race hustler. He says, you are the Semitic version of Al Sharpton. Same game. Elon Musk quotes Rupert Lowe, MP, and says, anti-white racism should not be tolerated in civil service. Well, how about none should be tolerated in civil service? Right? The game is about trying to make it one versus the other. And if you can't see how often that happens, look, I agree. People that right now, there's obviously allowable levels of racism. People in the world are seemingly allowed on Twitter to say whatever they want about Palestinians or pretty much anybody in the Middle East. But you can't say what you want about Israel because that's just how it works today. Or in this case, clearly, as we can see, you're allowed to insult or go after white people, but you can't in other contexts. That's the same conversation. Regardless of the context or history or whatever else, objectively, that's the same thing. But why only point out one? Because you're trying to paint the picture that that's more of the idea. If you really think that's more the case, then you are straight up blind to the world. You are falling through a political lens. Yes, that's clear. And yes, that's being stoked by certain political entities. But racism exists. It's everywhere. And most of it comes through people like you guys. But it says, I've contacted every government department, ministry to question how many jobs have been filled through the exclusion of white people. They use positive action to essentially discriminate against white people. Now, the point, though, is that you go back the other way, and they're erring on the sideway in the same way. How about we just get back to an actual meritocracy, which is what people like this pretend they want, but then never actually do that. They use positive action to essentially discriminate against white people. Call it what it is, racism. That's true. If you're simply ignoring or making it easier, if it's not an equal setting, then it is. But why, if you're going to call it out there, then we should call it out everywhere, which is the same point. These people are just as hypocritical about this in other contexts. These same people probably wouldn't give an SHIT about people being killed in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria. He simply says, racism of any kind is unacceptable. Yes, yell it as loud as you can so we actually kind of maybe believe you, despite how obviously you don't believe that. I said, okay, now do Israel and Zionism. It's such a transparently dishonest thing to do. And the people we were pointing out earlier who know that, they don't buy this. They know he's lying. And that's why this thing is falling apart. They are banking on the dishonest people. I'm of the mind that there are less of the dishonest people than there are honest. That's my belief. Here is a famous academic, Israeli Jewish academic from Britain, or technically from both Israeli and British, and he is speaking on the reality of the racism in Israel. Now, you've seen this before. Avi Shlaim, actually, and we've talked about this more than once, that he's telling you Zionism is racism. And it's important to understand what he's saying.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Very important. And there's no end to that, guys. Now, remember the days when Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, never should we have ever blindly trusted any of these groups, any of the governments, any of the political. That's always how we should have been doing this. Question, but verify. Question, but consider everything, right? Remember the days when at least they pretended like the Human Rights Watch Amnesty discussion mattered, until October 7th forward, that's pretty much how we ran with it, right? We don't know the UN and the international groups. That's where you look. And then suddenly it was like, they're all racist. And they don't think that's going to derail everything. It's just crazy how much they lost control after this. But yeah, racism of any kind, except for this one, except for that one, except for that. It's obvious what he's doing. He wants you to think that. He doesn't actually believe it. Tiberius says, Musk, this is where he's framing the conversation. Musk says, why is rape legal in Britain? Also, Musk supports gang rape in colony Israel. Right? It's shockingly obvious contradictions, right? So if you care about one, why not the other? The only way you can read that is either he doesn't know about that, which I find impossible, or he doesn't care when it happens to Palestinians. Or doesn't care about either, but wants you to look over in the UK anyway, because he wants you to miss what he's doing here. Musk, all racism is bad. Also Musk, supports racist genocide. Musk, Soros paying politicians is anti-democratic. Also Musk, spends over $200 million to back Trump, right? Or the many other people backing Trump right now in the same way. It says, Musk, I defend free speech. Also Musk, the algorithm will restrict negative comments and criticism of Israel. Constantly. Or others. By the way, I just saw something around, I forgot to respond to before it went live. Dr. David Kaplan or Copeland, I forget. We from the COVID-19 timeframe. Cartland. Hold on, let me look real quick. Basically, I reached out to him because I saw his post about him being censored. Yeah, Cartland. Dr. David Cartland. Yeah, Dr. David Cartland. I'll get back afterward. The point is he responded with a different time, so I have to respond back, but we're going to set up an interview because recently he's been talking about how he's being attacked, persecuted for his work around COVID-19. He's got this group of doctors just going after him, trying to get him censored and trying to get him blacklisted. The point is, guys, that you can still very clearly see that there are elements on this platform still censoring around that conversation. I've shown you this from the moment this started. It's not as constant as before. I just think there's a much different thing happening right now. But the fact that we pretend this is even remotely a free speech platform is so infuriating. That doesn't mean that they're censoring everybody. I'm talking. Yes, I know that. But it is not a free speech platform. It's not some, it's all or nothing. Free speech is all or nothing. That's how it works. Musk, hate speech will be demonetized. Also Musk, except for Zionists cheering on genocide, or another one, right? Where hate speech is woke mindset. Otherwise, we're censoring hate speech when ADL else tells us to. Same thing. But it goes, has there ever been a bigger, more blatant charlatan? Exactly. I'm glad to see there are some people out there with honesty in this conversation. But here he is going, and this is Ahmed Taha saying, Islamist terrorists, we ban them, you welcome them. Today, my country, the UAE, placed 19 individuals and entities on its local terrorist list for the direct ties to their terrorist organization, Muslim Brotherhood. Elon Musk just goes, why is Starmer harboring known terrorists? Really, man? Like, you're actually going to make that statement while you guys are working with the most obvious genocidal terrorist group in the world? Like, literally bombing and genociding multiple locations right now. And you're going to talk about them harboring known terrorists? And on top of that, recognize the Muslim Brotherhood. The overlaps are shocking. The overlaps go through Israel, go through Saudi Arabia. They go through, it's absurd to pretend like you don't know the terrorists they're working with are groups that are in some way funded or at least tied back to the groups you're working with. But, this is my point about 2016 forward. People woke up to this political game and act like that's where the political world started. There is an entire world of history back there that shows you these people are either that stupid or that dishonest. Patrick Henningsen, in regard to this Tesla owner Silicon Valley account, seems to be some Musk Trump propaganda campaign now. It's just funny. It's like they took this Tesla account, or it's got 1 million followers, so you could tell. All of a sudden, it's like, it says the most notorious Tesla club in the world. So I'm guessing it's a Tesla club group that tapped into Trump Elon world and just got blown up for it. And it worked. That's how it works. All right. You follow the right coattails, I guess. And that's how that works. But it says, at its heart, wokeness is divisive, exclusionary, and hateful. It basically gives the people a shield to be mean and cruel, he says. And Patrick says, so Elon says that it basically gives them a shield to be mean and cruel, armored with false virtue. And then he goes, fascinating, because that sounds exactly like Zionism in Israel. Now, it's not that is forced in point. It's just the most relevant point right now. He's supporting the most obvious contradiction to what he thinks he's trying to present. He goes, rather ironic, that's an extreme from a form of wokeness, which Elon fully supports. Extreme wokeness, whose ultimate malignancy is carrying out a genocide. But it's the same point, guys. The woke right conversation, which right now I'm not going to get into today, is like kind of being hijacked by another part of it. It's fascinating to me. The point is the woke right's very real. And it's not like the right that the other right doesn't like. It's just about the idea that people anywhere on the right who are doing the same things, calling for censorship on their side, or like the libs of TikTok getting people fired from Home Depot, or there's many different examples we've shown you. It's when you see it. It's the same thing you saw on the left, but coming from their agendas. And it's just constant right now. And it's largely being shown around this whole conversation, the Elon overlap, the censorship dynamic, Israel, but it really has come out in full color. But on top of that, Elon's just directly supporting Zionism, which is exactly, I mean, do you not realize how Zionism itself or Israel itself has been for years courting the entire left conversation? Now, all of a sudden, it's like, they're good. It's just, no matter what they present to you, people that don't want to look further will take them at what they at face value. I don't think that's the majority. Now, here's an interesting overlap. Talking about censorship, talking about what he's discussing. So right now, my opinion is clear. I think Elon Musk knows what he's doing. I think he's tapped in through the Zionist, technocrat, kind of this larger agenda that supersedes even the U.S. government conversation. I think it's very clear. I think we're watching the globalist agenda and the rollout. The North American Union, I mean, guys, it's just so transparent right now. Now, that's all my opinion. I would never say, like the Alex Jones style, that we know the globalist plot and it's proven because tweets and sheets of paper. My point is, obviously, we can't prove that. That's what I think is the reality, but let me lay out the facts that we have. That's how that's supposed to work. Here, Elon Musk, it says, we have no choice but to eliminate the people who would oppose the state of Israel. This guy responds, eliminate us, BITCH, with a huge swastika. Okay, that was January 9th. Now, look, look, that's just an image. Even with mean words, it's just words and an image. If it offends you, then look somewhere else. Now, I think the very point of doing that and trying to make it, that makes you a disgusting person because of the context of how you're trying to do that. But still free speech. And if you're unwilling to support that, then you don't believe in free speech. And that's not wrong. Maybe you just, but it is if you pretend you are. If you don't think it's okay, then just lean into it and be like, I think limited speech is the future. That's fine. I will even have a conversation about it. But just be honest about not believing in free speech because that's what that entails. What's interesting to me in this conversation is that right now I think it's clear that Elon has tapped in with the Zionist agenda. And yet on this platform, they are censoring like mad things that are calling out Israel. The ADL has been clear, and I'll have a point about that later on the TikTok thing. And yet he allows this, despite censoring Kanye West for something that was even less contentious right in the beginning of all this. So explain that for me. Now watch what you'll see what I mean. This is just a couple of the examples. Many of them are under Elon himself. It says, how many Sharia law courts are there in the UK? See, forcing you, look over there. This guy simply says, wake up, it's the Jews, and posts a massive swastika. January 9th. I mean, people are tagging this stuff. I mean, even Community Notes is tagged on that. You think they don't see this? But my point is, if you look down the comments on some of these, there is people tagging it left and right. I'll show you one that's been tagging Elon every day and going, why are you allowing this? My point is that this is still there. I would argue it shouldn't be censored, but if we're going to make that a not censored point, even if it's disgusting, then you shouldn't be censoring criticism of Israel either. But what's weird to me, and I'm sure people that don't know deeper of the conversation, you're already sensing why that's weird, right? Well, gee, if he's censoring anti-Israel content, why wouldn't he be censoring that too? Because isn't it the same thing? You would think, wouldn't you? The point here, I'm very clearly convinced of the fact that this is an agenda. That you have people like this that are being allowed to exist on Twitter so that they can make that narrative. This is the God Sayad, however you say his name, point. Stoking these things. I think the obvious point is if you're going to censor things over here because they're saying, Israel murdered kids in Gaza, why wouldn't you censor that? Neither should be censored, but it clearly shows you they want this stuff to exist. That's how I would read it, but I could be wrong. There's one of them. There's another one. Here it is, another one on the 30th of December saying Tesla Starlink streaming while in flight. And he says the same thing. Whites will rise, or says something different, post the same thing. And it just seems clumsy. It seems consistent and it seems constant. And I don't think that seems like a normal thing to me. I think it's about getting this in front of everybody underneath Elon's posts. Or he could just be a POS. Here's just a post of his own saying, let's clear something up. F Israel and F Palestine. F you both, kill each other. We don't care. So take that for what you will. Because, the point is that clearly he doesn't support Palestine. And I think the agenda is we're supposed to pretend we hate Israel, but maybe he does. Maybe he hates both. But here is the media side of this. I just want to show you kind of briefly how many times this has been done. So here's a new one. This one's under the thing saying won't happen in regard to them saying that we must destroy them all, Nazis and whatever else. But look at this. Look at how many times in the podcast. That's just a few there, but watch this. Look at that. These are all different posts. And this is not that long ago. This is January 11th. Look at how many posts there are. over and over. It's almost like that. Look, they guess F Palestine. And it's not even that old. Honest opinion, I think it's a bot. I think this is about trying to convince people, like, expose these Jewish lies, it says. Then where he's from, it says United States of Jewmerica. I mean, guys, this is exactly what you would think a Zionist would pretend we're doing. That's my opinion, but I'm not saying I can prove that. Well, we have proven that happens. Just be clear about that. Whether this is one of those examples, that's for you to decide. Very interesting, though, isn't it? And interesting why they're still there. And you would look through these. There's people tagging these constantly. Twitter, what's going on? Community notes, how is this allowed? That is clearly contradictory to what they're doing everywhere else and what they claim, right? Now, even more so when you recognize that back on December 2nd, 2022, Elon Musk suspends Ye or Kanye West's Twitter account after what they called a swastika post. But it wasn't even a swastika. Do you remember what we talked about all this? Now, I couldn't find the show I did on this. I couldn't remember what the title was. The point was, and the guy talks about it right here. It's not a swastika. And you can look this up. It's not even some kind of a trick or some kind of thing. It's some random group called the Raelians. And apparently the group, you can look it up for yourself. It encapsulates, and actually it's the opposite of a swastika, right? If you look at the other side of it, we just talked about this the other day, actually. One goes one way, one goes the other. It doesn't even matter. And then basically, if it's a cross versus an X, right? So when it's a cross, which way was it? Hold on, let me make sure. Let's get the image of the other one. Right, so if it's at an angle like that, so it's an X as opposed to a cross, that's the Nazi symbol, and if it's going clockwise. Because this is an old, ancient symbol that goes back to Buddhist times that really just, I think, means power or something. Was never a racist symbol until it was picked up by the Nazis. But you can see this one is the other way, and it's straight, right? Then it's surrounded by the Star of David, which, by the way, was also not a Jewish symbol before Israel used it for that purpose. The point, though, is they removed this, what they said looked like a Star of David, but what it ultimately is some kind of alien thing. But they write about it. They argue that what this is some kind of like they're waiting for the aliens to return, and this is meant to be a symbol of like the Buddhist symbol crossed with the Star of David, and it really was not racist at the origin point. At least that's what they've always argued from the beginning when they made this. So he posts this and posts "love everyone" #love speech, and he censored that account. I still think that was planned. I don't even know how that even makes sense when there was other swastikas, actual swastikas, right on the page, all over Twitter. And he did this one. How do you not see that for what it is? There's something going on here as he's allowing these other ones right now. Doesn't that seem silly? Here's a guy who I think has a pretty 80,000 followers saying, seriously? And he's calling out Elon, support, Twitter, going, guys, look. And he even reported it. And it's saying we appreciate it. We see no violations. Now, be clear again. I'm not calling for censorship. I don't think it should be censored as much as you may find it disgusting, as much as it is offensive. Or, maybe. I'm not offended by much, but I understand the way he's using it is supposed to be offensive, right? And that if he's called, like he says in this picture, F these Jew rat or whatever he says right there. That's a disgusting person that deserves to be called disgusting. But he has the right to say it. And they don't care. And he goes, yeah, clearly. And there's another person calling it out saying, hey, what is this? And it's simply a bot response going, thanks for reaching out. We'll get back to you within a few days. Nothing happened. So how do you not read that as Twitter is allowing that on the platform when they would censor far less examples of things they claim? But that right there is a violation of their terms of service. How do you not read that for what it is? Now, on the segment here, I just want to include these different parts of this conversation. August 12th, 2024, we had the show called The Rise of Partisan Psychological Warfare. Not to say that's a new thing, but it was this very specific part of it. And like the term actually partisan psychological warfare has a specific meaning. It doesn't just mean left and right, psyoping each other. It gets into like this development of specific like fake groups. It's really terrifying, but this is what we're seeing, and it's happening all over. Then we talked about on December 28th, 2024, Make America Healthy Again, in parentheses, with GMOs, pharmaceuticals, AI, nanotech, which is the way they're really doing it, but it's not really healthy at all, and the partisan implosion. So we started to see this really weird breakdown, right, of the H1B conversation, a lot of these different kind of shifts, Elon Musk censoring people, and then we just covered this as of the 11th, the great partisan rebranding. And it's weird, man. We're seeing a lot of this weirdness where, Zuckerberg and it's it's 100 red flags in a row that they're all just pretending means they're winning. It's kind of scary. That was just January 11th. Now, we also talk about the LA wildfires, which we're going to briefly touch on in a second. But lastly, on the partisan side of things, the USCP chief on inauguration security. The biggest threat remains the lone actor. I don't even know how you think that makes sense. Like, so statistically speaking, if all you're saying is every time we've had one of these incidents that it's been an individual, that means that lone actors, I don't think we've ever proven these individuals are all acting of their own individual accord. In fact, usually I think it's the opposite, but that's my personal opinion. The point, guys, it seems like the stage is being set, right? The biggest threat remains the lone actor. Like, well, I thought the biggest threat, well, he would say this, but, you know, the conversation is the Democrat plot to stop them from having, where's that? I keep hearing that from certain people, but I don't see it developing. Wouldn't surprise me. Wait and see. How much you want to bet if it goes off without a hitch that you won't hear another word about it. But they were screaming about this provable evidence and all these different interviews about the plot to overthrow Trump. We'll see. As you know, I think they're all fighting you in the same way. Now, on the point of the fire. Now, we went over this in the last show, but I want to give you some other update points on this that I think are interesting. Now, as of today, I'm still of the mind to make this very clear. It's the same as the other conversation. Now, I really don't care if this frustrates people that just want me to make a conclusion, even though it's not provable. I don't think you can prove the full picture of what people are saying in regard to this manufactured, very Alex Jones-esque great reset. They did it by design. And if you haven't seen the show, you'd be very, very mistaken if you think that means I don't think that's possible. But what's very important as this, it shouldn't be something I have to force in. You'd think that other people representing journalism or research or anything would err on the side of we need proof to report something, but you'd be wrong. It's crazy today. So the point is, if we're watching all this happen, and I went over very clearly yesterday, and a couple more points today. The obvious overlap with the Great Reset, the LA smart city conversation, as we've seen in Lahaina in the same way, the many different ways you can see Gavin Newsom enriching himself, and I'll play that, so I'll point it to it again. The way he basically, everything speaks to malfeasance, enrichment, and criminal activity. Nobody should dismiss that. And on top of that, we should make it very clear that's not unique to Democrats, and it's not unique to California. It's pretty much the government, guys, and I think it's pretty clear. But from that point forward, I don't see the proof that this was an engineered effort to do this for the Great Reset. I don't think that proof exists. If you see it, send it to me and I will happily talk about it, but I'll still highlight why that might be the case. I just want you to think about the people out there that are screaming that as an absolute fact, because it works for partisan narratives and it also distracts from the literal Great Reset rolling out underneath the people those people are supporting. I think that's what it's really about. The people right now trying to force you to look at one thing are clearly ignoring that Elon was just on a censorship tantrum, that he was clearly showing that he doesn't believe the things he actually does, that he's reflexively dismissing all these different topics, that everything. And the North American Union conversation and the annexing a different territory, one after another, or Elon Musk rolling out the Great Reset in his own way. But let's not talk about any of that. Let's focus on the thing they want you to look at and give you half the story. Screaming globalism, but never pointing at one of the main aspects of globalism. Like, there's a clear, constant element of that. My point in saying that I think is important, or the reason I'm saying it's important, is because we are being overrun by a lot of this kind of forceful, partisan, fake Twitter media stuff. And it's constant, guys. Just show discernment. But hey, Twitter's not a bad place to look for information. You just have to constantly consider that any given time, half of it could be false. If we know that the internet right now is, most studies will tell you somewhere between 50% bots. That's not a joke. It's pretty roundly accepted at this point. Some of them are benign, but they do certain functions, but a lot of them are exactly what you think. And on that note, actually, I'll bring up the thread that Censored Man did, just because it's important to see this stuff. And go through this. I won't do it right now. If you haven't seen this, this is important. It shows you that CHEQ, the CEO, sat down with Elon Musk and basically convinced him to take this company. This is an Israeli intelligence entity, and it is being used to fight bots. And guess what we've seen since? An overwhelming show of Israeli bots. It didn't go away. And of course, Censored Man highlighted that he could see, based on their liking, that it was so rapid, like with Elon Musk going, yes, true, what, exclamation mark, within like half a second, which shows you that it's not really him. Same thing here. You could see that they were liking consistently. They would like the same ones in the same time frame, and Censored Man was proving which one were the bots. And then Just like that, they said, well, no, we're not going to really demonstrate the likes anymore. Oops. Total coincidence, though, right? And they're still using authentics and all the rest of these really intelligence elements. Shouldn't be surprising why that's happening, as they're taking your biometrics for the Israeli intelligence apparatus. It seems like a pretty obvious point. Did I save that? There it goes. But Bread and Circus points out the Santa Ynez Reservoir is located less than 1 mile from where the fire started. This is another example of just, malfeasance. It has a capacity of 117 million gallons of water, but it has been empty for over a year. That reservoir was due to reopen in 2 weeks. It was a repair that cost 0.00032% of California's total yearly tax revenue. So right there is a point where you get people going, come on, doesn't that prove to you? No, it doesn't, guys. It does not prove it. It's another very important data point showing that it could mean this was all by design. Never would I dismiss that possibility, but if you're willing to jump from evidence to proof without it happening, then you don't care about it proving it. And that then means that you're never going to have accountability, which is how this game works. They know that. They're willing to look incompetent to get away with being criminal all the time. And the bottom line is if you can't prove criminality, they're not going to go to prison. I mean, half the time or 90% of the time they prove criminality, they don't go to prison. So when you get these fake partisan grifters out there forcing in a story that you can't prove because you're skipping over the proving part, guess what? It's designed to never change anything, but it'll sure as hell make you upset. And that causes you to lose logic, causes you to lash out, causes partisan division, all circles back around. The bottom line is malfeasance is everywhere. And could this mean they did this so this would happen? Absolutely. Could this mean they did this and then they made it happen? Absolutely. Can we prove that? At this moment, I don't think so. Now, here is one of the points I think you shouldn't miss. This was a clip that, notice you don't see the person's name. That only happens on certain people. You'll see it right here, I think. Yep, look at that. Oh, was there. Black Truther is the one that made this video. I'll try and get it to you really quickly. Here, let me do this before it disappears. I'm telling you guys, that's so ridiculous. There you go. Just notice that. Notice that it disappears. So that means that Twitter doesn't want you to see that they shared it. How does that not show you that? It's not a glitch. It's very specific. But thank you, the Black Truther, for sharing this. Broke out this little part about the EPA. Now, this is just simply going through it. And I simply said the U.S. government, through just the Trump and Biden administrations, the first Trump administration, obviously, have given California over $5 billion for water infrastructure. That's both sanitation and also clean water, but water infrastructure. And I said, sure seems like we deserve some answers on where that all went and why the federal government continued to give them more at Trump and Biden. Now, that doesn't have to be some damning point. You'd argue that Trump would feel he should give money to a state that might need help with their clean water, but it doesn't line up with the narratives we're told. That they see the Democrats and how they're stealing and doing, everything they're saying right now. So if you want to make this partisan, you have to acknowledge that Trump also gave them billions of dollars in money for water infrastructure, and every year continue to do so. Not every time billions, but over the whole period, every time continue to give them more, despite what? Not seeing anything change. Wouldn't Trump go, time out? I'm a businessman. We're giving you $300 million. What did you do with the last 267? What happened? But they didn't do that. Neither Biden nor Trump, because they're all on the same side and it's all part of the same agenda. That's my opinion. But watch through this real quick. Starts on 2010, which is, before Trump. The rest of them are Trump and Biden. $300 million, California, 2010. 182 million. That is, where is that? Oh, it's January 2016 during Trump, or right before Trump's administration. Or no, that was right before. 2017 is when he came in. And then 182 million. This one's 14 million. There's 95 million for 2017. And these are all for water, for the podcast. Wastewater, for water infrastructure. 173.5 million for California drinking water. That's 2018. 196 million, 2020. Still in Trump's administration. 108 million, October 2020. So at this point, you'd be like, wouldn't he be going, how do we possibly? Now, this is the EPA, but this is under Trump's administration. They still have influence over all of this. 196 million, May 2024 or 2020. Oh, I danced back and forth with the clip. That's 108. Let's go to 2021. Oh, it's December 2020. That's more, 85 million. November, that's back one, but it's 2020 still, 500 million. That's wild. That's still Trump. At the end of his administration, gave them $500 million more dollars. They're well past billions at this point. 85 million, 2020. December, even more. Okay, now we go to 2021, 600 million. So you just had 4 years of over billions of dollars for just one thing, or rather water infrastructure, which is more than one thing, but one category. And they come in and Biden gives you $600 million for water infrastructure. And let's be clear, guys, this is not unique to just California, but it seems to be a especially problematic spot. 609 million, 2022. My God. 67 million, 2022. 166 million more, 2023. 391 million more, 2023. This one's 690 million to improve water quality infrastructure. That one, April 2023. Over $500 million for drinking water, 2024. 269 million later in 2024. 276 million later in 2024. And then in general, I just highlighted that $5.8 billion was put out by the Biden administration for drinking water, despite the fact that you can still to this very day prove that over half this country's drinking water is riddled with lead and chemicals. Where is this money going? And do not for 1 second pretend that it's some unique Democrat problem, guys. It is not. I'm tired of having to play that game because all it does is guarantee the problem continues. I'm really trying to stress that point, guys, because it really does. If we really actually want change, we got to stop playing this partisan game. Now, Sky News highlights something that Gavin Newsom said. Now, this shouldn't be surprising. Now, there's two ways I look at this. It's well, I guess more than two, but the main ones is it could very well be that he is kind of signaling to you that this is a plan, which I don't think is something that should be dismissed. Whether you want to talk about like revelation of the method or, some kind of an effort where they think they need to show you to get your acceptance, whatever it may be. These things are not, whether you believe it or not, the point is whether they think they believe in what that means. Deeper conversation. The point, though, he says, we already have a team reimagining an LA 2.0. It's on MSNBC or NBC's Meet the Press. So, think about this. As we're watching, and again, with this as well, this is the actual document from December 2020. Smart LA 2028. But this is an important one, especially with what just happened. Which is like with Lahaina, for example, right? You should not dismiss whether this might be the very reason, or maybe even why, and this is where I think it's more logical with what we currently see, that maybe things were pulled at the moment, like with Lahaina, which is, by the way, just as big a story and just as criminal. That maybe somebody somewhere decided to kind of pull something back in hopes that it got a little bit more so they could have this be more likely. Businessmen or people in the government or lobbyists or people in, who knows? If you think that's not how the world works, you are lying to yourself. All that's possible from one range to the other. That it was completely manufactured all the way to the point to where none of it was manufactured and it just worked out that way. You know that. This is important because it goes back to 2020, though. And you will find very similar plans like this in a lot of places in this country. Many are Republican. Of course, at that time, they're rhinos. And maybe you're right. The point is, though, that it's easy to make out to be one or the other. It's a nonpartisan agenda. It truly is. It's very clear. If you can't see Elon Musk and all the rest of them sprinting in this direction in Trump's administration, then you're blinding yourself. But it is still important to think about that. Reimagining. But see, the important thing about this, he knows the terms he's using. These people have handlers. And I don't mean that in the weird, and it could mean that in the weird sense, but I mean like just, political teams that tell them what to say, what to wear. Reimagining is clearly tied to the, Great Reset for the most part. So him saying that, I don't think is by accident. So they might know that you'll react to it. But nonetheless, the point is that it could just be that they're now doing that. Even if it's just as nefarious as you might think it is, it may have just been there was a fire and now we're going to make that happen. Consider all of that. But nonetheless, now taking advantage of it, which should also be a story. Biden, of course. This one I just found interesting. Yeah, you can play this if you want. I think these are things they're saying. This one says basically Biden, the gist of it is Biden in a very weird way with, of course, weird cryptic music in the background, talking about how the fires looked weird, like an attack. Like some areas were hit and some weren't. Now, again, same point. It just seems like a little too on the nose that he would say that and that, it'd be such an easy thing for you to go, no, oh my God, he just said the thing that we're not supposed to say. And it's like, maybe it doesn't prove anything. It's just Biden rambling, and maybe he said the thing he wasn't supposed to say. Yes, but even if that is what happened, it still does not prove that that was all manufactured, that him pointing out that it was some kind of a selective point. But yes, we should consider these obvious points. But what I want to highlight is that I've had in the past, like especially around Paradise Time, I talked to a lot of firemen around that. And the conversation is, yes, they were very obvious anomalies, and we covered them. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that were covered that were not abnormal. You have to realize a lot of these people, like the sorters of the world, that are highlighting these look at there's trees and look at there's only houses. Yes, that is interesting, and maybe it's a sign of something. But there's also clear ways that can happen, and happens every fire, where you have sparks that drift away and land on rooftops and burn in areas that aren't that overwhelmingly burned, and so you get houses burned down, but the trees are not, that are alive and full of sap and water and whatever else. Some trees are more dry, they'll burn more rapidly. Some have to have more intense fire to truly catch on fire. Again, maybe that's just, point is, it could obviously be something. It could also clearly be explained by the anomalous actions of fire with wind and different moisture in the air, depending on where you are, higher elevation. I mean, these are basic things to understand and easy things to ignore when you just want to make it a bombastic story. I know I'm sure plenty of people get frustrated by this because it's more fun to always pretend that we know it's a big psyop. Maybe it is, though. And by doing that, you're hurting the possible truth outcome. But Biden's mumbled something about being directed, targeted, or may look that way. And now we know for sure. And I'll just reiterate what Carrie Wedler said. Simply, you can read it, watch the clip. This is Jason Bassler doing a clip about this. But the tweet you're seeing right in that, she's simply making the point. I love the way she starts. She goes, I know a lot of people know exactly what caused the fires, but I'm wondering how many people are spouting off about it with such certainty are aware, for example, of past fires that were caused by this and that and whatever. And she goes on to make it clear, she says, I'm not trying to say that I'm ignoring these possibilities. I very much think these could be the case. But are you also considering these other things? Because her point is just the same. You can't prove any of these things you're trying to put out there. So at this point, when we know we can't prove it, why are we only highlighting this one? What about this? And now this does seem to be the way it's developing, which we should be skeptical about because it may be a way to hide some larger thing. But unless there is proof of the larger thing, we can't keep saying that's the case. Like even the evidence used to highlight the idea that it was a Great Reset executed plan is not evidence of that. It's evidence of malfeasance. And then saying that malfeasance then means they did it on purpose, which there's not even evidence to say that. It's just showing you that they're enriching themselves. But I would never dismiss that possibility. Now, this is, I was going to say the point what she's saying is, the idea clearly that, well, I'll hold back on that. I think I was jumping ahead a little bit. But the point is that clearly we should be skeptical of all things, partisan narratives, corporate media, everything. Now, this point becomes very telling in that exact framing. That right now, like North Carolina, which I'll point to in a second, with the hurricane, right? It became a very clear focus on lithium, which is a very fair point to make right now with everything going on in the world. But I very interestingly found out that there was a much more important story there that even conservatives were calling out. They got completely blacked out by the main conservative Republican team sport politics side, which was courts. And I covered this. I'll show you in a second. But it blew me away. Like you have something, I'll show you. Well, just really quickly, I'll come back to it. Tiny backwater town in North Carolina, which, by the way, was literally in the epicenter of the hurricane, but no one wants to talk about it, not the main circles. It says, will help fuel the world's AI revolution with enough quartz to powder an entire $350 billion semiconductor global industry. Literally the one location in the world. That's actually what it's crazy to me. For this special quartz sand or powder or whatever they call it, I think it's sand, that's necessary for the way the AI revolution is going. Now, lithium also plays a very large part in that. Arguably, this is far more important because there's only one location in the world for this. And this doesn't become, while it's in the actual center of the entire thing, doesn't become I wonder why. Gee, just a shot in the dark. Maybe it's because the people they support are avidly interested in that direction, and that became a little uncomfortable. But if we just make it about lithium, that generally ties back to the larger Great Reset point, which we pretend isn't Elon Musk, even though he literally said, we'll coup whoever we want when confronted about lithium and Venezuela. You know, partisans like to ignore. Partisans are going to partisan, right? But we'll come back to that. The point here is that now suddenly in this conversation about the fire, it turns out, what do you know? Edison International is connected to BlackRock and Vanguard, which is important, right? Because I think these companies are very, very problematic. But what's interesting is you're getting that called out by some people and ignoring the connection to Elon Musk, or ignoring it entirely because it changes the conversation. It's really fascinating how this is all kind of spinning out. But Jonathan says, holy SHIT, you'll never guess who are the top 2 largest stakeholders of the electric company that may have been responsible for the Eaton fire. Now, again, quickly, that's even what New York Post is saying yesterday. Hearst fire may have been caused by damaged power lines, says Edison International. Now, that's an easy way to, I mean, I wouldn't say easy. That's especially with the way PG&E is played out. They know they could be on the hook for that, like literally financially and legally. So I wouldn't say that's much of a, cop out. But if it's about a larger plan, they would always be happy to throw someone like this on the bus to hide the larger agenda. But nonetheless, interesting is developing that way. We'll come back to that. Fiorella says, breaking, 2 of the largest stakeholders of Edison International, the electric company accused of being responsible for the fire, are Vanguard and BlackRock. Happy Monday, folks. And Abolish Empire says, it's almost like the people who want everyone to own nothing and be happy, or the Elon version, you'll say nothing and be happy. Kind of that's what they were joking about on Twitter. And destroying any chance of financial security the peasants have left. Man, there I go being anti-Semitic again. The point, though, is you really want to make this, I mean, it is the great reset. That's what he means. Own nothing and be happy. That's the COVID-19 era, Great Reset, World Economic Forum overlap, right? Well, let's pretend the World Economic Forum, Linda Yaccarino, is not literally running Twitter. Let's pretend like the ADL and all the rest are not literally working through the same thing. Let's pretend like Elon Musk is not rolling out every element of the same project using artificial intelligence and talking about solar cars. It's just so embarrassing how obvious it all is. But he at least, well, it's not even about him, because the point is that right now, Elon's not even brought into the conversation, right? So Edison International has a connection to BlackRock. That's important. So the conversation then becomes like, is there a bigger story here, right? And as usual, you're already getting the larger partisan accounts that are just connecting dots without making any proof or even evidence half the time, saying because they're there, therefore we know it's part of this. And it's more entertaining, sure. A lot of people love that. But right now, that's what's happening to a lot of this. Already overlapping it with C, it's a Democrat plot. Alex Jones and all the rest, that's being lapped up. But weirdly enough, ignoring a huge overlap to this story. And again, the point is even New York Post, which is a very clear right-leaning pro-Israel platform that seems to have already lied many times around both those topics. But it says a down power line owned by the company, Edison International, may have caused the Hearst fire, company officials said in a press release on Sunday. Doesn't seem to give any real pushback on it. Now, here is what I find interesting in all of this. So if you forgot, Musk's XAI, which I'm convinced is the extension of DARPA's program. It's obvious to me, but you can decide for yourself. Here's the article on that. The quiet transition from DARPA's XAI to Elon's XAI, like everything else, it seems. But BlackRock, among others, like Sequoia Capital, and what was the other one? Some other problematic entities. BlackRock gave $6 billion in funding to Elon Musk's XAI. Which, of course, it's like, well, you got to get funding somewhere. It got, interesting how the only 2 that don't really matter when it's BlackRock is Elon Musk getting billions in funding, and the fact that Rumble has 2 of the 3 top stakeholders are Vanguard and BlackRock. That's Rumble Inc. Now, you could argue it means nothing, but if you're going to make it mean something in one context, it should mean something everywhere, right? So BlackRock has an influence over these entities. Like if you're going to claim they have influence over any entity they're invested in, that's the point. But it's selectively ignored when it comes to certain things. So either it's all taken out of context or it all matters. And if it all matters, then Elon Musk should be considered compromised. But it's up to you to decide. Now, Ian Miles Chong, of course, he seems to be like the chief, coattail chaser around Elon Musk. He says, oh, great, the conspiracy tards are going after Elon Musk for supposed connections to BlackRock now. That's supposed, man. And all we're saying is he's been funded by BlackRock. Are you saying it's false? He goes, y'all know it's an investment company, right? It's just so embarrassing, these people. Like, you're talking to the group that has been diving through BlackRock. It's not just an investment company, you absolute moron. It's called a shadow bank by even the corporate field. It's just so funny how desperate these people will try to gaslight for Elon Musk. But he's probably making tons of money. Again, I mean, look, he's got 1 million followers, guys. If Laura Loomer had 200,000 followers, which they admitted about her in the space, think about how much money these people are making. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. That is not something that you have to, that will change people's stances on political topics. Dishonest people, but it will. And then, here's the thing. Marissa Hansen says, while everybody else was arguing about H-1B visas, BlackRock made a massive investment to XAI, $6 billion. And she says, I'm sure the timing of these arguments, astroturfing the internet, had nothing to do with keeping this announcement on the down low. So wait a minute. She says they invested in him. And while that was happening, this was the conversation. I'm sure there's no connection. Okay, Ian Miles Chong, exactly what did she get wrong there? Exactly what did she get as a conspiracy tard? Or even what did she say that suggested that she didn't suggest anything. She said they're funding him. Are you suggesting that's false? Supposed connections? Like, this guy is a child. And absolutely, all of these people are so desperate. And so, I mean, you must know that he knows we're not that stupid, or some of us will call him out. Just look in the chat. They know and they don't care, guys. I'll tell you what, when you're making however much money they're making, it probably is easy not to care for people with no morals, right? But Elon says BlackRock owns less than 0.5 of XAI. Uh-oh. Elon Musk just admitted BlackRock owns part of his company. Yeah, they're money investors. Yeah, like fire. But how many of those other investors are secretly invested by BlackRock? How many of those other companies are secret shell companies for other groups we're talking about, maybe foreign companies? But Marissa says, why would XAI do business with them in the first place? That's the question, guys. Not the sidestep where Elon's blind supporters are going to go, well, it's just 0.5. Would you care if it was 0.001, if it was Kamala Harris? Would you care if any amount was owned in a Biden company? You don't even need to answer that, guys. You all know the answer. They would go out of their way to make it a bigger, because it matters when it's a Democrat to them. My point is it matters everywhere. She says, certainly there are better investment opportunities and alternatives than BlackRock, which is basically like Evil Corp, but he doesn't care, you see. He wants you to think it matters when it works for his political agenda. He is part of this team, guys. It's obvious. BlackRock is literally investing in Elon Musk's company. He literally is running DARPA's entity. He literally works for Biden's administration as a military contractor. He's literally tapped into the military-industrial complex for everything he's working on. He's rolling out an artificial intelligence. He's actually working with the National Reconnaissance Office to build out a spy satellite network that they're telling you can't hide from. Does anything sound like rebels fighting the deep state? Or does it start to sound like the technocracy? They like barely pretending not to be. Just sad. Now, here's an interesting point. This is 2023. Jordan Peterson says ESG. And we talked about that a lot, right? Environments, social governance. The point is, it's like the DEI or the woke mindset discussion, right? And he says pushers like BlackRock. Okay, so we're to pretend that you guys are aware that BlackRock is pushing the woke mindset, but you still allow them to invest and own part of your company. Anybody want to be honest enough to point out how dumb that is? And Elon says, major problem. His typical nonsense. Jordan Peterson says, your pension is probably held by BlackRock. Find out and divest, or live seriously to regret it. BlackRock is not evil central. It's close. As BlackRock is now a majority stakeholder in Twitter. Sure aged well. Now, that did change. At least let me show you what this looks like. That was recent, by the way. So I think they're misunderstanding the way it went. But nonetheless, the point is to show you that they all notice these things. But it doesn't matter when it works for Elon. Now, what's interesting about this, BlackRock Twitter stake. Now, it says BlackRock's ownership in Twitter as of the end of 2021 is that they own 52.1% of Twitter. Now, historical investment, it says in 2013, BlackRock bought shares in Twitter, valuing the company at $9 billion after early employees sold their shares. Then it says, as of 2022, institutional investors, including BlackRock, held about 70% of Twitter's total outstanding shares, with BlackRock specifically holding 6.7% of the company's stock. Now, 2022 is when Elon took over. Now it says Twitter's acquisition. On April 25th, 2022, Twitter announced it had entered into a definitive agreement to be acquired by Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla. This acquisition was finalized in 2024. So at the beginning of 2022, BlackRock institutional investors own 70%, while BlackRock on record had 6.7. So right before it changed hands, BlackRock changed off, people that they controlled took over 70% of that control while they maintained 6.7%. Then Elon buys a company and we don't know what happened. That's why David Icke is saying, well, what about Pete Diddy is a backer? He is. Jack Dorsey apparently still a backer. All these people are still apparently involved, but that doesn't matter. You're all screaming about what's going on in pedophile gang rape. What about what his story gets ignored? Or we ignore BlackRock. Like, it's just so lazy. There's so many honest people out there that would call this out, but they're afraid to be shouted down by the team. Now, the point I'm making is that they clearly made it look like they did not control that much right before Elon took over. But again, maybe that changed. We don't know. What I'm trying to highlight is that we don't know. And right before it happened, they made it look like they didn't own 70% of what they had. I think that's a pretty interesting point. And overall, we don't really know who's behind Elon Musk. And I think BlackRock, if he's letting them fund other companies, it's a pretty good guess that he would allow it elsewhere. Because why is it any different? I think that's very important. But it won't be addressed. Now, I'll include the discussion we had back in 2020. I called it the COVID coup, the BlackRock takeover of American interest. Now, this was Trump, by the way, that did this. Allowed BlackRock to basically take over the U.S. Treasury. And this is not a secret. We just don't talk about it. It's terrifying that these people are pretending to fight the deep state while they are working with the deep state, while they're rolling out globalism and pretending to fight it. Josh Walkos, Champagne Joshy on Twitter wrote this in 2023, The Long Shadow of BlackRock. It's a good article. Now, in regard to BlackRock, as we're talking about how obvious this all is, both on potential Twitter connection, but the very obvious on the record one around, as Elon just said, that BlackRock owns part of his XAI company. Alex Jones in 2024 says, this takes thought police to a whole new level. The UK is the laboratory for BlackRock. Sponsored mind control. Interesting. So right now you got Elon and Alex Jones screaming about what's going on in the UK. He's telling you that UK is the laboratory for BlackRock manipulation. And then he lets that same company invest in the XAI company that is manipulating you on this platform that he's already been clear about. So now you've got Israeli Zionist intelligence and BlackRock using what they're working on, Twitter and XAI. Like, think about how wild that is. So, I mean, if you took a fraction of this and put it in front of any Democrat, they would be screaming, and rightly so. You've got Unit 8200 Israeli intelligence connected Authentics and their CHEQ Israeli bot company bombing you through Twitter. You've got them working through their XAI, which is using Twitter to train their algorithm, which is being funded by BlackRock in part, or however much more we don't see. And now they're pointing at the UK and going, that's the bad guy. But you're telling us right before this that was BlackRock's testing bed. You don't think they put these together? Or are they suddenly now just choosing not to point it out because it's too important not to? It says, what is tested there is coming to your nation next, as usual, right? Even though we can prove these connections to Israel and Zionism and all the rest of the things we talked about, that they won't point out. It's all about creating the narrative that it's the boogeyman they choose to highlight in the moment. Right now, it's going to be Hamas or Hezbollah, as Trump just literally pretended Hezbollah was at January 6th. It's just so crazy. Now, get another one. This is 2024. 2 million views. It says 2 hits a year. BlackRock will now loan them the money and rebuild and will own them. That's called the Great Reset. Great. So you're highlighting that BlackRock is part of the Great Reset, right? And he is working with them on Twitter or XAI through Twitter. Does that not worry anybody? But why isn't he calling it out? If BlackRock is the Great Reset, then why aren't you calling out that connection? Oh, I know why. Because you're pandering for Elon Musk. I'll show you next. But this is about Acapulco. It was what is it called? Anarchapulco, the event. So BlackRock, bad. Only when it works when we want to, right? Well, Tessie, DC is pointing out BlackRock is a very predatory corporation that it needs a serious investigation and a leash to protect all of the victims from Hurricane Helene, Milton, and victims of Maui fires in Palestine. Okay, so she's believing BlackRock is responsible for the fires, for the hurricanes. Question everything. Come to your own conclusions about it. I want to highlight how this conservative is of the mind that these companies, or rather BlackRock, is responsible for these things. So if they're responsible for massive false flag events or massive real events that kill people, why would Elon Musk take their money? But she is pointing that out right here. But tags them, which I find interesting, and she says, please protect these people from this. So it's almost like she's like, I mean, look, that shows Elon right there. But it's almost like her post is like, help us save Elon from these bad guys. Like, that's hero worship for you. Now, AM Wake Up, Steve Poikinen says, Alex Jones is doing gay male ASMR and calling it a talk show. I thought that was funny. But here's what he has to say. I won't read you what Camus writes out, but this guy's, after what we just showed you, and I'll play this clip about Elon Musk again after this, that Reese, that was formerly from InfoWars, put out. Listen to what Alex Jones is right now saying about Elon Musk. Despite what we just showed you, despite all the contradictions, despite everything, while ignoring the North American Union, ignoring BlackRock, ignoring all the things that he was 30 seconds ago telling you is the biggest problem.
Life rafts and lifeboats when the Titanic's sinking. The globalists, we're going to take everything you got. You suck. You need to die. Eat bugs. Babies are bad. Families are bad. Give up. Humanity sucks. Elon Musk got to fix things down here on Earth. They're trying to go to Mars. You know, all that crap. And the Wall Street Journal looking forward to the end of humans, and just all of it. So, everything I've wanted, everything I've pushed, everything I've ever said I knew we could do, because it just historically made perfect sense, is what Elon's doing.
Wow. Guys, that was a wholehearted, complete blanket endorsement. Literally, he just said every single thing he's ever wanted, Elon is doing. Now realize, he's pointing to a Wall Street Journal article about looking forward to the end of humanity, which is not a new article. And they're talking about exactly what Elon Musk is doing. Read the article. They're talking about the future of artificial intelligence, the future of where this is going, the transhumanist direction. That's what they're doing. I mean, it's not even a secret, guys. Are we actually pretending like he doesn't know that? That they're not working on robots and Great Reset, transhumanism and artificial intelligence and biological, biotech overlaps, mRNA injections and everything we've talked about. You don't think he knows that? Like, guys, and this is why he is having like this massive, whatever you want to call it. People are starting to freak out about they've invested their lives in this guy. And they're now finally recognizing that this is the moment of truth. And he's just supporting it. Now, look, I've always been of the mind this person is, I don't know, not in your interest. Maybe he doesn't realize, maybe he's being played. People seem to think he's been switched out with some different body. It just gets so crazy. I'm not joking. Look at the comments. The point is they just can't come to terms with the fact that he's just not who he pretended to be. That's what I think it is. I just don't know how you could pretend, for example, that you can't see their support, like that Elon Musk supporting Israel or RFK supporting Israel. That you can't ignore what that shows you. That's a choice. Now, we don't know why. Maybe they're threatened. Maybe their families are being threatened. Maybe they're blackmailed. Maybe they're just secret Zionists. They don't mean anything else they're saying. The point is we don't know the why, but we can see that doesn't make sense. So why he would ignore this, why he would point to these things as the thing we're fighting, while we can prove that's on record what Elon Musk is talking about, the merging of brain machine, the merging of humans. Do you not think that's exactly what looking forward to the end of humanity is? So just think about that, guys. Question everything. Question what I'm saying. Don't blindly follow anybody. It's, we're at a time that the time of the ideologue is past. We need to move beyond this absurdly childish game where we look to somebody. They want you to look to your betters. It's like some archaic holdover from when we used to actually have, whatever, some kind of, I guess we technically still have a monarchy in the world today. But, the time when there was the royal families and you're supposed to look at your betters. That's what this feels like, some kind of holdover from this idea that we're supposed to constantly be looking to the technocrats and the people above us, like they know what's better. Don't think for yourself, or they're lackeys that do their work for them.
Because humanity sucks. Elon Musk got to fix things down here on Earth. They're trying to go to Mars. All that crap. and the Wall Street Journal looking forward to the end of humans, and just all of it. So, everything I've wanted, everything I've pushed, everything I've ever said I knew we could do, because it just historically made perfect sense.
Wow.
Is what Elon's doing. And so I am fabulously pleased to absolutely salivate over what he's doing.
Wow.
Because I tried to get Trump to understand the death cult and the New World Order, and he's a really good guy and wants prosperity and gets a lot of it, and now is a lot more hardcore, and now has Elon Musk advising him daily. And so once Trump gets in, he will probably, when it comes to damaging the globalists, do more than Musk has. That's great. This is not a competition. I hope those two with all...
He's just so funny. He feels boxed out. He feels like he's not part of the club right now. Well, they're got their thing. It's not a competition. I could be there too. It's they're doing their thing. Very, very funny to me. It's very insecure. But nonetheless, the point, guys, everything he's doing.
Absolutely salivate over what he's doing.
Gross.
Because I tried to get Trump to understand the death cult and the New World Order.
Right. So let's start step one, right? How about the North American Union that you used to call out? Funny how you've not even mentioned that, despite everybody throwing it in front of you, and you know that, right? Or the idea of any number of the overlaps around, like the death cult, he keeps calling it, right? They're so lazily making that about just Democrats and certain groups, while ignoring those groups when they overlap with your team. It's just so clumsy. And I know everybody honest can see it. This is him choosing to, look, if you want the obvious, it's the way I titled the show today. These are people who are, whether inadvertently or not, pretending to fight the globalists while literally rolling out the globalist plan. That's what we're watching. And maybe you think they're being played. That's for you to decide. But I think that's quite impossible based on what we can see in front of us.
And he's a really good guy and wants prosperity and gets a lot of it, and now is a lot more hardcore, and now has Elon Musk advising him daily. And so once Trump gets in, he will probably, when it comes to damaging the globalists, do more than Musk has. That's great. This is not a competition. I hope those two with all of you just wreck the New World Order, and I'm going to say, hey, crew, you can run it now. Owen and the crew, bye-bye. I'm gone.
Yeah, right.
I would love to never...
Right, he's always for, he has to do this because he's fine. Like, I don't believe that for a second. I believe it's important to him to maintain his center of attention.
Never be on air again. Seriously. I don't hate doing it, but it's so fully controlling me that I want the release of seeing my mission so successful that you will never hear from me again. That is my goal.
So what's the mission? What's the mission that's successful? When Elon Musk rolls out his robots and his AI systems and his biometric scans, artificial intelligence, like that's what's about to happen. That's what you think is your vision? That's not what you're claiming. Like, how in the world are you aiming at what you think you're presenting? And we can look and go, like, Elon's over here literally showing you, literally demonstrating where this is going to go next. Working with Teal and Karp and all the rest of these maniacs and Israel, who's committing genocide, and using AI to train these things while they kill children. That's coming back to you soon. So they love to talk about it's coming home to roost. They're sure as hell not talking about the most provable example of that. But apparently that's all his vision for this wonderful future that he checks out of.
My goal is to hike in the mountains every day. My goal is to go out fishing in the sea every day. My goal is to have campfires with my family and to read history books and play board games. But I know we'll never get to that. The point is that that's where I'd like to go. And Alex Jones becoming obsolete because everybody else gets it is the goal. I've been telling you this for 20 plus years. And look, we're here.
Right. Yeah, of course. It's not that everyone's recognizing you're a complete fraud. It's that I've done my job. Everyone gets it now. So I'm just going to move aside. It's a very easy way to exit stage left while being called out for as an absolute fraudster working for the globalists that you claim you were fighting the entire time. But you guys can decide for yourself. Here is the person he's talking about. Just in case you forgot, coming from somebody who was moments ago working with InfoWars until he came to understand what I think a lot of people that have fled from that have realized, that they are not honest.
Culture has touted Elon Musk as some sort of eccentric heavyweight genius with humble beginnings. But this is demonstrably false. Elon Musk was born in South Africa, where he claims he grew up extremely poor, but his family owned an emerald mine. As a teenager, Elon would trade emeralds for cash in New York City, and his father bragged how they had so much money we couldn't even close our safe. Musk claims to have had about $100,000 of student loan debt, but he received a full scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania, where he bought a 10-bedroom frat house with his friend Adeo Ressi and ran an illegal nightclub. The pop culture claim is that Elon has an IQ of 155, but this has never been tested, and after being accepted into Stanford for PhD studies, he dropped out after 2 days. After dropping out, Elon began his first business venture with his brother Kimball, Zip2, which was essentially a digital version of the Yellow Pages. The brothers received tens of thousands of dollars from their parents, and yet Elon denies this. An associate of Elon's father, Greg Curry, got involved to bring in investors, but Elon's code was no good, so they had to hire on professional coders to rewrite everything. Zip2 was then sold for $307 million to Compaq, who later shut it down without ever earning a profit. Elon made $22 million, bought a $1 million McLaren F1 supercar, which made mainstream news, before he totaled the uninsured vehicle. Musk then went on to create an online bank, X.com. He partnered with banking expert Harris Fricker, Edward Ho, and Christopher Payne. All three ended up leaving the company after accusing Elon of lying to the media about the quality of their product. Elon claims he founded PayPal. Before the company was named PayPal, it was known as Confinity. It was founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. After losing millions of dollars, Elon's X.com was bought by Confinity in a merger in 2000. All Musk contributed at Confinity was his own power struggle. He made himself CEO and pushed to change the name to X.com. The executive team successfully petitioned to fire Musk while he was away on vacation. Part of Musk's resignation agreement stipulated that all references to founders of the company will be removed from their website, allowing Elon to claim credit, which so far is all he has ever achieved. Peter Thiel then rebranded the company as PayPal, went public, and sold to eBay for $1.5 billion. Elon made $180 million from the deal, which he then invested into Tesla, SpaceX, and failed company SolarCity. Elon falsely claims to be the founder of Tesla. Tesla was founded in 2003 by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, who developed the Tesla Roadster. When Tesla Motors began looking for venture capital, they approached Elon Musk, who had the fake credibility as PayPal's co-founder. Musk joined with the condition that he be named chairman of the board. In emails, Musk was upset that the media was not giving him credit for Tesla Motors and went after Martin Eberhard, replacing him as CEO. He then forced Eberhard out of the company and rewrote the company's history to have himself listed as an original co-founder. Martin Eberhard, the man behind the Tesla Roadster, was promised the first Roadster off the assembly line, but Musk screwed him over on that as well and sent that car into space.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
So who is Elon Musk? Elon describes his father as being an evil, abusive man. His father, Errol Musk, has been accused of being a pedophile and fathered a child with his stepdaughter, who is 42 years younger than him. This spoiled, narcissistic failure, son of accused pedophile, wants to put computer chips in everyone's brain so that we can merge with artificial intelligence. His girlfriend is now bragging how this could all lead to a communist utopia. And strangely enough, former Nazi and head of NASA, Wernher von Braun, predicted a man named Elon would conquer Mars in a 1952 novel that he wrote. Which is odd, because NASA has partnered with Elon's SpaceX to work towards colonizing Mars. Elon Musk, like everything else in today's modern society, is a fraud, a fake genius, just like fake philanthropist Bill Gates, and his fake vaccines. Brought to you by the fake news. Here's a pro tip for dealing with the mainstream media and all of pop culture. Assume it's a lie and research everything. For Infowars.com, this is Greg Reese.
Well done. I just really don't know how you can ignore all that. So, ending, and this is shared by Red Pill USA. I looked it up real quick on Twitter, but that is Greg Reese that shared that. So make sure you check out his work. I'll also include this. I put this out to be the kind of, I hesitate to even call it a joke, obviously, because both stories are horrifying. But, the way you play this, whatever you call it, where I come out, so everyone's talking about what's going on with the fires, and rightly so. It's a horrifying story, but just trying to show some discernment to what, it's interesting to me that these stories take so much focus when there's objectively larger stories in the world. That's not meant to diminish what's going on there. I mean, I already got a negative response from that. I said the other show. It's not. It's a horrifying reality, and I feel for those people, especially with the government and everything that's happening after it, like almost always. But nonetheless, you can look at these larger events in the world and just go, yeah, it's crazy that these things get overtaken, usually with a bunch of fake stuff on top of it too. So I simply put this out saying, my God, look at the devastation caused by these fires in LA. Almost looks like a bomb went off, or maybe more than one. I said, oh, wait, that's just actually the live broadcast genocide in Gaza that most in power are ignoring. So you're allowed to ignore it. Carry on. I mean, the image looks a lot like some of the things you might see over there, and it's people reacted to it, which I'm happy to see. But this is an important follow-up. I don't know the name. It's just in Arabic writing. But this guy's account shows a meme. The top one says Jabalia camp, and it shows it completely flattened. That's in Gaza. 20+ billion of U.S. tax dollars sent to do this. 20 billion plus. And actually so much more than that. Then he goes Pacific Palisades. $18 million cut from firefighter budget. Well, that's quite interesting. Think about that, though. Willing to send billions upon billions upon billions to continue to murder children. But, we're talking about California here, but talking about it from a federal perspective, right? Take cuts when things that matter all over the place for you. How is that America first when both Trump and Biden are leaning into the same thing? Very good question. Now, I'll include this as well for the North American Union point. If you don't remember that, I mean, here it is on the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, which they all call out. Here it is for the post-New World Order map showing you the North American Union, right? And I think, it was the, this one here. Hold on. I'll just grab his account. Decenter News put this out. It's the TechNate map. I'm sure you've seen it. And this is from, guess who? Elon Musk's grandfather, Technocracy Inc. But this is the TechNate of America, right? That's from the old conversation of technocracy. And that is what they're presenting as this new Greenland, Panama, annexing all these territories, okay? You're not hearing a peep about this from the people that would otherwise call it out before all of this. That has to be relevant to you. So my point is, as Israel's globalist ambitions become clear, Team Sport Republicans endorse North American Union without calling it that. Now, back to the larger overarching point from today, right? Whether we're talking about literal kinetic war and occupation or cultural manipulation or regime changes, but it's the same, it's just extensions of the same globalist agenda. Overlap with Zionism and technocracy. It's pretty obvious. So the point is that we have to see that the people that are currently standing and screaming the loudest from the rooftops about fighting globalism in every part of the conversation are supporting globalism. I just think that's very obvious. So talking about a conversation in another aspect of this that I think also has to do with this partisan manipulation globalist conversation. Now, this overlaps with two stories. This one is specifically about North Carolina and the lithium point that will relate with the fire we're going to talk about, that part of the conversation. Let me close these real quick. And this was the conversation we had on October 3rd, 2024. Israel kills American as indiscriminate strikes on Lebanon continue and North Carolina's lithium. And that was the point about just highlighting that the lithium conversation. Albemarle was the company who, by the way, works with Israel, who also was acquired by BlackRock. Those different points that mattered when it's not Elon, apparently. But it was interesting because it mattered. I mean, lithium is a huge part of the rare earth mineral dynamic that has to do with artificial intelligence and electronics and a lot of this stuff. So it's worth considering whether it might have been engineered, whether this might have been ignored so that more chaos happened. So it could maybe be, but I don't think it added up. So I think you can clearly show that Albemarle already had a contract. It was already happening. This actually seemed to hinder what they were doing. But it didn't matter because it wasn't about the evidence. It was about just going, this was there, therefore we know this. And that's the kind of game you get from the partisan elements. Meanwhile, if it actually had been part of the story, just like I said, you never would have seen accountability because of the way they did that. It's important to think about. Oh, here it is. Israel Chemicals entering joint venture with Albemarle US. Remember, that's a company that works on literally making white phosphorus for the US government. I find that interesting. I don't even necessarily see that connecting. I just think it's interesting. But here, in 28th of December, 2024, we talk about continuing the conversation of the partisan implosion, but we also in this discuss that conversation. It's just not in the title. BlackRock strategic acquisition of Albemarle, 2024. Oh, that's one I already had. And then just to show you again, so the epicenter of this location, it was quite literally, or it's right here, excuse me, I was looking at the wrong one, is literally right where this town is. Like it's in the spot. So if you were going to talk about the center and whether that was aimed that way, like the lithium conversation, you would have also seen this. I'm not going to go through it all again, but I just want you to think about this because it's interesting as we're now seeing the lithium come back up around the fire conversation. This was interesting. A tiny backwater town in North Carolina will help fuel the world's AI revolution. With what they're all rolling out and with the large Republican pundits pulling all their punches around what they would normally scream about, it seems very strange to me that this would not be the focus, the focal point, the focus. And this was this quartz powder. And it's Sibelco is investing $700 million to expand its 2 high purity quartz mines in North Carolina. And if you read this, apparently the one place in the world is this location that has this high fine quality quartz sand that is needed for all of this stuff. It's wildly, and the interesting part about this is you can see that what it's done to the town. I don't want to go through the whole story again. We talk about it in the one I just showed you. That was the article I was just showing you, the Make America Great Again with all the other stuff. What's interesting about it is that, like the rest of them, it is also clearly, I think it's about more than just this. It's about the way they're taking over these towns. Is that, just like we talked about, that was actually this conversation in this town. After they basically continue to just take over the town and people they're losing all of their shops. They don't have any industry. People are leaving, and it's by design, I think. Microsoft and Apple and Google all start massive centers right in this town. You think that's by coincidence? Like, this is a central point for the world's change to artificial intelligence, and that doesn't get highlighted as maybe they wanted to further destroy this town to change that. Like, of all the 2 points, this one makes far more sense than the other one. But they didn't talk about it. I think because obviously the people who are clearly invested in artificial intelligence right now, their saviors, their gospels, their ideologues. Pretty interesting, isn't it? So now we've got this, I've seen this guy share a lot of stuff, a lot of which I've later seen not be the case. And it says, breaking lithium plant just discovered by Los Angeles fire officials. Just discovered? Like we don't, it's a kind of a silly way to frame that. But either way, and he goes, and there it is. And there's your partisan assumption, right? Oh, it's a lithium plant, which by the way exists a lot of places. He goes, there it is, Maui 2.0, another land grab. Don't second guess what this is about. So he's just telling you, blindly assume in the interest of what we think this may be. And even if it turns out to be that, that's still a stupid thing to do. Don't second guess what it's all been about. Just lurch into it must be lithium, must be the Great Reset, despite how that does connect with all the people you think you're supporting. Great, this partisan game is losing. They have lost the plot, but it's getting almost 1 million shares. That's how it's working on this platform right now. Which, hey, free speech, do what you want. But I think that's not honest. I think that's being done by people like the Elon controllers acting like free speech is happening. Of course, into thin air doing the same thing. Breaking health, same thing. Anyway, old story. The point is that this is about trying to make this case. Now, yes, it could be. Lithium is important to this. But is there proof that we already said there's not, that this was a manufactured thing and not just malfeasance that caused it? Well, no, we haven't. And that may bother you, but we know it because you just don't want to admit it is not even evidence. That's just your opinion. But that's what you get when you make this conversation to them online. Here is. So it changes. See, this is what's funny. Oh my God. Okay, just hold on. I just forgot. It's just these things are just there's so many of the things when you're organizing. So this guy is confusing lithium battery storage with a lithium plant. And that just kind of that just speaks to the nature of what we're dealing with here. Here's what the guy's saying in the video. Where is it? There it is.
With the hazmat, we have found a underground lithium battery storage plant for bicycle batteries that has posed a huge hazard in that area. We are working with the hazmat teams to keep that contained. So a lot of that is just very dangerous. As you just heard, the air quality in some of that area is still very, very high and dangerous.
Oh my God, man. I mean, you see what we're dealing with, guys? How embarrassing. And a lithium plant just discovered. Guys, he's got like 1 million views on this. I mean, it's his video where the guy said, and look, yes, another land grab for lithium. I mean, if you can't see by now how completely and look, I want to be clear. I do not think this is the majority of either part of either side. I think there's a lot more discerning people out there than we pretend, but they just they fall into these partisan traps. But far too many people are being Twitter filed right now, where it becomes, this guy said the thing, oh, it's a video that I'm not going to watch because I like this guy, and he's probably right. Lithium batteries for bicycles are not a lithium plant. My God. I'm just looking really quickly to see if anybody, anywhere, just land grab, classic land grab, elites, land grab, because that's the kind of following you develop when you basically put out BS all the time. I can't believe that. But that's what we get. So anyway, the point is lithium. It has to be lithium. Well, the interesting part about this is that is such a bottom line is that exists in other places. And yes, that could be a factor, but this jump into it is because it's interesting, because people go like Lahaina, like Maui. That's a story. It becomes entertaining. It becomes the reality show again. Everybody jumps right back into it. Now we're on Maui Do. Oh, here we go. Where's the evidence? Right? Well, he's got a lot of big yellow signs, so it's got. I guess there's no. Oh, here's fun. Check this out. Was that there just now? Did that just pop up? How funny is that? I'm pretty sure we scrolled down. I wasn't there. Reader, so this might have just, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think this might have just popped up. The video from the fire official clearly states this is not a mine, but an underground lithium. God, how embarrassing. Yeah, just for a second, I'm gonna make a point about this later. Because these guys are almost 100,000 followers. It's very sad what's happening. And these are the people that are being leaned into by larger accounts. Now, on top of all of this, as we just showed you yesterday, or day before yesterday, Jesse Waters calling for a full federal takeover of Los Angeles with maybe martial law. Think about how crazy that is. Well, we're talking about land grabs, and we're talking about Great Reset. Now, I'm not talking about like foreign policy here. These are Americans talking about land grabs for the Great Reset. That's what Jones is screaming about. And you have people on Fox News literally calling for full federal takeover of an area, and they don't call that part of it. I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, my God, I know people even in this conversation, in conservatives, would call him a rhino, but you still don't see the larger accounts going. And most of them, well, he's probably just joking, which is what I got from some people. Well, here he is.
This is biblical level destruction. And the city of LA is hosting the Olympics in 4 years. There's no way we can showcase LA to the world. A full federal takeover is needed. Invoke the Stafford Act.
Oh, the Stafford Act, like Donald Trump did in 2020. That's production martial law, guys. That's what that is. And now, but he takes it even further to just full martial law.
States overwhelmed. Martial law might have to be declared.
Look, if you're actually pretending like he's joking at all, you are a partisan liar, okay? He is straight up calling for martial law, calling for a federal takeover of a state. It's just so shocking to me that the people who were the most ramped up about fighting all this stuff are the ones that seem to be rolling this out right now. Everything about this is everything that at least objective, nonpartisan people were. This is where we all saw it going. Now you guys just Again, please hear me when I go on these rants. I'm not talking about the majority of people because I do not believe that. But I'm just so disgusted by the people who are out there acting like, like the rest of the Elons and the rest, acting like they're saving you while they are the ones building a prison around you. It's scary, guys. I mean, it's wild to see that. And people are acting like this makes sense. If not, it's maybe a troll. Maybe he's kidding, but then kind of like, yes, let's do it though, unless we're supposed to pretend like it's a troll. So let me know. Give me the cue. Are we kidding or are we going with it? That's how this keeps going. Martial law. If this was a Democrat or CNN, you guys would be losing your minds. Here, Sam Tripoli pointed out, just going, oh my God, they're saying it out loud now. Some people are still able to see it. But don't forget, John Cullen, right after that's going, well, here, look, martial law, it's already happening. So maybe that was all by design. Literally got the military rolled out for the fire, which is becoming normalized. You know what else is becoming normalized? States of emergency, because, oh my God, there's a weather thing coming. Hasn't even happened yet. And we're declaring a state of emergency just in case there's weather. I mean, it's just, and it seems that's largely Republicans are all ramped up about how they're going to lie about some new weather event. The bottom line is very clearly that is normalizing more government control over everyday events in your life, like this. And that's both sides doing it to you. Now, last point on this fire, this is just fascinating to me. So you're going to see, like we saw with God Zaid or whatever his name is, in regard to the racial stoking, it's the same thing. Every time they can, they're in there fanning the flames of whatever keeps America fighting itself. And if you think that's not what's happening, you've got to do some research on Netanyahu's leaked videos of him literally saying that how easy it is to divide this country for their benefit. More than one video I've shown you on this show. So what you get is things like this. Somebody faked this. It's a deep fake. And quite frankly, it's very obvious because at the end, she speaks with like a British accent. But the point is, this is supposed to be Taylor Swift saying that this is God's retribution on America. Why? Because of what's happening in Israel, right? So basically, they're killing over there, so God's punishing America. And they want this to be, here's what the Democrats think. We support terrorism and want America to be punished. They're trying to make this out to be some Middle East versus America thing, guys, and they faked it like they do every time. Watch this.
Burns Gaza for 1.5 years with missiles funded by American taxpayers, only for God's punishment to strike the U.S. in just 2 days. For over 1.5 years, Gaza has endured relentless bombing by missiles financed through the taxes paid by American citizens. This brutal assault has caused immense suffering for Gaza's residents and left its infrastructure in ruins, while the world remained largely silent. However, in just 2 days, divine retribution struck the United States as a natural disaster consumed an area larger than Gaza itself. This event raises profound questions about justice and the consequences of supporting oppression.
It's so obviously fake, not only because it sounds British at the end, but it's also like robotic at certain parts. But people fell for it. So what's interesting about this is we're all being dumbed down and Twitter filed. That's what happens. People fall for the most ridiculous nonsense. But what's interesting about it is clearly, well, one, the whole deep fake. Are you noticing? This is, even though they're like the Trump one about Greenland was very fake, it's starting to roll out more. And it's coming from, like, it's not like some guy going, I did this and it's funny. Where'd it come from? It's very interesting. I'm telling you that we're going to see these things come. And you all know that. It's weird that it hasn't happened yet. But here, I think it's very clear what this is supposed to do. This is supposed to make Republicans outraged at Democrats because they think they're siding with terrorists because of bad America. It's lazy. And it's actually not even remotely what's happening in the conversation. There are people out there that definitely recognize the U.S. government is the problem very clearly. But to pretend that means they hate everybody in this country is the same game they play when they say Iranians want to kill you for your freedom. And no, they are very clearly saying, we see your government's the problem. And same thing with Zionism. Even Hamas changed their charter to say Zionism. Yes, they could be lying, but it's weird how everyone is consistently going in the same direction, that we all recognize the problem here, but they really want you to buy this. Here's another example. Same thing. So this is why I see this happening, because this is not some accident, okay? You'll find 15 examples of this and people sharing the same things. Hamas Atrocities, one of these classic accounts that has, 125,000 followers now, despite them, everything they do being a lie, like constantly lying. This is the atrocity propaganda platform. That's what this is. They come out and say Palestinians and their fans are celebrating Los Angeles fires. Yep, they're happy. So they're a sickening thread. And it says, we start with this example, which if God burns America. Well, of course, screenshot. Weird, because you know what? If you actually look into these, you'll find most of them aren't even remotely what they seem. On this case, I don't even know if this person, I mean, the bottom line is to frame this as all Palestinians and their fans are celebrating the fire. First of all, this says, well, Israel burns Gaza, God burns America. Now, I don't know her intentions or where she supports or whether she thinks that's why it's happening, but it does not mean what they're trying to make it out to be. This point here, this Sir Chili Bean says Los Angeles sent $50 million in taxpayer money to Israel while cutting 17 in there. That's just a fact. And no way does that mean that he's going, yay, you hurt everybody in America. They're just so desperate to turn us against ourselves, and they'll tell you that if you listen. The bottom line, though, just like this fake Taylor Swift video, they want you to think that Americans are going, yay. Look, I guarantee there's somebody out there. My point is that if you look into the ones they're pointing to, that's just not what they're saying. But this is how it works. Now, last point on this, we just saw how they're talking about Biden was saying 100% of the cost, which I doubt actually happens. But nonetheless, just him saying that while barely helping people in North Carolina is disgusting. Now, it's hard not to see a partisan overlap. Maybe that's what happened. I rarely think that's what drives it, but you could be right. Maybe it's because of they want to make that statement. Maybe because Biden thinks that. Either way, it's important to highlight that contradiction, that discrepancy. It's crazy. But so now what I want to highlight is that as Biden says that, here's what the House Republicans swing back in and do. I just want you to see, guys, if you're in this game of pretending one side versus the other, they are either just as bad at each other or the same thing, because they just do the same BS back and forth. So here they come in and it says House Republicans threaten to withhold disaster aid from California amid the fires. Quote, if they want the money, then there should be consequences where they have to change their policies. Now, obviously, you could argue that, and I'll just read the next one. It goes, and later he added, I mean, we support the people that are plagued by disaster after he's been asked, but we have to put pressure on California government to change course. Okay, so that does not sound like he means give them what they need to help, but get promises, assurances from New California, and then we'll send the help. Now, obviously, some of this is maybe just what the government may need, but some of that is, they're talking about disaster relief. That goes to people too. So as you have them criticizing the Biden administration not giving relief to North Carolina, you have them at least threatening to do something similar. Because the government, what does that have to do with the suffering people? It's the same stupid dynamic. Guys, it's the woke right, woke left. It's the same, different thing, same objective. Now, again, maybe we'll wait and see. If this comes to pass and maybe it's different. But just the conversation is enough to point out. It says right-wing media figures have recently pushed misleading claims that California's bad forest management is to blame for the fires while ignoring how climate change impacts measures to prevent the spread of fires. Media Matters America reported. Just want to show you how they're framing it, right? That's a right-wing left. That's their bread and butter. To me, it's not about left and right. It's about how partisanship lies for their agenda, for the government manipulators. And at the end of the day, what we can see is the same action. In, lesser, let me put it this way. Right now, a very much lesser degree, because it hasn't really happened yet. If it comes to pass where they do withhold this because California refuses to change, well, that'll be the same thing, maybe even worse. But either way, the fact that they even threaten this while people are suffering shows you that they don't care about them, guys. Even if they want, like secondarily, we care about them. We just want to deal with them first. No, then you don't care about them. Now, on some foreign policy points, reasonably, not like in 10 minutes, but reasonably quickly to go through this. I think I want to just highlight some of these foreign policy points. Actually, I want to pull that aside. I couldn't find this for a second. I want to remember this Quartz conversation. But, actually, I'm sorry. Hold on. I got to follow up on this. This guy needs to be called out more for this. But, so, on some foreign policy news, starting with some kind of other, now again, still the same larger objective point here. The idea of where this all goes, all these interconnected points. This is just an antiwar.com article just showing you something that I've talked about a lot. CIA director reiterates there's no evidence Iran has decided to build a nuclear bomb. I just don't know how many times we could disregard from everybody other than Netanyahu and politicians that support him. The International Atomic Energy Agency the outgoing CIA director. They're not seeking a nuclear weapon. Everything they're saying is about, I mean, of course, they could be lying to you, but realize that the evidence they present to claim they are is almost, every time has been debunked. I was going to reference one other example. The point is the discs they presented, the fake documents they put on the tape, every time they've come back to be shown to be inaccurate or false or not even remotely connected. And yet they keep pushing it. He comes out with his stupid Wile E. Coyote bomb and fills it up with a red marker. Oh my God. And yet they tell you they're not doing that. How much you want to bet Vance and Musk and Elon and Trump are going to push the same narrative? Because they already made that clear. Mark my words. It's good. This is what Netanyahu is already positioning himself for. On the point of Greenland and the North American Union that Alex Jones is ignoring, Vance just came out and just, as usual, they tend to give you some of it and admitted that, yes, it is partly about natural resources, which we all actually know.
Securing Greenland, I think there actually is a real opportunity here for us to take leadership to protect America's security, to ensure that those incredible natural resources are developed. And that's what Donald Trump is good at. He's good at making deals, and I think there's a deal to be made in Greenland.
Oh, I thought it was about freedom. I thought the Greenland people wanted to join us, and that's all it was really about, freeing them from their constraints. Oh, but we'll also take your resources, because that's how it's. Come on, are we that stupid? It's fully transparent what's really going on. They just know they can tap into your ideological points, most of which the team sports circle doesn't even care about, but they'll scream about it and then trick other people. It's easy. Now, here's the article again about the North American Union. It's very obvious. They know what they're ignoring. They know what they're building. And here again, Charlie Kirk, of course, because he knows, highlighting some random poll, which who knows what that comes from. It's just written out on something, or actually he does post it down here. I mean, again, though, it says, here's the real difference between Danish and Greenlandic views on the future. It says, while Danish politicians would like to tell how Greenland will experience a dramatic drop in welfare, according to a new poll, 32% of Greenland population is convinced that the detachment will benefit the Greenlandic economy. Well, that says 32%. This says, first documents, the study conducted, first documents that 67.7% of all living in Greenland want Greenland to become an independent state. So here's how he's playing you on this, guys. That's what it says in the actual tweet, but I just wanted to read it for you. Greenland poll, independence from Denmark does not mean joining another state. It means independence. I mean, it's just ridiculous, but they frame it as, well, we're the liberating independent state. No, you're not. You're a controlling technocracy. I mean, it's just ridiculous to pretend that you taking Greenland is them being independent. But that's Charlie Kirk, goes, Greenland wants independence from Denmark. He didn't say it. He says what the poll says. And then he goes, if people of Greenland want their territory to join America, we should accept them. Now, that's what he's saying on top of all of this. Realize that every other part of this, they've already told you they're going to do this. Trump said military force. That's not a secret. And this one, there's actually I didn't grab it. Hold on, I've got it right over here. I don't even think I'm going to play it. I just wanted to show it to you, include it in the show notes. But the other clip, wherever that is, of Trump saying military force, was it Greenland and Panama? And then what that clip is about is using economic force regarding Canada. Where was that? Here it is. Oh, maybe I don't have it up here. Well, I'll try to find it, include the show notes. We went over it in the last show, as you guys have all very well seen, and maybe it is. Nah, it doesn't say in there. So just economic force. But the point, as you guys have all seen, you can look it up in 1,000 different articles, is him talking about using military force for Greenland. So how in the world does that line up with the idea that they want to be independent? And Vance talking about resources. They don't want to be part of the United States. That's already been shown in these conversations. Not Greenland, not the government, none of it. So the point on all of that, guys, is this is continued expansion, imperialism, colonialism, like however you want to frame it. They're all elements. They all intersect with the way globalism is rolling out. Now, in regard to the foreign policy element elsewhere, talking about Syria for a minute, because that's an obvious part of how Israel's expanding right now. Aaron Mate makes a good point, because we're going to talk about more than just the, this point's about Ukraine. We're going to talk about Syria and the same elements doing the same thing. But don't forget that in Ukraine, the same point we made before, that these people were, as he writes, The Guardian in 2018, neo-Nazi groups recruit Britons to fight Ukraine. Like we keep telling you, right? Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. And then on a dime, suddenly, Ukraine's highest profile combat unit to recruit English-speaking soldiers. They just change narratives. They know you saw that. They don't care. And he goes, because Azov is on the front lines of the Ukraine proxy war, they're no longer Nazis. So my point in showing you that is it's the exact same thing that happened in Syria. I know you all know that, most of you watching, but in case you didn't know that, the reality is that Syria, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the terrorist group that's currently in power, was an open terrorist group that the U.S. pretended to fight. They had a $10 million bounty, all of this. And all of a sudden they just go, never mind. Now they're the leaders. Now they're in control because he put on a suit. How do you not see that as just clumsy? They don't care what you think. Clearly, they're ready to roll out something entirely new. This feels like the last droppings of whatever they're trying to roll out to keep you distracted. But here is Jeffrey Sachs speaking about this with Tucker Carlson, now that it no longer matters in the context of stopping it, typical mainstream alternative media steam release. Like, just think how frustrating it is that, now is this. Now, he's had somewhat this conversation, but think about how frustrating it is that talking about Obama, like the question is, Obama ordered the CIA to overthrow Assad. And he goes, but why would he want to do that? It's like, are we really having the pretending like this is a new conversation? Now, I'm not saying, yes, an interviewer can coax out questions, but realize the way it's being framed, the reason it's being had now is because it's important to make Tucker, in my opinion, look like he's got more clout. To say, look, I'm calling out this truth. Well, yes, so were a lot of us back when it might have been stopped, back when we could actually stop Israel and the U.S. government that you support from doing that. Not just one side of it either. But here's what Sachs had to say about this, because it's true. They did do this, and it wasn't just the CIA.
Happened was the U.S. got bogged down in Iraq. There was the insurgency. We didn't move onward to the next war, which was to be Syria, which was to happen already 20 years ago. But in 2011, what really brought Assad down last week started under Obama. This is also interesting. This is also started under Obama.
See, I don't know if you could see it or not. The point is that, so, the way Tucker responds right there, like really? That's not what I sometimes will ask questions that people that seems as if I don't know, but it's really about trying to get them to come to a certain point in the interview, right? Where you're trying to get them to come to that conclusion or connect certain dots, or just, you want their thought on how that comes together. My point, though, is that this doesn't seem, he's acting surprised about that. Are you really of the mind that he doesn't know Obama did that? Really? I mean, I think we can prove that's not true. So what's the acting for?
This is also interesting. It doesn't really matter who's president. This is long-term deep state policy. Obama ordered the CIA to overthrow Assad.
And Trump very much continued that, guys. And so did Biden, and so will Trump again. Maybe not, it's obviously serious change. I'm talking about wherever this rolls out. If you can't see the continuity there, you don't want to. I mean, Trump almost made this easier for them by just rolling in, we're taking the oil, we're taking the wheat. He didn't even try to deviate from that.
So that started in 2011.
But why would Obama want to overthrow Assad?
Because,
see my point? Like that does not strike me as somebody that is just trying. You get it. Same point. I don't know how you can't see that.
Because Israel has run.
The reason he's laughing, right? I mean, it's somewhat because what I get the sense of is Sachs knows this. He knows, when Piers Morgan, he almost laughs it off. Like, really? Are you actually asking me that? Because Israel controls foreign policy. Like you should stupidly know this by now. That's how I feel like he's just so tired. He's been on the rounds, right? But I just love his response because it's like, really, guys, come on, let's stop, pea-footing around this whole thing. Let's just be real about it.
God. Because Israel has run American foreign policy in the Middle East for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works. We have an Israel lobby. We have this clean.
Yeah, you mean the same thing Thomas Massey walked it out for him, laid it out in clear technical. Yeah, but he's really? Why are you going to do that? Don't you think he would have already put it together?
Break strategy. We have a plan for 7 wars in 5 years. And what's interesting is they actually kind of carry out this madness. They don't explain any of it to the American people. They don't tell anybody, but you can watch step by step. We've had 6 of those 7 wars.
Yep. Now, Aaron Matze adds to this, right? So now that we've seen Syria overtaken by the very groups that the U.S. and Israel have always been trying to accomplish, Washington Post headline, international sanctions have left Syria's health system on life support. Now, he says, now that Assad's been ousted, establishment media outlets can acknowledge the same thing that we've all been screaming for decades, whether it's Syria or elsewhere, that U.S. sanctions decimated Syrian society, including the health system, by design, I would add. And I don't mean that unique to them. That's what they do. Sanctions like this are designed to make average people suffer. You can look back to before the internet times where they wrote these things out. The Kissingers of the world openly talked about how they did this. And now it's like, the Department of War becomes the Department of State. Now they have to make it sound different. Bottom line is, he says, what the Post misleadingly calls international. Now that they can call it this, now they can act like, because at the time it was inconvenient for them. International sanctions. What about the sanctions in Iran right now? What about the sanctions on Yemen? What about that's the same thing. They've been starving Yemen for 30 years, it seems. It's incredible that we can't piece this together and recognize that what they've always been doing is trying to starve these people to give up to allow them to take from them what they will. These are the villains, guys. Now, Israel openly telling you they're planning long-term occupation of Syria. I'm shocking. I know. We're all aghast about it. Come on, it's the most obvious thing in the world. They were always planning to do this, and they're using their terrorist groups to control it. Terrorist groups that they'll tell you hate Jewish people, and they're working together to control Syria because that makes sense. It only makes sense when you recognize that all of the rest of what they're telling you are lies. These people are playing you, and your current administration are lapping it up. Lastly, on this point, Ahmed al-Mansour, an Egyptian national who is in Hayat al-Sham, Al-Qaeda, that's the group running in Syria, has formed a new Islamist movement with the stated goal of toppling Egypt's President Sisi following the fall of Assad in Syria. Now, whether that's the plan, maybe they got tired of Sisi, right? Where's my favorite dictator? Trump famously said. But maybe he's just not pulling the punches anymore, which is how this works. I need somebody new. Either way, it could be that this is how frivolous they are with their own allies, or this another example of how they fund the worst elements in the world, and those elements go out and do what they want. And then they have fallout, and then they use that to justify their next action. Either way, these are terrorist organizations that they've empowered in Syria who are threatening another location, an ally of the United States, of an ally of even Israel, though at least the government. It says Egypt is the largest Arab country with more than 100 million people. Any development there has enormous implications for the entire region. And sure, no one's going to care about this because it's their group. And either they'll ignore it because it makes them look bad, or they want it to happen, so they won't tell you about it. Freedom, democracy. Here's your Israeli-U.S. funded freedom fighters, guys. The same kind of thing they show you when they want you to freak out with the people that they're like. It's so constant that they'll dress up like these. The classic thing we've shown you is the history shows that Zionism is the foundation for all of what you're looking at here. It's hard for some people to wrap their minds around that. Now, in regard to the walking back of some of these promises, like with Israel, which we already know, he has been very clear he's going to continue the war. He is going to stop aid, which may change by the 20th. We'll see. That's why I'm waiting for that. But he has said that, so you can't deny them saying that will happen. Trump threatens to cut U.S. aid to Ukraine quickly if reelected, he said on June 16th. Quickly. Right away, day one, we keep hearing all these statements, right? Typical politicians. I never believe them, but I'm simply making the point for those that did because they thought he was different. Financial Times then on this was December 2024, is when he first shifted. U.S. President-elect's closest foreign policy aides have indicated that he will continue arming Ukraine while pursuing an end to the war. Now, and he also backed that up Then, of course, in January, Donald Trump backtracks on pledge to end Ukraine war in 24 hours. A special envoy sets 100-day timeline. Okay, now, well, give us a few months to figure it out. Okay. Well, yeah, exactly my point, guys. Maybe you just now go, well, what do you expect? Like he could just snap his fingers? Yeah, guess what? That's what we were saying when you shouted us down when he first brought it up. Funny how things shift along, right? Then all of a sudden it doesn't go the way you screamed at us that it would, and then you spout back our logic. Funny. The bottom line is this is how it always goes. Probably from here goes on to never ending, because that's how that goes. But as we said from day one, I never argued why. I simply said it probably won't go that way because we see the agendas. And here we are. And the next one, this is January 9th of 2025. U.S. government, so currently Biden's administration, pledges $500 million more in aid. Now, understand, that's not going immediately. They're pledging that money, which Trump could then walk back. Or maybe they try to send some, maybe try to rush it all through. But it says, in aid to Ukraine, as Zelensky seeks Trump's continued support. Here's what I think is important to understand. Trump and Biden just met at the White House to discuss dealing with Ukraine. So if you think for 1 second that Trump's unaware of this, as he's openly telling you he's going to keep funding Ukraine, you're lying to yourself. So what I think this is doing, remember, my perspective, which I think is quite obvious, but it is my opinion, that it's all one entity, that they're working together for the larger agenda when it matters. So in this case, what you're doing is giving him an out. So Trump can go forward saying, I didn't do that, it was Biden, and my hands are bound, even though, no, they could stop it. But I'm just theorizing. We'll see how it plays out. Either way, Biden is continuing the funding. Trump already said he would. And this is a way to at least give them a long spot, not 100-day period where they can continue to be funded while they pretend like they might not. And then quietly eventually do when they massively point over here and quietly do that like they do every single time. And on top of that, to make it even more obvious, as of yesterday, Trump administration will ask Ukraine to lower conscription age, says Mike Waltz. Yep. President-elect Donald Trump's incoming national security advisor, Representative Mike Waltz, said Sunday that the Trump administration will ask Ukraine to lower its age of conscription, right? So we can send more children to the front lines because freedom, right? Wasn't it the Trump administration that was openly talking about the meat grinder, to the point about how people were dying and there's so many young kids going to war? And now that we have power, we're going to do the same damn thing and call it something different. And all the team sport politics will rush to support it and say, you don't know, that's not the same thing. Now they want to do it. I hope I'm wrong, but it's usually how dumb it goes. Either way, how do you not see it by now? We're going to lower the age for them to go to war for the thing we just swore we would stop on day one. My God. In regard to Venezuela, you might have seen this. First point, by the way, is the fact that Elon Musk still continues to support and share from Visegrad 24, despite relentlessly being used to launder lies. I mean, for actually the last time, one of the most important ones was Venezuela, where he shared a tweet from them that claimed they were stealing ballots. Turned out to be a different time and not even ballots. He didn't care because I don't think they have an interest in. This is about manufacturing a narrative and lying to do so. So Visegrad says Maduro just kidnapped opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. By the way, somebody who has been actively destabilizing, manipulating. We've talked about this, trying to undermine you, working with the U.S. government and Israel to regime change their government. Can you imagine what the U.S. would do? Even a floated idea about that in this country? Can you imagine if there was a Chinese man that was accused of doing any of that? I mean, you know damn well what they would do without any evidence, mind you. But it says she's been hiding for months. And Elon Musk goes, exclamation mark. Right. Gets it? 58 million views just by an exclamation mark. Think about that. Now, by the way, before that, it got 60 million views because this account has already been propped up by Elon Musk for 1.2 million followers, despite being one of the most egregious misinformers on this platform. Now, that's not even my opinion. It is, but that's not my only my opinion. There's a lot of evidence coming from groups that are even borderline supporting Israel. Here, Scott Ritter follows up and says, you mean arrested? There's a reason she was hiding, and it's related to CIA money. Now, there's plenty of times where Scott, overlaps, and I think just from like an honest hope that Trump might be the right direction, which I don't agree with, but Nonetheless, my point is highlighting that and sometimes you see the alignment is my point. But here, Scott Ritter's going, you're wrong. She wasn't arrested. She wasn't kidnapped. She was arrested because she's working with the CIA to overthrow the government. Guys, it's very simple. Now, you should question that. Look at the evidence. And once you do, you'll find out it's pretty easy to see, but question it, come to your own conclusions about it. Now here, Alan McLeod says, alert, the United States is literally offering a bounty for the head of a foreign leader. The U.S. government announces a $25 million reward for the arrest of Maduro. Really? Think about that. While they're supporting terrorists in Syria, while they're supporting illegal regime change puppets all over the world, while they're supporting people like Hadi, who is a fake president of Yemen, who's in Saudi Arabia, at least he recently was, or supporting people like Netanyahu committing genocide. But this guy, who the worst things they can say about him are mostly things they've made up. That's not to say he's the good guy you want him to be. I don't know. I don't trust any government, but I can prove they've lied about him in so many ways. Abby Martin has done amazing work breaking this down over the years. That's what they go after, calling him a narco trafficker while literally working with Colombia that traffics the majority of cocaine in the world. It's shocking how dishonest these people are. I said that they militarily forced their ISIS proxies into leadership positions in Syria while trying to, and failing, to do the same with extremists in Venezuela. If you're noticing a pattern here, you should. This is how the U.S. government operates. Hashtag rules-based international order. I'm telling you, man, failing to the same thing. I'm telling you guys, I'm going to leave it. I read and reread these things before I post them. It's telling you there's something weird going on there. But either way, the point, and he says terrorists going to terrorize. Obviously, the point is this is consistent with what the U.S. government does. At the very least, if you think Maduro is everything they say he is, recognize that they only care about that when they have an interest in doing so. Well, they work with people that do far worse, provably, and not even just pointing to Israel's genocide. There's many other examples in the world. It is simple hypocrisy. Now, on another note, speaking of gross hypocrisy, and now with Israel and Iran, we've talked about the MEK many times. I actually can't believe this because of how much attention it's got. I even think the U.S. government has largely distanced themselves from the MEK, but they still work with them, the CIA background. This is another regime change effort. The MEK was the group that was supposed to take power in Iran in the last 3 different Iran regime change attempts that they failed in accomplishing. Now, I don't mean that as a hypothetical, guys. It was wildly obvious. Here's Mike Pompeo, who, by the way, don't forget, is very snug with Trump administration, despite not being given the position, even though it was floated. Here he is standing with Maryam Rajavi, who is the head of the MEK. Weirdly enough, kind of sanitized from her bio now, but it says, along with Mrs. Rajavi, I spoke today on ending Tehran's threat to the Middle East. Oh, really? Iran's threat. Take a quick moment and highlight where they're hurting anybody. I'd love to see it. I'm talking about foreign policy. I don't support any of the governments. I can point out a million problems they have and things they do to oppress their people. Same with literally every government on the planet. That doesn't mean it's okay, but it means the point is if we're going to be objective about it, it's no different, and if not, it's objectively better than Saudi Arabia, than Israel, than plenty of other places you can literally show where they are murdering people in the streets. Now, the point is, you can argue that, I know there's opinions about that in Iran. Largely, I think a lot of that's misinformation, but either way, let's just even say it's happening. My point is, where in the world do you see Iran in foreign policy causing the same kind of destruction you're seeing from Israel and the United States? The reason I say it like that is because people immediately go, Hamas, Hezbollah, that's not the truth. They are not proxies. They are working as allies with just like a lot of other people that are terrible in the world work with the United States. So again, if you're going to be accurate, consistent, then you'd point out both. But the point nonetheless is those are being lied about, as we've proven 1,000 times over. And you can literally, I've said this so many times, you take every single claim they've ever made about Iran and just pretend it's all true, you still don't even come to a fraction of what you can prove Israel and the U.S. are doing. And that is not even a fraction of the full picture. That's just what you can prove. It's shocking. They're literally committing genocide right now, and he wants you to believe that Iran is terrorizing the Middle East. These people are desperate to roll out this agenda and are seen right now more than ever. I mean, look at the engagement on this. I mean, it's got 1.2 million views, but it's got 3,000 likes. These people have huge followings, and more people are not engaging. whether it's Tate or Pompeo or all day I've been looking at this. I'm finding it really interesting that they're getting less engagement. But it says, recognizing the organized opposition inside Iran, which has been fighting the regime for decades to establish a free republic, and otherwise means the hangover, leftover entities of their past regime change, right? Their internal entities they're funding and trying to use with the CIA and USAID and NED to overthrow their government. It says, must be an integral part of reinstituting their maximum pressure. So basically he's saying, make sure the group that I've been working with is the one that takes power. And there he is. This guy wearing a Mike Pompeo skin suit. And this is what I find most interesting. So you have Mike Pompeo pushing a narrative that at one point was what Israel also wanted, right? But now I don't know what has shifted, or maybe just Emily is not in the know. I don't know. But Emily Schrader, one of these very public Israel representatives during October 7th Forward, chimes in and says MEK is a Marxist jihadist radical group. I laughed out loud when I read that. I'm like, well, duh, we've been telling you that the funny thing is that Americans, and they're honest, have been calling this out for a long time. Israel and the United States have been telling you MEK was the group that should take power in in Iran, large portions of the leading conversation anyway. And it says that radical jihadist group that has murdered U.S. citizens. Yes, that's what we were saying too. It says, stop promoting this woman. The Iranian people do not support this. I agree. I'm actually shocked to see an Israeli propagandist admitting that. But again, it's not because she cares about the truth. It's because I think they've shifted what they want now. I think right now, whether they're shifting into we'll just take Iran for ourselves, or I don't know. But it says MEK helped the Islamic Revolution take place, for crying out loud. I mean, guys, it's hilarious to me. Look at who's promoting this. Even Donald Trump has leaned into it at one point, but Rudy Giuliani, I mean, a lot of politicians, because they were paid, I argue, funded to do so. It's fascinating to me. So here, you can watch this if you want. Nothing is more frightening to the mullahs. Yeah, right. Here's, by the way, just a thread of her posting stuff. Way down here is where it says, we are celebrating the MEKs, which is a different name for it in the, the language it comes from. That's the term we call it here, MEK, I guess. I forget what it stands for, but it says founding anniversary when the religious dictatorship is going through one of the worst stages of its existence. Like, look, they're all wearing headscarves. Look at that. And in uniforms. So if you want to make a big deal about Iran and headscarves, even though you could prove that not everybody is forced to do that in every place in Iran, there's certain areas, by the way, just like in Israel, where Orthodox Jewish women are forced to wear head coverings. We just ignore that. The point here is the same conversation. That in Iran, you don't have this ubiquitous thing they pretend they do. They don't. Here you have the group, they're telling you they want to take power, calling Iran a religious dictatorship, while literally having far, 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 far more religious constrictions. Look it up for yourself. The group is crazy. There's been entire articles written about this. They have this weird invasive thing where they force themselves into the sexual lives of their partners and have interviews. It's weird. But note that the women are all in the same uniform and wearing headscarves, while the men don't. Have no uniform, nothing. Why is that? I think you know why. And so the funny point is, just like everything else, they're pretending to fight these things while rolling it out, just like in Syria. They are the ones that are making this reality and pretending it's the evil jihadist Muslim terrorists. They are lying to you. Here is an article from 2018. Former MEK official exposes Saudi Arabia's covert funding of Iranian terror group. Oops. So many of these, and it's the same thing they do everywhere. Funding terrorist groups like Hamas, for example, to keep them divided, funding the moderate rebels, or every other example of the U.S. government doing so. That's what they do, guys. In this case, MEK was funding terrorist groups in Iran to overthrow Iran. That's what they do. Here is an article from 2018. U.S.'s Iran regime change plan. Hit economy, orchestrate protests, engage MEK cult to chant democracy. All of this stuff is so shockingly obvious, guys. It's all documented. Look at it for yourselves. Here's the one I've shown you many times. This is an example of Rudy Giuliani openly celebrating starvation of Iranian civilians at a rally for the MEK. I think he was paid something like $30,000 to show up. It's in here somewhere. There's that clip I'll show you in a second. And here's another one. Oh, that's just the 9/11 suspects clip that you should include from, a very Trump-centric element who is very, very involved with 9/11 that should matter to you. But here is Giuliani praising this as the way these things should go.
So now tell me that you're not a serious threat. If the regime we're trying to overthrow sees us as a threat, you are a threat. It is a reality. The protests are getting worse. I don't know when we're going to overthrow them. It could be in a few days, months, a couple of years, but it's going to happen. They are going to be overthrown.
Now remember, he's talking to the terrorist organization. I mean, that was registered, what's the right word for it? Was I guess registered. But anyway, the point is the U.S. government called them a terrorist organization on the record until they suddenly didn't want that anymore, right? So it's crazy. And he is being paid thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to speak for them. And here he is openly telling you, we're going to overthrow Iran, and acting like we're not doing that, but then openly telling you that what they've done has collapsed their dollar or their money to the point to where people are selling their organs for food. And that's how we do this. That's what he's saying. That's the kind of person we're dealing with.
Months, a couple of years.
Oh, and other point is recognize the screen. And this was not something that was supposed to be public. Somebody got a hold of a screen videotape version of this, and it went everywhere.
It's going to happen. They are going to be overthrown. The people of Iran obviously have now had enough. The sanctions are working. The currency is going to nothing.
What do you mean Iran? See, so even when he's speaking to them, he has to lie, like that they've had enough of what? They're suffering because of your sanctions. That's how it's demonstrated, as you highlight, and then say that they've had enough, of what you're doing to them. Because guess what? That's how it's supposed to work. We make the people suffer so they revolt on their government. Even though they know we're doing this, they're so desperate. They look, we don't care. Just make the suffering end. Unless you're as resilient as the Palestinian people, it seems.
They're where Russia was. They're where Poland was. We see signs of young men and women saying, give me some food. We saw a sign of a man trying to sell his internal organs for $500 American, probably a fortune in Iran today. Monster. This is truly pitiful. These are the kinds of conditions that lead to successful revolution.
God, what a gross, absolute monster. And this guy is a very connected element in the government, but Trump's administration as well. And as we said, as this is James Corbett's work, make sure you watch it all. Oh, I forgot. Damn it. Of course, it's deleted on YouTube. I'll have to go back and add the regular link to that. But I think the link to his main show is right here or right here. But it's an important clip to understand. He's one element of the whole conversation. Same with the dancing Israelis and many other parts to the 9/11 suspects. Now, to finish on some other points around Israel and the ICC, I want to highlight this. Here's the same guy I pointed out before doing this yet again. You'll get the same thing like this, like the same, most of these propagandists will do this. Like I see Jones do it all the time, where they repackage the same exact thing and share it in another account, same way, and post it like 7 times or every day for 7 days straight. That's just, nobody does that unless they're trying to manipulate you. He says, this isn't Gaza, it's Sudan. Remember, I just pointed him out saying the same thing like the day before. And he goes, the RSF is carrying out a genocide in Sudan, but the world is silent. No, it's really not, man. I said, he says, there's no protests, no encampments, no calls for... What do you mean encampments? What are you talking about? No calls for boycott, divest, because we're not dealing with something where you are for, like right now, you have a situation where Israel's committing a genocide, right? And this is being forced down our throats by our government, literally taking part in it on record. That's the difference. So people see that and go, we don't want any part in that. We don't want our money going to support that. In the Sudan, most people don't know it's the same thing, that the U.S. and Israel are acutely involved in everything happening there, as I've shown you every time. I'll show you again. But that's why you don't have these people doing that. But that's not the same as saying nobody's talking about it, because they are. Many, many people. But I'll read what I said below in a second. He said, if it did, it would be calling out genocide and crimes against humanity around the world. Instead, its only goal is to spread malicious lies about Israel, contributing to anti-Semitic, only Jewish. Yeah, that's what it's about. Not that you're murdering and starving children to death, but because you're Jewish. That's it. Like, it's amazing that ever held sway over people. That's propaganda for you. Now it doesn't. Now, to be as many Jewish people and others will point out, like, I'm forgetting the other person I was thinking of too is I'm forgetting his name too. Jeez, the PhD. Shoot. Man, what is his name? Andrew. Almost had it. Whatever. That's so frustrating. I'm surprised I forgot his name. The guy, I've interviewed him. The guy that has a PhD from Princeton in Palestinian history. God, it's so frustrating. I hate when I can't remember something. Anyway, I know I lost my thought on that too. Well, the point is just simply like going back to the origin of it, just simply really trying to force in the idea that this is about hating Jewish people, right? Which is just lazy, right? While we can literally watch them murdering people in live TV and knowing that it's not just Jewish people doing that. Like, it's just so irresponsible. But they know what they're doing because they don't have any other way to go. And this is about the Sudan. But I said, your whole "you didn't care about this genocide, so ours is okay" shtick is about as desperate as it gets. It really is like the last possible way to minimize. So all you're really doing is saying they're both genocides, but you don't care about that one, so you're not allowed to care about ours. That's what he's doing. Like, it's embarrassingly obvious, but it's about saying, well, you know, you guys are just as bad. Like, that's like the last ditch effort. And I said, and by the way, most who care about human suffering in Gaza also care about it anywhere else, and did call it out. Also, Israel involved in the genocide in Sudan. And here's just one of them. Oh, I might as well grab the other one too, since I'm just pulling them up real quick. Robert wrote these, 2024. The U.S.-Israeli hand in Sudan's horrifying civil war. Now, it's not even up for debate, guys. It's on the record. They are involved, like they are everywhere else, it seems, in every horrible thing happening in the world. And I shouldn't be hyperbolic. Not literally everything, but truly, if you look into this stuff, you'll find it overwhelming how many things are connected. This one goes back further, 2023. The U.S. is heavily involved in Sudan's renewed turmoil. Western media omit this. They're profiting from it, guys. They're using it like they do everywhere else. It's sick. And the problem is that all they want to do is get you distracted, get you again, like, freaking out about some other location. Al Jazeera English points out that U.S. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance warns of consequences if Gaza captive deal not happen, including U.S. helping Israel knock out final Hamas battalions. Because that makes sense, right? So if you don't give us what we want, we're going to help Israel destroy the rest of Gaza, if there's anything left. You want to keep pretending like this means anything other than we're on Israel's side all the time? It's just dishonest to do anything else. Now, what I'm going to go into more in the next show. Right now, there's a lot of conversations swinging around about these deals. Here, I'll just grab these real quick and just show you. I had these pulled aside. Jeremy Scahill pointing this out. Smotrich saying this. I'll go into this more in the next show. Just these three here. So the bottom line is, as you see every single time, and that's not hyperbolic, every single time it's been the same way. Proven even by Israeli media at this point. Jeremy says, I've been speaking with Palestinian negotiators, this was today, on the ceasefire exchange of captives. Now, it's all happening at the end, and Biden, the conversation, acting like we might have a deal this time. And I said, it's very clear that the narrative being promoted, as every time before it by the U.S. and Israel, is that everyone's waiting for Hamas to accept the deal. And that's false. There's an ongoing back and forth. So they're already starting from dishonesty. They do it every single time by putting them on the back heel, saying we're waiting on them to do it, while openly they're still not even there yet, is a way to already make it seem like Hamas is holding up the process. Every Zionist in the world lurches into that and goes, "That's Hamas, we knew it." Because, you know, just like partisans, by the way, don't miss the overlap. And it says there seems to be cautious optimism from Palestinians that it might happen. That's good, from his perspective anyway. And this one is somebody highlighting this, you know, they're talking about the whole thing, saying Trump's envoy says a tense meeting with Netanyahu during the former, basically that they might secure a deal. And it says necessary to secure a hostage deal by the 20th. So it's really making this about Trump, which is interesting. But overall, here's what Smotrich had to say. Very telling. He says, the emerging deal is a catastrophe for the national security state of Israel. We will not be part of a surrender deal that would include releasing terrorist hostages. So it's just hilarious how right as they're pretending it's happening, somebody who's not, like, let's be clear, he's not technically the leader, but he has, in some cases, more influence than Netanyahu right now. And he says that won't happen. Stopping the war and dissolving its achievements that were brought with much blood, achievements. He's calling the genocide an achievement. He said, and abandoning many hostages. How in the world are you talking about abandoning hostages when the deal is for the rest of them that you haven't killed already? He doesn't want them back, you understand, guys? That's been pretty clear so far. This is the time to continue with all our might to occupy and cleanse the entire strip. Oh, you mean the thing that you promised was never, ever even on the table? Guys, it's crazy how we've lost the plot here. And at least the people that are still pretending like this is not obviously a genocide. Look at that. How we've gone from we're just trying to stop the bad guys, we're not stopping aid, we're not going to occupy, we're not going to take this, to literally destroying everything in Gaza, already building settlements, having settlers already come in, causing a corridor down the middle and through the other side. So now and telling us you're never leaving the north, and now you're telling us you're all going to take the entirety of Gaza. You're not taking parts of Syria leading into Lebanon. Look how far this has gone. Well, you're now telling us you're going to restrict aid. All the things that were screaming fake news, now suddenly why we're going to do it. To finally take control of the humanitarian aid from Hamas. Oh, that's why we have to control all of Gaza, because otherwise Hamas will take all the aid, even though that's provably the opposite of what's happening. Wow. It says, and to open the gates of hell on Gaza until Hamas surrenders completely. And all hostages are returned. Oh, so you're going to turn it all into hell until they're returned, which means they're going to all die, which is your plan. Hannibal directive. Unreal. So check this out. Oops. I got to highlight this the right way because it's in Hebrew. Damn it, that's so frustrating. There we go. There it is. Okay, it says, in the context of returning all the abductees, it's being fact-checked. During 15 months of military action in Gaza Strip, at least 30 abductees who arrived in Gaza alive were murdered or killed in captivity. The IDF rescued only 8. In contrast, 117 were returned alive. So they're basically telling you what we all know. They have been killing their own hostages, whether by accident or not, the entire time. And it's pretty clear that it was not by accident. Simple as that. That's the deal for you, though. So the point is he's going, they better have this deal done. Okay. And if they don't have the deal done, what are they saying? Then we're going to help Israel. Oh, gee, that clearly incentivizes Netanyahu to make the deal happen, doesn't it? When apparently the consequence is more help from the United States? Come on, guys. These people are not on your side. Now, the ICC point is quick. Massey points this out on the 9th. The House did only one thing on the 9th. They passed a bill to protect Netanyahu. All of them. Okay? That's everyone. And unless Vance was already resigned, him too. He voted present. But you go through the list. Glenn points out Prem Thacker simply saying 243 to 140 to 1. One being Massey, by the way. And it says to sanction anyone associated with the International Criminal Court efforts to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the U.S. and its allies, namely Israel. So they're just making a list of those you are not allowed to go after. How do you not see that as, there's so many words to call it. Certainly not rules-based international order, is it? Glenn says, I was starting to get worried. It's been like 3 whole days since the U.S. Congress approved a new measure to shield, protect, or fund Israel. Everybody sees it. Prem Thacker pointing out the 45 Democrats who joined Republicans in voting to sanction the ICC. And Mike Pompeo saying, good for Speaker Johnson for bringing back the legislation to sanction the ICC. Right, because Johnson's on our side, right? Wasn't it 30 seconds ago everyone was screaming, bad Johnson because the spending bill? It's amazing how quickly we forget. I simply said, make Israel great again. Here is Congressman Mike Lauer, same thing. The ICC has been infected by anti-Israel bias, one after another. Brian Mast, Randy Weber, every one of them stepping up to go, we stand with Israel while it's committing genocide, and they all know you know that. You need to think about that. The House decided one of its first orders of business would be to impose sanctions against the ICC on behalf of foreign persons deemed to have been protected status. My God, that's a U.S. bill. Starting to get the picture. Hopefully you got it years ago as we were covering this stuff. Stephanie Bice. ICC has zero credibility. Every single one of them. Brianna Wu. Vivid says, United States Congress announces sanctions on the ICC and arrest warrants. Prime Minister, this is huge. ICC is going down. And it says, an embarrassing number of Democrats voted against this and a massive number abstained. Think about how wild it is, right? So you got people that want to call it Israel, but are afraid to point out that Democrats, for whatever reason, in this case, voted correctly. That's not to say they care or don't support Israel, but nonetheless, again, opportunism or not, they still voted to not do this. This is a bad thing. What they're doing here is protecting a war criminal. So my point is to recognize how clearly it is that this is who, whether Democrat, Republican, or Independent, whoever voted against this voted correctly, at least as I see it. She goes, it's really hard to convince Jewish people that Democrats are taking our anti-Semitism problem seriously. So it's an anti-Semitism problem to vote against holding, or basically point is that not going after Netanyahu is anti-Semitism? Or other way around. See, I'm stupid. She's trying to make it out to be anti-Semitic to go after a war criminal. That has to do with stopping him from murdering Palestinians. How is that anti-Semitic? The only thing that they make that, the only thing they claim makes it anti-Semitic is that Netanyahu is in Israel and is a Jewish person, they claim, which, by the way, I don't think any of the Zionists care about any of this, but regardless, how is that anti-Semitic to say this guy kills children? So if you say a guy killed children, turns out to be a Christian, is anti-Christian? Is it anti-Christian to call out, to put a person in prison in the United States that kills somebody because they're Christian? You all know it's stupid. Too many of you are still afraid to call it out because of idiots like Brianna Wu. Congressman Juan, I mean, everybody from no-name politicians to the top screaming about this. It says, we thank Speaker Johnson and House GOP majority for their leadership. This is the Republican Jewish coalition. Congressman Michael Guest. He goes, since being elected, I've always strived to support my greatest ally. I will always stand with Israel. Like, just imagine making these statements while they know you see them. Nancy Mace, she just thinks she's so cool. She thinks she's the hip one she literally calls Code Pink domestic terrorists. So just pay attention, everybody. You can be a domestic terrorist if you wear a red hat. You can be a domestic terrorist if you call out politicians who support actual terrorists. Either way, the cavalier way she calls them domestic terrorists, you realize how serious that charge is? It just shows you, one, how childishly irresponsible these people are, or also just that they're dangerous. Tom Cotton, this guy is ridiculous. Again, it just seems like a guy who got picked on his entire life, who just likes wielding power and is happy to take money from a foreign genocide and committing power because it makes him feel powerful. But that's my opinion. Either way, he's wrong. And it goes, why should Israel be responsible for providing aid to Gaza? Because they are, period. Because they're responsible for the occupation. They're responsible for, whether he knows or not, whether he's just an idiot or he's lying, it doesn't matter. The point is they are responsible because they are occupying a territory. That's international law. They don't get to, just because it goes on for 76 years, does not change that fact. He has an interest in hiding that because he's pro-Israel at the expense of American interests. Here he is again. This is 60 Minutes highlighting the truth about what's going on there for the first time in a long time. U.S. diplomat is saying she documented images coming out of Gaza for the State Department. Fragments of U.S. bombs next to massacres of mostly children. And they go on to prove this in this document. We don't need them to prove it. We've been proving it for over a year. Here's how Tom Cotton responds while we all see this. He goes, 60 Minutes runs a disgraceful hit job against Israel. He includes that recently hid Kamala's transcript. Right. So they like Israel. So they're pro Kamala. So you can already pretend like what they say is false. These guys are children. He goes, 60 Minutes forgot that Hamas started the war. No, they didn't. And whether he knows it or not is irrelevant. Hamas still holds American hostages. Yes, but you'd be forgiven for recognizing that he's not talking about the many American Palestinians or just Americans that are still trapped in Gaza. Because he doesn't care about Americans. He cares about Israeli Americans. And it goes, and any damage in Gaza, that's sole fault of Hamas. No, it's the fault of the people bombing Gaza. I don't even need to go further. Everyone watching this hopefully knows how stupid all this is. How you can prove that's not the case. It didn't start on October 7th. No, they don't only care. There aren't only American hostages in there or whatever. The point is there are Americans that aren't Israeli. They're there. He doesn't care about. He wants you to believe that this is a victim Israel being attacked by a terrorist and all the world needs to stand up and literally knows we know that's not true. And then shouts down a mainstream article that finally finds the courage to highlight this and, by the way, lays it out in proof. And he still says this. We need to realize how truly compromised these people are. And again, blackmailed, maybe, threatened, maybe they are just a Zionist and they never, who knows? Or maybe none of that, and they just are dishonest. The bottom line is, he's lying, and he's doing so at the expense of American interest, in the interest of a foreign government. I said, it's wild to me. What's wild to me is that we see you. We know what Israel's doing, and yet you double down anyway. Either you are fully compromised, or you're proving to us that we do not have a representative government. Likely both. Hashtag Zionist occupied government. No, not some buzzword from before. Now I'm talking about Zionism, not Jewish people. And I'm talking about Zionism is not Judaism. The point, though, guys, if you think for 1 second that a politician who requires your votes to stay in power would do this or shout you down knowing the vast majority doesn't agree with him, how is that? The only world that exists in is a world where he doesn't worry about your vote. And Elon Musk, autism capital, yet again. Alice Wielder says, Israel's very complicated. To be honest, I don't see a solution. Maybe Israel has to find some alliances with Sunni states if possible. I'm not a politician to say such things. What do you think, Elon? And he says, do you unequivocally support the existence of a state called Israel? And Alice says, yes, of course. We need to protect the existence of Israel. That's your response to that question? And that's all. He just quotes these ridiculous things. He gets 14 million views on that. Why? Because Elon said clear. That's it. While they're committing genocide. I think you have to understand how crazy that is. And I said, while the vast majority of the world sees and acknowledges the ongoing genocide that he no doubt sees, he doubles down every day. There are only a few logical explanations to that. I mean, guys, you need to really think about this. Now, lastly, and we probably have another, we're past 4 hours. I could end it right now, really, but I want to play these clips. So we probably have another half an hour. If you want to stick around, I recommend you do. And we're talking about TikTok here, and then a couple of videos on the way out to show you the influence we're talking about that comes all the way back around to the point of the real globalist, technocrat, Zionist agenda that is rolling out. Now, James Lee highlights the aspect of TikTok and censorship around this, but showing you yet again, this is the same thing where you have Republican government representing this as fighting what China or whatever else, when you can see that it's not even about that. The common thread is not hard to see right now. You just have to have the courage to be able to look. James Lee says, guess which country is funding all the research about how dangerous TikTok is and how its users don't hate China enough? As usual, he says, got all the receipts.
Never guess who all's behind all the research, quote unquote, proving that TikTok brainwashed America's youth. Well, maybe you do have some inkling, but I have all the receipts. First, a little context. TikTok is fighting for its life right now in the Supreme Court because they tell us that it is a supposed national security threat, and also its algorithm is supposedly pushing very dangerous ideas on Americans. The evidence for the so-called threat to national security comes courtesy of the Justice Department, which, as you can see here, is just a whole lot of trust me, bro. And in terms of the dangerous algorithm, they will say that TikTok is actively manipulating perceptions of China and the Chinese Communist Party through algorithmic bias. And this is the seminal study they're going to cite, which is titled Information Manipulation on TikTok and its Relation to American Users' Beliefs About China. It is a paper put out by NCRI, Network Contagion Research Institute at Rutgers University, which once again, they conclude that TikTok is, quote, indoctrination at scale. But here's what they don't tell you about that study. That study never analyzes the For You page, which is how everybody uses TikTok. Nor do they ever look at view count, which is just super weird. All they did was some arbitrary categorization and count of pro or anti-CCP videos, which they found through searches. I mean, why wouldn't they A, factor in how the user actually uses the app, which is the For You page, and B, if they're claiming that they're worried about ideas spreading like wildfire, why aren't they actually looking at the view counts of these videos? But hey, that's just my take on it. You can look up this study and judge the methodology for yourself. But could it be that the conclusion was predetermined for reasons? Because guess who runs the Network Contagion Research Institute? Oh, and by the way, what I'm about to show you has been entirely scrubbed from the internet. I had to go to the Wayback Machine to find their About page, which is now deleted.
Now ask yourself why that is. That's a very interesting thing to find out. About Us pages don't usually get removed when they still have the platform up. So realize, I think it's about what he's about to show you. And clearly he does too.
First, you got guys at big tech, most notably Peter Norvig, director of research at Google. And we know they want the competition gone. Then you have the folks from the military. For example, this gentleman, Jacob Shapiro, Chief Scientific Officer, U.S. Navy. More military, Denver Riggleman. He did advanced analysis for the NSA. And we know they have a little bit of a vested interest in keeping our enemies our enemies. And the final piece of the puzzle, perhaps the most important, people like Alex Goldenberg, lead intelligence analyst, who did intelligence work for AIPAC. Last but not least, the director and co-founder, Joel Finkelstein. He is from the Anti-Defamation League. Okay, that is a lot there. And unfortunately, there's a lot that I'm gonna have to leave unsaid for reasons. Some dots that you're just gonna have to connect for yourself. But I will leave you with what Mitt Romney had to say.
Typically, the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? Some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I'd note that's of real interest.
Exactly. Now, clearly you see what he's pointing to. Okay. Now, he includes a breakdown of the source material, which you can check out for yourself. I recommend you do. Now, I'm going to play a clip real quickly that he mentions about the ADL. So seeing as how these people, now what my point is interesting is right as the TikTok thing becomes a very prominent situation, they're literally about to ban this thing, which is a huge censorship conversation. It's a very imperialistic act from a controlling authoritarian government to tell you what you can and can't look at based on the idea of vague national security, whatever you think about it. It's pretty crazy. It's everything they would scream about if China was doing it or anybody else. So I want to highlight this for you about what he has told you in regard to the ADL in the past. And you should know this by now, or AIPAC for that matter. These are Israeli entities. These fake American game they play, I can prove to you going back just through Wikipedia, but well more than that AIPAC was simply a rebranded Israeli group that they just pretend is an American group today. And the same damn thing with this.
Also have the power to monitor social media.
Now, this is James again on his documentary talking about the ADL.
Power to monitor social media activity across all major platforms and change social media algorithms the way they see fit.
Now, we just talked about this. I posted it recently again because that just happened on Twitter. And to this very day, Greenblatt and ADL are active partners with Twitter. Where you at, conservatives? You got to call this stuff out. I know many of you are.
Don't believe me? Well, here's Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL.
We work with YouTube to get them to change their algorithms. We work with Facebook on trying to use a redirect method. So when you search for Holocaust, you get directed to like a Yad Vashem page.
We opened a center in Silicon Valley back in 2017. And the woman who runs it, she's an ex-Facebook executive. I have software engineers and data scientists working at ADL. We're monitoring all this stuff. And we're working with all the platforms, by the way, Google and YouTube and Meta and Twitter and Reddit and Steam and Amazon, all these companies. From like Apple to Zoom, we work with all of them.
Some might call that a conspiracy fact. Just saying. And if their ability to influence big tech and media isn't disturbing enough, the ADL also partners with payment platforms like PayPal to monitor online transactions and cancel payment processing for those whose speech they disapprove of.
Just to understand this, is this simply a research effort, or is the ultimate goal, I imagine, to effectively defund them, which is to say that PayPal would effectively turn off the spigot, or at least turn off the ability for them to fundraise using PayPal?
That's correct, Andrew.
And don't forget, TLAV was deleted from PayPal, lost about $6,000 they stole from me. Same old, same old. Now we're being attacked with fake lawsuits and lawfare from the same dynamic. Now, to wrap up in general, here's another clip. Chris Mahan points out, here's the ADL CEO, Jonathan Greenblatt, saying the kind of genius behind the pager attack on Lebanon is what's needed to fight anti-Semitism. This is not a joke, okay? He is in Israel speaking to the Knesset, openly saying that the way we need to fight anti-Semitism, or rather, I shouldn't say it as specifically as that. In the conversation, he's saying that we need the kind of genius like we saw in the pager attack in our broad effort to fight anti-Semitism. Now, obviously, people are going to argue he didn't mean put explosives in pagers for people in the United States. Well, yeah, I would sure as hell not jump to that conclusion with what we see going on today. But I'm not going to argue that's as broad as he's making it. But that's terrifying because of what we know here, guys. Because of the obvious. Watch this show. As the title, Israel's infiltration of U.S. tech. In light of what happened in Lebanon, it is wild to see how compromised we are right now. The technology companies, and I'm going to end with some of this stuff. Or this article or the show we covered, Israel's simply just their global cybersecurity infiltration all over the place. Now this says, watch, Greenblatt goes on to tell Israeli government how important it is to capture TikTok. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon, but this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online. Capturing TikTok? Does that sound like what they're trying to do? Like, maybe that seems like the reality of what Israel's doing through the U.S., but it's funny how we get a different perception, or maybe Alan's wrong. Either way, they sure think something different's going on than what the U.S. is pretending to do. Here's the full story if you want to check it out. We just need to be aware of how concerning this is. It's on display, and we're going to basically show this to end. Well, actually, Ethan's saying TikTok would literally rather shut itself off from the largest market than divest from CCP. That's all. You're tapping from the Republican narrative. Is that what you really think is happening? And it says, to put it bluntly, these are not the actions of a rational corporation. They're giving their entire game away on who really calls the shots. And it says TikTok says it plans to shut down the site unless Supreme Court strikes down law forcing it to sell. So think about this. So you're literally telling us it's a propaganda tool and the U.S. is trying to buy it. So in every possible point, they would obviously not do that, because if you are accurate, then you're selling a tool of propaganda manipulation to your enemy. Yeah, that makes perfect sense why they would. Okay, second, let's say it's not what they say it is. Well, you don't want to sell your company because it's your company. Like the idea that they think it's about not wanting to fall into a forced sale of something that is proving that it's just partisan nonsense logic. Certainly could mean that. But the larger point, oh wait, I thought it was back. Did I not have it pulled up? Basically, somebody below was saying, oh, I think it was right here. Oh, it's just this one, another one too, but this will work. Saying the U.S. isn't TikTok's largest market. So wrong on that point too. But overall, the idea that somehow it proves that they don't want to, that the CCP controls them so much, guys, it's what I can see about the evidence in no way proves that's the case. Certainly could be there, but just as equally could be something else. Or now that we have Israel trying to work its way in to control it for the obvious point that Greenblatt just made. Is that better? It's not about helping you or fighting off propaganda. It's about using the tools for themselves against you. And we're going to end with this. Now, there's clips in general that are going to take, a little bit of time. I won't play the whole thing, I think. But Whitney shares this. Former CIA intelligence expert, the terrorists are already here. This has been doing the rounds. And Whitney says, yes, they are, but the terrorists are the CIA. And I said, and the Zionists. Here she is again. Max Blumenthal pointing it out. Former CIA targeter off the Sean Ryan podcast, which has now been making the rounds. She's selling, as he frames it, says, has to be one of the biggest fraudsters, says she's selling low IQ MAGA types on the inevitability of a large-scale 9/11 attack, but it's more like the Hamas attack. That's how she's framing it. Inside America in the near future. Adam's sources are unnamed, referred simply to as we, because we don't exist. If she had any classified info, revealing it on the podcast would violate top secret security clearance, and she supposedly possesses. Basic logic, guys. Naturally, she prescribes more mass surveillance and invasive airport security as the only logical response. How are conservatives falling for this? Well, here's one way that's happening. Now, I think, I'm going to just do it like this. I'm going to end with these videos, okay? So stick around. I think you should watch these, but I think we're going to end with this, and I'm just going to play it out. So stick around as much as you want. These videos are important. One's like 15 minutes, but I'm probably not going to play the whole thing. But I want to go through each one of them to end in general on that note, right? The idea that it's pretty damn obvious right now that the infiltration is happening and long since been done in this country. And right now we're watching them solidify that, build out their control around it while telling you they're fighting some other entity. It's pretty terrifying. And I think the reality is Americans are already very uncomfortably aware of it, just don't know what to do. So the very first thing we need to do is call out what you see. Don't blindly support a political entity because other people tell you should. Call it out. Because right now, I think the importance is the flow of information and the people showing the world that we're not blindly following along with whatever they're doing. And I think it's obvious that right now, especially on this note about talking about infiltration, right? Talking about the idea of internal elements about to overthrow our government or 9/11 style attacks through groups that are literally funded and controlled by Israel and the United States. She's pointing to an Al-Qaeda style. That is them, guys. So when we play these to finish, ask yourself what we're really talking about here and why she's been making the rounds, floating this idea when if you want to talk about an infiltrated element ready to spring, it's about what we're going to show you right now. Thank you all for tuning in. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
When I first started at AIPAC, Steve Rosen, who was my boss and was later indicted for espionage against the United States, I know, like, he's still around, though. You're allowed to get indicted for espionage. Depends who you're doing it for. He sent me a now famous memo. It's now famous because I gave it to the Washington Post. He wrote, he warned me not to ever talk, this is my second day there, never to talk about AIPAC's activities outside the lobby. He wrote, "A lobby is a night flower. It thrives in the dark and shrivels up in the sunlight." I think that may be happening now thanks to all our efforts. If it does, not only the United States, but Israel, the Palestinians, and the world will be better off. This night flower needs crushing. I have a somewhat unique perspective on AIPAC owing to the fact that I was employed there for 6 years, as a volunteer for 2 years in the 70s, as a senior staffer in the 80s, but I also did see them from Capitol Hill, where I worked for 15 years for Democratic House members and senators. One of my tasks at AIPAC was writing its manual about Israel and the Arabs, designed to be used as a guide by students, congressional staffers, rabbis, etc., to defend Israel against the lies being told by the other side. It's called Myths and Facts. Although inside of AIPAC it was always called Myths and Myths. You know, myth. This is standard Hasbara. Myth. They say the Palestinians were driven from their homes by the Israeli army in 1948. Fact. The Palestinians actually left their homes in what became Israel in search of better lives in the West Bank and Gaza. That was part of my job, was writing this stuff, but these myths have been around much longer than I've been. I will use the frame myths and facts to address the most common misconceptions about AIPAC as I see them. And I want to clarify at this point, I left AIPAC in 1986. And after that, I've only dealt with them from the outside, from Capitol Hill, and not as a staffer. I didn't leave there under bad terms. I wasn't fired from AIPAC. In fact, when I left in 86, it wasn't as right-wing as it subsequently became. So, I'm not grinding an axe when I tell you, when you hear my feelings about that organization that was my employer. But the first myth I want to deal with is kind of a pro-AIPAC myth. It is that AIPAC's role in intimidating members of Congress to support its demands through the use of financial pressure and intimidation is unique. That this pressure is an aberration invented by Israel's supporters to advance the Israel's government's goals. Fact, AIPAC is not an aberration. Basically, every decision Congress makes is made with an eye on who has the money and how can a legislator either get some of it or avoid it being deployed against them.
We don't do things like this to the Israelis, ever. We also don't spy on the Israelis, ever, because of the political pressure that would put the CIA under on Capitol Hill. Intelligence and the FBI's role in counterintelligence, that is trying to spot spies who are spying on us, whether they're moles, which is unusual, or intelligence officers of a foreign country. Well, most embassies here in Washington have what are called declared officers. Those are foreign intelligence officers who are here, and they are formally known to the FBI and the CIA as intelligence officers, right? So they're here to exchange paper and liaise and meet with their CIA and FBI counterparts and then go back to their embassies and write a report and send it back to their capitals. This FBI agent told us at the time that the Israeli embassy was unusual. Now remember, this is 32 years ago, so the information is very old, but just to give you an idea of what we were looking at. The Israeli embassy had 2 declared officers, one from Shin Bet and one from Mossad. And it had 187 undeclared officers that the FBI had been able to identify, spread out all across America, in academia, in the defense contracting industry. We've all seen the Americans, right? The Israelis do the same thing, just like we do the same thing. But we were told that very first day that I was at the agency that we have no international friends. Not really. I mean, you can argue now the Five Eyes, the British, the Australians, New Zealanders, the Canadians. Not the Israelis. The Israelis were a country, a service that we had to be leery of. In some cases, we had to fear. I thought that was probably an overstatement at the time. And after I had been at the CIA for 3 years, I decided I wanted to go overseas. There was a program that the State Department ran called the Analyst Overseas Program, where they'll take CIA analysts and transfer them to the State Department. So you're a legitimate State Department Foreign Service officer, and you go overseas and you work for 2 years in an embassy and then come back and you transfer back to the CIA. So I thought, well, do I want to go to Jerusalem or do I want to go somewhere else? And I decided to go to Bahrain. 2 of the happiest years of my life. The guy that I sat next to for those 3 years, he went to Jerusalem along with his wife. Now, because they had been to Israel before, the CIA decided to declare them as a courtesy and to say, look, we have these 2 people, this married couple, they're not spies. They're analysts. One of them isn't even really an analyst. He's going to go to a graduate school while his wife is doing the analysis. We just want you to know that they're here as a courtesy on assignment to the State Department. What the Israelis did over the next 2 years was to carry out a campaign of harassment. And the reason I bring this up is because it's quite common. The 3rd time it happened, they came home and their dog was yelping and laying on the floor of the kitchen. Someone had cut its tail off and then wrapped it in gauze and tape. And the 4th time it happened to them, they had done their Christmas shopping. They had a tree up in the living room, and they had gone to the ambassador's Christmas party. And when they came back, all of the presents were gone. All of them. $1,000 worth of Christmas presents. Now, this kind of thing happens all the time. And so the ambassador has to go to the Israelis and say, look, cut it out. Leave my people alone. And they say, oh, okay. And then they'll back off for a little while, and then they start up again. So we don't do things like this to the Israelis, ever. We also don't spy on the Israelis, ever, because of the political pressure that would put the CIA under on Capitol Hill. I made a little note to myself to be sure to talk about the dichotomy between the State Department and CIA on one hand and the White House and Capitol Hill on the other hand. All the years that I worked at the CIA, and being an analyst working on Iraq, an enemy country at the time, I was declared to, oh my God, more foreign intelligence services than I can even remember. It was dozens of them. I only spoke to the Israelis once in 15 years that I was there. I had only been on the job about 6 months, and I was told by my boss, you're going to brief the Israelis this afternoon. I said, okay. And he said, we don't meet with them here in the building. We can't trust them to come into the building, so we're going to meet them out. There's a special place where we meet them. Because they kept trying to bring bugs into the building, right? oh, we'll give you this gift. Well, the gift weighs twice what it should because it's full of batteries and a listening device, and you can't bring that in here. So I went to brief the Israelis. Now, because I was the junior most analyst at the time, and it was like 7 or 8 of us that were there, I was the last one to speak. And so we went around the table, and it was the Mossad person and the Shin Bet person, and they're writing down every word that the analysts are saying. Finally, they came to me, and because I was not undercover, I was an overt employee at the time, I used my real name. I said, my name is John Kiriakou, and the Shin Bet officer says to me, spell it. So I spelled it for him, and he looks up and he says, you are Jewish? And I said, I am not recruitable. And he stopped. And afterwards, my boss said, yeah, you're not going to brief the Israelis anymore. And so I didn't. I never spoke to them again. Now, once I got overseas, again, I was declared to so many services, and I was working in counterterrorism, and that's where you really want there to be lots and lots of cooperation. So we would get calls, from this country and that country and the other country, and we rarely said no. Well, I can tell you from firsthand experience, when it came time to work with the Palestinians, I'm hard-pressed to think of a group of people who were more committed to counterterrorism, to peace. I mean, it was revelatory for me. It was a group of people who wanted to do the right thing. They wanted good relations. They wanted progress for their people. They wanted to have a role in the international community, and it was a joy to work with them. You know, that was between 1998 and 2000, and I thought, wow, that was really great. I wonder if that was an anomaly. And then I went to Pakistan in 2002 as the chief of counterterrorism operations. And it got to the point where the Palestinians would come to the embassy and they would just wave them in. Come on in. Because they belonged there. We were partners. We were a team. That was the case at the CIA, and it was also the case at the State Department. Now, this note that I wrote to myself, to be sure to explain the dichotomy, is that it was exactly the opposite at the White House and on Capitol Hill. Because we didn't have to answer to voters at the CIA, right? I don't care what, AIPAC says about me if I'm at the CIA. I don't care. I have a job to do. And I was bound to do it. The State Department was the same way. And the State Department was often criticized for something called clientitis. You hear this a lot at the State Department, that people go to Israel and they serve for a couple of years, and then they come out like really disliking Israelis and really loving Palestinians. And then they say, okay, well then you need to go to Berlin for a couple of years to cool off. Because we can't have all these Arab lovers in the... Well, it turns out that the whole State Department loves Arabs. It's just a completely different world. It's hard to describe. And then you go to the White House, especially to the National Security Council, to work with those people who have these fancy titles of senior assistant to the president for such and such affairs and assistant to the president, and you say this is the way things should be in our policy on, the Levant or the Maghreb or whatever it is, and they don't want to hear it because you like Arabs too much. Well, with that said, we all just accepted it. And frankly, we all believed that we were right and the White House was wrong. Capitol Hill, forget it, it's a lost cause. On Capitol Hill, when we were summoned to give briefings, we would get in the car with somebody from the Office of Congressional Affairs, and they would always tell us before we walked into the
So an Israeli intelligence guy forms this company and says, we're going to take care of American hospitals, dams, water infrastructure.
Dams come later, but it was first health infrastructure. And they partnered with CISA, that's supposed to protect critical infrastructure, including election infrastructure, but also things like water systems, the power grid, all sorts of things like that, as well as hospitals. And beyond that, it's not just hospitals anymore. As you mentioned, it's expand to dams, it's expand to water systems, and also nuclear reactors in the United States. So you have a foreign intelligence-founded nonprofit being offered access to all of these critical systems in the United States.
How is this